Welcome back to Blizzard Abroad. How you guys doing tonight, man? Hope everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's feeling good. I want to have a real conversation tonight. I don't know who's in here, man. If you're in here, man, say what's up in the chat. Introduce yourself. Um, we got a real one tonight, man. No drama, no BS, man. No talking points. I just want to have a conversation. You know, what are we leaving behind? What are we leaving our sons, man? Everybody's talking about escaping the West, escaping the Matrix, man. What are we leaving behind? We're running. Are we preparing our sons for the battles that they are going to face? Or are we just running, leaving them? Let's be real, man. Beat your life. What up, man? Good to see you in here, brother. Good to see you in here, man. Cisco's in here. What up, man? How you doing? He says, what up to the Beach of Life? He says, what up to AJ? My views, your world. We gotta have a real conversation, man. I don't know how many of you guys are fathers, but if you're not a father, you had a father, or you could play the father figure in somebody else's life, man. So I just want to talk, man. And I don't care about likes and views tonight, man. I don't care about none of that stuff. This is my passion. This is what I love talking about, man. The next generation of men, you know, it can't be all about social media talking points, man. It's easy to come up here and say, escape the matrix. That's the easy part, you know. But how many of these guys that we see talking like that, how many of them have sons? How many of them have daughters? If we're not preparing them for the real, true battles that they're going to face, you know, the ones that we don't talk about, the emotional battles, man, the heartbreaks. You know what I mean? Like, we don't talk about this stuff, man. So tonight is not about the algorithm. You know what I mean? Fuck all that. I don't care. You know, I'm not gonna, it's not about, fake outrage. It's not none of that bullshit tonight, man. You know, because I'm a father before anything else, man. Before a passport, bro. Before my job. Before I'm a traveler. Before anything, I'm a father. It's the number one duty that we have as men. If we have children, it's to protect them, it's to lead them, it's to prepare them for the world that they're gonna face. So if we're just turning our backs and running, what the hell are we doing? You know, the Beach of Life says, "What up, Cisco?" And Cisco says he just got back from my stepson's track meet, and my dogs is tired. So, yeah, those track meets, man, they go. I know me personally, I volunteered at some, and my son used to run track. They could go 6, 7 hours sometimes, man. They're rough, man. So let me talk about me personally, though. Me personally, man. Like, my son has seen every part of me. You know, he's seen me fall. He's seen me get back up. He's seen me lead. He's seen me follow when I had to. I'm gonna try to keep up with the chat today. I'm really gonna try my hardest, man. He said he had a long day. My son has seen me. He's seen me win when against all odds. He's seen me win. And he's also seen me fail. You and most importantly, above all that, my son has seen me live life, man. You know, he's seen me, seen my ups, my downs. He's seen me at my happiest. He's seen my tears. And I think that's the best gift that we could give our kids, man, is to let them see us live every part of us, even the part that said like that we've been taught to hide. You know, everything says that I shouldn't have let my son see me cry, man. When I was you know going through hard times, man. You know, you're not supposed to see us cry, right? We're supposed to cry alone somewhere in the closet. Well, how does that prepare him for when he goes through those tough times? You know, how many of us are really having these conversations with our kids and letting our kids see every aspect of manhood? Because it's not just about this alpha male mentality that they're talking about on TikTok and social media, you know. And I still ask myself, you know, did I prepare my son? Did I prepare him for the emotional wars that he is going to fight, man? Like we've talked about girls. My son has had his first heartbreak, you know, and thankfully he didn't get all bitter. He didn't get all bitter and hate women and ready to give up on society because he got his heart broke at a young age, you know, because he seen me go through it, man. He actually seen me go through it. I'm not talking about, crying every day or nothing like that, but he could tell, because we're close, you know. Cisco said he had a long, long day. Yeah, that's good, man. But you know, and were we taught these things from our fathers, or you know, were we told to man up? Oh, you'll be all right. You'll get over it. You know, we were given the armor, but we weren't taught how to heal when one of those blows eventually lands. You know, we were given wisdom, but not the weapons, the right weapons to use, especially for these emotional battles, man. Because that's what gets us, man. That's what gets us deep down inside, man. Those emotional wounds, man. But nobody wants to talk about it. So that's kind of what I want to do on my channel, man. You know, probably never gonna go viral talking like this, but these are the conversations we need to have, man. Cisco says struggles and tough days are what makes us have to be better. Yeah, you don't have a choice. You're gonna go through them in life, man. So why do we clam up? We let nobody see us struggle. We let nobody see us when we're down, right? Am I lying? Is it just me? Or you know, this is how we were prepared by our fathers. Most of us. I'm not saying everybody, maybe they didn't know how. Me personally, my father was the strong, silent type. You know, yeah, he showed us affection, um, but as far as talking to us, especially about anything emotional, nah, that just wasn't him. You know, you gotta let your kids struggle and sometimes fail. It's hard to watch, but it's necessary to create stronger thoughts. That's true. It's true, but we can also have these conversations. You know, I don't know how many of you have sons, but it's not an easy conversation to have, man. But it's probably one of the most important conversations. Like we like to talk to them about being strong, standing up, being a man, being responsible, earning money, saving money, preparing for the future, you know. But how many of us really have talked about, emotional shit? It's not all about emotional, but if we can't deal with it, if we're running away from that, you know what I mean? If we're escaping the matrix, you know, and we're not teaching them, how are they going to deal with it? We're the ones that should be pushing back against it. You know what I mean? We're the ones, you know, that should be preparing them to face it. But all you hear is escape the matrix, get out of the West. The West is a fucking um, a wasteland. Somebody help me out, man. Help me understand this. What did I'm gonna ask you guys a question, What did your father teach you about how to handle emotions? Cisco says, I don't ever remember having conversations about emotions with my stepdad. No. But he threw that ball with you in the backyard. He showed you how to work and earn. He did. I'm not gonna sit up here and say that they were bad men. They, of course not. They weren't. We love them, but just because they didn't prepare us doesn't mean that we can't prepare our sons. We know now, right? And the answer is not this red pill shit, just telling them to run away. It's not feasible for everybody. Everybody can't escape. Some of us are here, you know, and even if it's not forever, we're here now. Our sons are here now. How many of those expats are living overseas and don't even speak to their kids? They're not no longer speak to their sons. That is not the answer. Not for everybody. Cisco says absolutely. He modeled how to go to work every day, how to play sports, how to not act a fool in public. Yeah, very important lessons. But nobody taught us how to handle these these situations that a lot of men today are complaining about right now. You know, I guarantee you, man, like one conversation probably could have saved a lot of these men that are fleeing. So what what do you wish your father would have taught you? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you wish? One thing that you wish just your father would have taught you, man. Like, I wish my father would have taught me now how to bottle up my emotions, man, because that's one thing that got me in a lot of trouble in my life, man. Bottling up my emotions, man. Not having some sort of outlet outside of, fighting. Because I was a fighter when I was younger. I fought a lot. But we need to be teaching them these outlets, not just sports. Of course, yeah, of course, sports. That's one, you know, but they have to have other outlets, man. They have to have avenues to let their emotions out. He said, Blizzard, I also never heard him complain that it was someone else's fault for his shortcomings. Absolutely. Never heard that. That's I think that's a pretty new phenomenon, you know, because I had said that in the last stream. I think, like, I never heard my father talk like this, my grandfather talk like this, sit around complaining. No, they figure shit out. They figured shit out. You know, Ryan, what up, brother? It's good to see you, man. Good to have you in here, man. I appreciate you stopping by, Ryan. You know, how do you talk to your son, or how do you plan to talk to your son? You know, I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm not trying to blame anybody, man. But this is about breaking the silence, breaking the silence that we have, man. A lot of us are struggling in silence, man. We're frustrated. We're fed up in silence, man. You know, and on top of that, we don't let our sons see us have these natural emotions, man, and a natural reaction to them. That's what I'm trying to get to. These emotions, these feelings, they're natural. They're human. We're human. We're gonna be sad. We're gonna be fucking heartbroken. We're gonna be angry. It's natural, man. When we bottle it up, especially from them, they too don't learn how to handle it. So we're just passing that down. We're passing that along to them. Cisco says, I think it's easier to blame America or the deep state or DEI or whatever for the problems. It's always easy, but at the end of the day, you still what people don't realize is at the end of the day, if you want something done, you still got to get up and fucking do it, no matter who you blame. No matter who you blame, man. All right, it's just no problem, bro. Yeah, yeah. Appreciate you, man. See, I got Nightbot in here. So if you see the random messages pop up, that's Nightbot. Um, I'm gonna keep fine tuning that. You know, accountability was something that our fathers did pass down to us. You know, absolutely was something. You know, so I'm gonna keep asking questions to you guys, man. Um, if you're in the bushes, man, just pop out and say hi, man. You know, pop out and say hi, man. We don't bite over here, man. I'm gonna open this up also because I do an open discussion live stream. That's the platform, you know. Ryan says, I have a nephew who is me get upset with him. I don't understand that, Ryan. You have a nephew doesn't want you to get upset with him. I don't understand that. Write that again, Ryan, so I can see what you meant by that. So I want to break this down kind of into segments, emotional literacy and men. So it's something that I have no clue about, man. I know we all go through emotions, and it's just something that's very, very new to me. Emotional intelligence. I don't know what that means when, you know, if somebody could explain, I know what it is to go through emotions, to talk about emotions and stuff like that. But when you say emotional intelligence, it just sounds too complicated, you know. If you just say just dealing with your emotions. Cisco says, Blizzard, I appreciated you sharing about your job. It shows you're a real person. Dudes are too scared to be vulnerable, thinking it shows weakness. Yeah, nah, I'm not scared to be vulnerable at all, man. Honestly, my first thought was that it's nobody business. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, when you think about it, it's like, I'm not the only one going through that. It's happening a lot. It's happening a lot. And like I said, if I could connect with somebody, if I could help them out, if I could show them that you don't have to be down, you don't have, you can still stay optimistic. My situation isn't everybody's situation. I'm not rich, but I'm not poor, and I have opportunities. Honestly, I just got an offer um, that I don't think I could turn down. So we'll see what happens. He says, allowing yourself to be vulnerable shows your strength, that you're strong enough to take whatever comes your way. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about, though. You know what I mean? Like a lot, like you said, a lot of people would have bottled that up. A lot of people would have hid that. And that's just not me. I probably would have hid that 15 years ago. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about a lot. Letting people see your vulnerability, man. We're taught to never be vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? We're taught never let them see you sweat. That's fake, man. Because you are sweating, you know, especially if you're not even letting the ones that care about you, the ones that could truly help you, see that you're vulnerable and in need. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the part that we miss out on. You miss the opportunities for people to help you, you know. Glad to hear that, bro. W Secret to Success vlog. What up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. Good to have you in here, man. Okay. Congrats on the job offer. That was quick. Yeah, they came in pretty quick. Honestly, that, like I said, that day I had a job offer. I didn't want it. I didn't want that to work for that company. So probably it was if, but that being said, if I needed to, I absolutely would. If that's what I needed to take care of my family, I'll shovel shit if I have to. You know what I mean? I've done close to that before. You know what I'm saying? But I'm grateful, man. I'm grateful. Thank you. Thankful for everybody that reached out, offered kind words, offered their support, advice. I appreciate it, man. I really, truly do, man. 'Cause like I said, I've been a person who my whole life bottled my emotions up, man. Bottled things up, hid myself from the world, hid my true emotions from the world. So it's nice to be able to have that moment of vulnerability, man. And I didn't get attacked. I didn't get shamed. You know what I'm saying? Like I actually had people come out and support me, man. So it shows that yes, you can show vulnerability, man. Even though we weren't taught to. It's not like I don't walk around just being vulnerable to everybody, you know, all day long. But certain things, yeah, it's okay, man. How else will you get the help you need? You know, Cisco says, I wish I would have had more conversations about regulating emotion with my son. I think I failed him in that regard, but I know none of us gets a parent manual. I try to do it now, and he's 27. Yeah, but he's still your son. He's always gonna be your son, man. And I think I don't have a 20-year-old. My son is 21. So he's still at that age where he's seeking advice. He's seeking leadership. You know what I mean? So it's good that I could just sit down and talk with him, man. You know, my son is kind of like the opposite. That it looks like I'm chill. I am a chill person now, but I was wild when I was younger and I didn't know how to regulate my emotions. So I'm glad that he didn't get that temper that I have, but it's just good that to be able to have that connection with him, man. I love the father son connection that I have, but it started young. It started young, man. Like I said, man, I wasn't never scared to cry in front of my son. If like it's usually like death or something like that, but still, you know, I can remember trying to hold in when my father passed away. Like my father passed away, we had him in hospice, so me and my two brothers like took care of him and my sisters were helping too, but he kind of lived with us. And it was hard, man. When he passed away, like I actually carried him out, and I went to work because that's what I knew how to do. You know what I mean? And I used that as my solace. Like I went to work. Everybody else took days off, you know, and I was at work, busting my ass, you know, at my full-time job and my part-time job. Because that was my way of grieving. But I held all that in and eventually it came out. You know what I mean? Like when they lowered him into the ground, that I don't even know what to call it came out of me, man. That I had been holding in for that week. While everybody else was doing it, they were together, they were consoling each other. My ass was at work, holding that shit in, you know. And when they lowered him into he had a military funeral, and when they lowered him to the ground, I heard it come out of me. I didn't think it was coming out of me. It was like a fucking squeal, of pain, of emotions that I was trying to hold in. It's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Can't hold it in forever. It's gonna come out one way or the other. So at least let it come out in a way where you can regulate it to when it just builds up so much. You know, it's good that it came out then because who knows if I would have held on that to that for another year or so. What time is it? Travels time for Sam. What up, brother? It's good to see you. What time? You said what time is it? What up, Blizzard and everybody? W Secrets. Cisco says what up. Time. What's up, brother? He says facts, Cisco, and what's good. W Secret says what up to Cisco. What's good? Wow, bro. At least you were there for him. Yeah, we took care of him, man. We had help. We had help. Such, Calvin, what up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. What's going on with you, man? I thought you were going live tonight. That's why I pushed mine back. I said, man, I ain't going up against Calvin. Plus, I want to watch anyway. So he said, W Seekers, give us a stock tip. Oh man. He says, bro, I just went through that. No pain. Subscribes losing a parent, especially your mother. Yeah. Thankfully, I still got my mother around, man. And I don't think she's going nowhere anytime soon, man. Cisco says, I felt that when my grandmother passed. Never wanted to feel that way again. The worst pain. He says, what up, Cal? He says, what up, good? It's good to see you, sir, Calvin. Beat your life in the building. Yeah, so I mean, it's important, man, that we teach our sons this, man, or else they're just gonna be repeating the cycle. Like I said, this is my passion, man. This is what I love talking about, man. Real shit. It's real shit, man. Cal, what happened? What happened to your live, brother? I think he pushed it to tomorrow. Tomorrow. It's tomorrow night. Cal, buy Bitcoin. It's north of 95K. And no, not share my props with you and go kick rocks. Sunshine family in the building, man. You know, what did we inherit from our fathers, though? What did we inherit from our fathers, man? I know I inherited, like I said, that strong, silent type. I think a lot of us inherited that because that's how most of our fathers were. You know what I'm saying? Um, my father never talked that much about emotions, everything. Wait a minute, Cisco. I do not have as many people in here as Calvin be having, man. So I already know. Not even close. Like shit. Sometimes I'll be in Calvin stream. I'll put a comment in there and that shit'll be gone. You know what I mean? So y'all funny though, man. Uncle Cal in the building. That is funny. Um, like I said, man, seeing my father um hold shit in until he burst, that's how I learned how to regulate my emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like I think I said last week, I would I would say my father was the calmest ticket time bomb you ever seen. I meant that. You know what I mean? Because he was a cool cucumber until somebody pissed him off. And then he just blow. He just blow his top. And that was my father. I love the hell out of him, but it was. You know what I mean? And I seen that happen a lot. You know, the only time I seen my father be really vulnerable and emotional was when I was probably about 6 or 7. We went down to Washington, D.C. to the Vietnam Memorial. And I can remember him recognizing a name because he's a Vietnam vet, you know, and then he got emotional. That was it. Other than that, I never seen that part of him. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't until after he passed away, because he never talked about his past, his life, anything like that to us. So after he passed away, people started sharing their stories about how they grew up, how rough it was for them. And it made me understand why he was the way he was. But that was after he was gone already. You know what I'm saying? Look at Nightbot. Nightbot doing his job tonight, man. Cisco says, yeah, my dad and my stepdad were hard ass working dudes, never calling sick. And you got to appreciate that part. You have to. Man was built different back in the day. Yeah. Icy. Good to see you, Icy. How are you? How you doing? You at work? Or you done already? See, I'm a little later. So maybe you could join. I'm gonna open up the panel though, so I could get some of you guys insights. You know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Icy, what you doing tonight, Bob? Maybe I gotta take that off. I think that's automatic. I gotta take that off. Cisco says hi to Icy or Drip TV. What up, brothers? Good to see you on this side, man. It's good to see you on this side, bro. How you doing, man? Nightbot with Palo, my caps like, yeah. Cisco. Feature Life says, we often wait till it's too late to tell the ones we care about how much they mean to us. That's true, man. That's true. Far too often, yeah. Still at work. One more lesson and client for me and probably a talk from the boss. Oh, you in trouble? What you do? How you doing with your hand, Icy? And working. Hope that's going all right with you, man. Far too often. Yeah, I know what you meant, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I think I kind of set the tone, but we could talk about anything we want to talk about, man. It's an open discussion. Anybody that wants to come up, there's certain people that's gonna get preference. Calvin, Icy. You know what I mean? I'm just sorry that they've let me on their shows, so yeah, and they've platformed me before, so they're gonna get special consideration if they ever want to come up. Um, let me just throw this in here. Anybody wants to come up, you're welcome. The floor is open. There's a link. Don't forget to hit the like button for me, man. So like I said, man, that trauma was passed down, whether it was in a form of trauma or if it was in patterns of behavior, that could cause us trauma. You know what I'm saying? Icy says they want me to take it easy because the hand should be a priority. They keep telling me to take it easy. Yeah, of course. Of course. Especially, I didn't actually see the cut, but if it's that bad, yeah, because probably a chance that it could open up. You know. All right. So are we raising emotionally strong sons? I know this is not a popular conversation to have. It's not a popular topic, but it's important. Or are we raising our sons to turn into incels and red pill gurus? That's the difference, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. I'm reading the chat too. I'm sorry, guys. It's not a funny topic, but are we raising the next generation of incels, passport bros, and red pill gurus? You know what I'm saying? By not having these conversations, by not teaching our sons these lessons, you know, very important lessons. Or if if not, even even letting them see us deal with these issues in everyday life. Because like it or not, whether you talk about it, whether you share it, we go through this shit. We just hide it. Nightbot is on your ass today. Icy. I'm gonna have to um I'm gonna have to chill that out though, cause some people, shit, some people type like that for emphasis. So Cisco says, my opinion is much. It's important to teach our sons and daughters to think for themselves, not to fall into groupthink and cynicism. Yeah, that's important. One of the things that got me really talking the way I talk, you know, and the things that I push back against is when, you know, I was at football practice and I start hearing the kids with these talking points, man, with these incel talking points. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's what got me, man. That's what got me. I was like, oh, nah, this is out of control, man. These are 14, 15-year-old kids, man. You know, and they're mimicking fresh and fit talking points, man. And they haven't been through shit. Most of them are still virgins. What time says internet is raising a lot of sons, brother. Yeah, it is. It is. But that doesn't mean we still have influence as fathers, as mentors. They still look to us. They still look to us for leadership and guidance. You know, not all of us, though. Not all of us. We have to be available for them. They have to know and they have to be able to trust us, or they're not coming to us. Like I was saying before, like that level of respect that we used to give our elders, that shit is gone. Like you do have to earn respect from the younger generation nowadays. It sounds crazy, but it's true. It's true. For them to follow you and respect you, you know what I mean? You have to earn that nowadays, man. It's not just given out to everybody just because you're an elder anymore. It's not. So we got work to do on our side to gain that trust before, we can go around, trying to imprint our knowledge onto them. I love LaShawn. What up, brother? It's good to see you here. He says hello, everybody. Um, how you doing? Nightbot might be Big Shirley. LOL. I see. Ah, man, that's funny. That is funny, man. Felipe G, what up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. Got some good people in here tonight, man. All right, Ryan. Yeah, they are just parroting what they see on social media, but some of them are taking it to heart. Some of them are taking it to heart. Hence that little 19-year-old boy kid I was trying to get on my show. You know. Hey Cisco, I'm enjoying my night off. What's going on, man? We just chilling, man. We just chilling. Put them feet up, Cisco, before they get all swollen like mine in the Philippines, man. My feet, I didn't show y'all, man. I'm gonna show y'all a picture of my ankle one day and what my ankle looked like in the Philippines. And I asked my doctor about it. He said it was from the plane trip and the change in weather and the humidity and stuff. But my ankle was so swollen, bro. It didn't stop me from doing nothing. I still was hiking and all that shit. But he said he's just chilling and try to sharpen iron with iron. Beat your light. Hello, Mr. Beach. He said, what time says, thank God my two sons, we have a good relationship. I raised them, work hard and keep themselves up. Yeah. That's good, man. They been up, bro. You got a camera in my face or what? Nah. Nope. Or Drip TV. He says society wants to feminize men through LGBTQ propaganda, and also women criticize men for being emotionally aware and when they open up and express their insecurity. So men might feel like they have to be. Yeah. But to them, to the world, yeah, to society, yeah, but to us amongst each other, yeah, we clown. You're gonna get clowned if you say something that is generally viewed as soft. But at the end of the day, we help each other still, most of us, especially in our circle. You know what I mean? And then, and then, when we're talking about our sons, you know, I'm not worried about how the world views me when it comes to my son. You know what I mean? If you seen that picture, that thumbnail, Like that's my heart right there, man. That's my little twin. I don't care what the world says about my vulnerability to him. You know what I mean? So if we have to put that armor on to protect against from society, and that's fine. But when it comes to us amongst each other, you know, there has to be some sort of vulnerability, especially in times of need. You know what I mean? And we need to teach our sons that also. I love LaShawn said, what happened? My foot and ankle swelled up from the van ride to the province. I couldn't stretch my legs out in the van. Yeah. With me, nothing happened. It just, like I said, I just asked my doctor about it when I got back because it didn't hurt or anything like that. It just would swell up during the day, and at night it would go down. I mean, but when I say swell, I mean it looked like kinkles. It looked like what Calvin would say, the motherboard ankles. That's what it looked like. He says a robot living up to society expectations of them. Oh, that was on top of this. Yeah, you have to be a robot living up to society. That's what harms men though. It actually it actually harms us, man. In the end, because living that way has taught us to self delete, to become alcoholics and drugs, to crash out. You know what I mean? That's what that's getting us, man. We got W Secrets to Success in the building. He in the back. I'm about to bring him up right now, man. Welcome, brother. Welcome, brother. It's good to see you here, man.
Hey man, how's it going?
Good, good, good.
So I just jump on here real quick. Blizzard abroad. Normally I see my boy TJ on here chopping it up with you, so I figure I come in and try to put foot to ass on any trolls until he shows up.
Yeah, man. I haven't really seen no trolls come up in here. So we good, man. But yeah, hey, good to have you on deck, ready to snap on one.
Yeah. I was sitting here, relaxing here, and I said, "Man, let me check out Blizzard real quickly." Um, I just come on to say hi. I know the topic is about well, we can teach our kids, right?
Yes.
I don't have any kids, but you know, I just think about what my father instilled in me as I was growing up. Because he was a country boy. I grew up in the country, but on the farm with cows and chickens and farming stuff and horses. But that's when I was very small. But as I started to, you know, get into middle school, high school, and places like on to college, I never went back. I went into the real world as a businessman, which where I'm at today and stuff. So, the things that I can recall my dad when he was still living, that he instilled in me was just that hard work. You know what? Be your own man. Um, in regards to emotions, old school, pops and stuff. They were old school. You didn't. It wasn't too much talking. You either be a man, be tough, and just move forward. But so a lot of that emotional will stuff I've learned is just through trial and error. Just being in the real world. At least for me.
Yeah, a lot of us are figuring it out. Yeah.
Yeah. So, which you know what, when you get into the corporate world, man, having an emotional understanding of your emotions, of dealing with uh, peers, colleagues, bosses, in very difficult, high pressure situation can be extremely tough. And for me, it was a learning curve that I had to be, pay attention to detail to be successful. And tell the truth, I still have to do that today. Um, it get tiresome. I can tell you that. So I'm ready to. I've been searching to get off this hamster wheel, which I've been working towards the last few years to basically say, hey, I just want to just relax. I don't want to do anything in regards to a work environment because I've been working ever since I probably was 16 years old, and I'm wore out at this point. Is this cell phone coming across pretty good?
Yeah, yeah. You sound good to me, bro.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, because
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not on laptop. I just popped up StreamYard on my cell phone, downloaded the app. I saw the link and I said, you know what? Let me pop on and say hi to Blizzard. I'm not going to stay over here long. I just wanted to just pop in real quickly, just add to your chat, man. I like
Yeah.
going here, and congrats on finding a job real quick, man. Because finding a job, man. I don't know how old you are. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
46.
Oh man, you're a young guy. So see, I just turned 54, and while I'm an expert, a considered expert, let me just put it that way, in my field in IT, um, man, finding a job. If you lose your job, you better have at least, I say, a year of savings or income to cover, because to get the same level of job, it may take you at least a year, to find something that you want to do. And that's when you was telling me that your company, you've been at what, 30 years? I think I was listening to your last live when you made that announcement, or your post. 30 years in a certain industry sector, and then trying to look to reinvent yourself. Here in the US, companies and society is unforgiving when you're trying to make that job change. So you have to either find something very closely related into the field that you're doing, or and be successful if you're going to work for someone else or do something on your own. But trying to go out and retool yourself and go a different direction, not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be difficult, because when you do that, and what I've seen just from friends of mine that try to go to different career fields and stuff, it hadn't worked out for them for the most part. And then if they were able to make that leap, they were not paid on the same scale or level that they were accustomed to in that old industry sector. Once you get past, 10,000, what they say, 10,000 hours in any career field, you become an expert. So that's about 5 years. If you look at 2,000 hours, work hours a year, you roll that up, that's 5 years. After that, it's going to be hard for you to make that transition from a corporate standpoint, unless you start your own business. But congrats on being able to basically land something. And it sounds like it's in your same industry sector for you to be able to check that box so quickly. So congrats.
Yeah, absolutely. Is
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yes, it's in the same sector. I haven't taken it yet, but it's a very good offer. It's a position that's gonna be invented for me to fill, basically. So it's like, all right, I can't really. I'm lucky to be in that position.
Well, yeah, congrats.
So
What field are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I do truck tires. I do
Okay.
heavy mining and truck tires.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So like
So I've been doing that for
service.
30 years.
So it's like commercial service industry.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like myself, man. And then I fell into IT sales. I fell into sales coming out of school. When I say I fell into it, literally, because I was going to go be a lawyer. That was my route to, after undergraduate, go to law school, and I got recruited by a company out of Germany called Siemens. I don't know if you ever heard of them. A big conglomerate, and they hired me into their technology sales at that time, and I was like, hey, I'm not a sales guy. They say, well, we think you are. We're going to teach you business, how to go out and drive business. And you don't need to know anything about technology. We'll line you up with an engineer or something. And I was like, I don't know about all that. And I was like, no, 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 no. Let me ask you a question. Do you like money? And I thought it was a trick question. I said, of course I do. They said, well, and then this was back in 25 some years ago, back in, 96. And I just recall the recruiter when he contacted me. Um, he asked me a question. He said, if you like money, he said, this job pays 65,000. Now, back at that, coming out of school, I was broke. I was like, what? I said, okay. And he said, that's not all of it. He said, in this role, you can double your salary by doing sales or management business objectives. And I said, what is that? So he explained all that things to me. So I was like, okay, keep talking, keep talking. And then he said, also another perk, you get a company car. I'm like, okay, all right, you sold me. Okay, all right, let me figure this sales thing out. So, like 25 years later, I'm still doing it. Not at those rates though, but I'm still doing it, and this is how I fell into this business. And it's been
That's
a
good.
business, but it's been up and down. I tell you that.
Well, IT, yeah. IT has been up and down, right? Over the last 25 years. Yeah.
Well, one thing about this industry sector is if you don't like to learn new things, you're not going to be successful because every year that's a hot topic. If you think about it, I'm a cybersecurity expert. So cybersecurity came to the forefront. It's always been there in my industry sector. In regards to infrastructure, customer prem equipment, software. You always had security, but back before the world got connected, meaning that you can have a guy sitting in Nigeria. I'm not picking on Nigeria, but they can sit there now with their laptop and basically shut down, a plant. They can rob a bank if they are smart enough with development skills to bring
Yeah.
certain software platforms. So before then, security wasn't a hot thing, but here over the last 10 years, security is come to the forefront. Now, here within the last few years, what's the new hot buzzword in technology? AI, artificial intelligence. So everything now is AI, AI, AI. Well, AI has always been there. Everything has always been going towards automation, but now it's just like it's on steroids. So, you know, how do you use artificial intelligence to basically automate, speed things up quicker, automate processes that can, you don't need certain humans to do touch points on. It's so you always have to be learning this industry sector. And I'm pretty sure here
Absolutely.
3 years from now, it's going to be something else, or within a year because it's moved very fast. Okay, AI is hot now. What's next? What next? So you always within this industry sector, you have to always be learning something to get your skills up because that's what's going to make you valuable. Just like I'm pretty sure in your industry sector, there's probably always something new that's coming out that's making you valuable right now. Where these companies decide to say, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, they may let you go, but you know what? Please come work for us because we can use your skill set."
Yeah. Yeah. And I gotta appreciate that. You know, initially it wasn't something I wanted to do, but I'm in there now. I'm good at it. It pays well. It pays better than people think. You know what I mean? But I just gotta do it. Just gotta do it. And there's not too many very, very good opportunities that I want to pass up. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely right. I always tell people that. Um, I got some friends. You may not believe this, man. They work for different manufacturers. And one of them, they actually in your business work for Goodyear. selling tires. But this cat, makes $250,000 a year because he's selling, those big commercial tires that go on big trucks and utility equipment and commercial, what do you call it, tractors and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Goodyear make all those tires. Some of those tires, he was telling me, he was like, that tire right there is like $25,000, or that's a $50,000 tire. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So when
And
he goes out and sells to John Deere, that's one of his customers, John Deere tractor, Caterpillar. He goes to all these different big manufacturers, and by the end of the day, he's selling tires.
yeah.
But he makes a ton of money. So I tell people, I say, hey, no matter what you're selling, you know what? It depends on where you're selling at. If you're selling at a retail location, yeah, you may just be making ends meet. But if you're working for your manufacturer and you're doing that, you could be making some major grip because
Yeah.
you're going to have responsibilities, of bringing in objective or goals are probably a few $1,000,000 or north of $5 to $10 million a year based on the amount of what you have to bring in. So you can be it's quite successful. So I say, hey, if you want to, I tell younger guys that ask me when they look at me and they say, hey, what do you do? I tell them, I say, hey, this is a tough business, but if you become really good at it, you can make a ton of money very quickly no matter what you do, whether it's selling tires or high tech or medical equipment or what have you. But I want to get off topic. We're talking about that. I know
No,
you're.
it's all good, man. We talk
I know,
about whatever you want to talk about here.
no, no, no. I
You
know
know,
you was talking
and
about
then we'll bring it back.
the kids and your topic and stuff. So I don't want to take away from that. Like I
Yeah.
said, I just
I'm a
want to pop in real quickly.
I
Uh,
appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna
yeah,
catch up with some of these comments.
yeah. What are the comments? Because I
Yeah, you
take a look at
so
it.
I got Cisco saying, in what way is society trying to feminize men? I always wonder what that means.
Mm.
And that was in response to Aura Drip TV saying that, society wants to feminize men with LGBTQ. I ca- I kind of see it being celebrated and pushed, you know, in a way that it wouldn't have been pushed back in our day. Um, it's being accepted so much, but when you think about it, I'm not sure on this stat. I'm really not sure on this stat, but I know it's a very, very, very low percentage of LGBTQ that make up, you know, that represent. It's a very small percentage of LGBTQ in our society. You know, I've heard people say 3%, 6%, whatever, but that's still very little when you're talking about 300 and something million people here in the United States. Um, I'm not an expert on the rainbow. I'm not a I'm not an expert on that. But do you think that society overall is trying to feminize men?
You got
Because
that question?
yeah, if you want to answer it, if not,
Uh,
I'll just keep going.
in certain in certain aspects, yeah. Um, here, yeah, just I don't know. Yes and no. I see certain aspects like in the films. It's acceptable to see feminine men more. You see more of shows in regards to feminine men versus masculine role models and stuff like that. I noticed that's been a huge change in what we see on TV, um, and then just not just the films, but any most broadcasts. So you look at um, anchors, news anchors, or different shows, and I'm noticing that I'm like, interesting. Because back when I was growing up, I'd say what 30, at least 30, 40 years back, back in the 80s, as a kid, I was growing up, we didn't see stuff like that. We saw, male on TV. It was very masculine. We didn't see a lot of, the LBGT, figures, flashed on TV here in the U.S. and stuff. So now it's just like it's coming in regards to in regards to the kids and stuff. So I understand that it's a very touchy subject and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is.
I try to stay away from subjects like that personally, because I'm telling you right now, man, especially, you know, just in the workplace, you never know who you're talking to. So I make it a point to stay away from three things. Anything that has to do with politics, religions, and matters of the heart, which is, relationships.
Yeah.
When I have my colleagues broach those subjects and stuff, I shut up. And if they ask me something direct, I say, "Hey, I don't touch those three things. That's not what I'm here for." So, but if you want to share with me your thoughts about your opinions, I listen.
I
But
mean, my opinion,
I'm
my
because
opinion is that
yeah,
it always existed. It
yeah,
always existed. I
yeah,
remember my earliest time seeing some LGBTQ was honestly in a movie, was a Police Academy when they stumbled into that bar. I don't know if you remember Police Academy.
yeah, I do.
And they stumbled into that bar and the guys were in there wearing the leather and all that. And I didn't know what the hell it was. I probably was like 5 or 6 years old. But that was the first time I remember seeing it. But gay people, queer people have existed. I don't know how far back, but I know they existed in Greece. They've existed. You know, they just have uh an outlet now. You know, is it being pushed a little bit
Yes,
too much? Yes.
I
Yes,
agree.
I think it is. For their percentage of the population, you know, we see it a lot. Now, does that mean that society is pushing it on us? I can't say that, because I don't have to see any of that stuff if I don't choose to be honest. I don't,
Mm.
you know. I just like watching mainstream TV sometimes, and that's where it's at. I don't have to see that stuff,
Yeah,
you
well, see,
know.
that's what I'm saying is that when I was growing up, at least in my as a kid and teens looking at TV, I mean, we didn't have those shows like that. The only gay person or you know alternative life, whatever you want to say, I don't want to disrespect anyone that's maybe listening to your show, is every now and then you see them running through the neighborhood and they was flamboyant. But now
Yeah.
you see it everywhere.
Matthew Pitt, what up? What up, Matthew Pilolo? I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying you see it everywhere. You see it commercials, TV, movies, and it's like it's socially accepted. Um, I was out just here. I ran out to go pick up some barbecue, and as soon as I parked, I saw these two chicks, walking, grabbing ass, walking in to go pick. I was like, interesting. I said, man, you wouldn't see that. I wouldn't see that 30 years ago because people will be like, no, they know that it wasn't socially acceptable. Now it's socially acceptable. That, and I think that's kind of what you're getting at, right? I hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't really see that
In
type of.
our community,
Yeah, I didn't.
no.
I didn't see that. Yeah, yeah. I didn't see that when I was growing up and stuff. Men was uncles, dad, friends. They came. They
No, no, no.
very masculine, very thing that as Trump would say. I'm not a Trump fan, but he would say locker room talk. We would have locker room talk growing up, men talk, and we typically are talking about what? Or you hear them talking about what? Women,
Yeah.
not anything else outside of that.
But
Money.
some of those guys in that locker room were gay.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Yeah, you from but hey, but I tell you what, they didn't speak up.
No,
Why?
no.
Yeah, they kept it quiet. They didn't speak up. They kept it quiet. So you know, but yeah, I'm just thinking about what like I said, even in the '90s, I think I took my first trip was to Germany on business, like back in '96, and I saw how liberal it was. Liberal, it was very liberal in regards to socially acceptable, acceptable things. And um, during that trip, um, stopped off in Amsterdam for the first time. And Amsterdam was quite interesting for me because they have what they consider their red light district and stuff, and the hash everywhere, and what shocked me is they was playing more um, R&B music and all of the little clubs when I was there back at that time, which just blew me away. And a lot of R&B singers and stuff were actually there on tour. But I just noticed how liberal, from a social standpoint, Europe was versus the U.S. It wasn't like taboo in regards to anything around LBGT back at that time. But now, what 20, 30 years later, it's flipped. You look at TV now, you look at shows, commercials, you see it everywhere. So that's something that, I could, just from my experience, I noticed from then to now how things are. So that's why I say you got to be very careful now in regards to, especially in the workplace, what you say about issues like that, because man, a lot of these people are in management positions, or they have to, in roles, and you say the wrong thing and you're out of there. Uh,
Yeah, you never know who's who. You
that's
never know
so you
whose
got.
brother, whose son, who's you never know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm gonna tell you right now, man. I'm gonna tell you what. I had a client. I remember this. It was at a steakhouse, and he was a white guy, and he was sitting across from me. We was having lunch, and we was talking some business. And somehow, I don't know if I must have said something about he personal about he had a ring on, so I just assumed that he was married to a woman. That's my assumption. So we broached the subject, and the first thing he said, "Yeah, my husband." And he was looking directly at me to see if I was gonna cringe or anything like that. I was looking directly at him, at Blizzard, and I just kept quiet. I looked at him like, "Okay, well, let's finish talking about this contract." I quickly said that I just looked straight at him, but he basically said he looked straight at me. He wanted to see if I had any emotion when he said he had a husband, and I'm like, okay. So that's why I said you never know who you're talking to. So you got to be very careful until you figure out who these people are and what they are in their personal life, because you never know these days.
Yeah,
Because back
yeah,
then,
that's true.
if that would have happened back, say 20, 30 years back, they would have never brought that. If they would have said, they would have just wouldn't have said anything, or they would have just went along with it. Yes, yes, I'm married, and just would have just left it at that. But now they would tell you, no, my husband, or if it's a woman, she'll say, my wife, and you'd be like, okay, and they want to see, do you have any reactions,
Yeah,
or approval or disapproval, because that can really affect you. So you got to you got to know how to play that. You got to try to stay neutral and show no emotions and change the subject. And
yeah, that's crazy.
that's how I mean. Otherwise, that can come back to bite you, kick you in the butt. I've seen it happen.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So yeah, RGIP TV says that and subtle propaganda in the media, TV shows and movies. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know. I don't have anything against him. If that's the way people are, they have a right to be whoever they are. You know what I mean? So,
I
like,
agree.
do I partake in it? No.
No,
Do
no,
do I celebrate it? No.
no. I love my
But it is what it is, man. Just
and
like a whole bunch of other things that exist in this world that don't affect me. You know,
yeah, I
and
agree.
I don't see it being pushed in schools like I hear people talking about. I don't really see it. Um, it may be happening in certain school districts, but I haven't personally seen it. So I know that was one of the comments. It's further down, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I have no idea about that. I don't have any kids, man, and my nieces and nephews are all scattered out throughout the U.S. and stuff. So, I'm not into their day to day stuff like that. And some of my friends, that have kids and stuff, but I wouldn't have any idea about how it's socially acceptable now with kids in school and stuff like that, except for what we probably see in the media. At least for me.
Okay. See you later, Icy. Have a good rest of your day at work. Appreciate you being here. So let me catch up to some of these. Yeah, Blue Oyster Crab. Yeah, exactly. The Blue Oyster. That was from that movie. I never wanted to be LGBTQ just by watching. Yeah, it doesn't matter how much of it is around me. It's not gonna make me be that way. I don't think it'll make my son be that way either, just because he sees it. So I agree with that comment, Cisco. And then he says, "You're right. I have no issue with it. Adult shows, but to influence kids. I don't know if I don't know personally. Nothing in this world, nothing in this world could influence me to be that way. I don't care." And Cisco says, "Ask yourself if white folks in the '60s were justified in thinking society was pushing the black agenda on them." I don't know, Cisco. I don't know, man. That's a deep question, but it's kind of not. I don't know if it really lines up with that argument, you know, because
What time zone are you in?
Easter.
All right, so it's
I'm in Connecticut.
oh, okay. So it's 12:44 for you.
Yeah, yeah,
It's one. Yeah, it's 11:40. I'm surprised I'm up. Man, usually after a long week, I'm so beat. I'm typically mentally exhausted. I'm in bed around about nine
yeah.
o'clock 30. So
So I
when
got Joe in the back. I got Joe in the back. I got to bring him up.
don't
He been
have
sitting for a minute. I'm gonna bring him up. What's going on? You there? You hear me?
Hey, how's it? You hear me? You can.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
how's it
Good,
going?
good, brother. How you?
I'm doing good. I just saw your random live show chat on YouTube homepage. I was like, let's see what's this about. So just dropping in and see two black guys on here. Figure it might be something interesting to engage in.
Yeah, we just chopping it up, man. We kind of stared a little off topic, but I don't know how long you've been watching, but we were talking about fatherhood, emotional trauma we pass on to our sons, not teaching them, you know,
Mm,
how to survive the world of emotions that they'll go through. We teach them how to work, how to be strong. We don't teach them how to deal with heartache, stress the right way. That's basically the topics we were talking about today. Any
yeah.
opinion?
Um, yeah. It's I actually had my father, my biological father, in the household growing up with me. So, which is weird that I even have to say that. Uh, like to preface it, because most kids don't. They have stepfathers, stepfathers, uncles, grandfathers. But I have my actual biological father there. But even with him being there, um, there are some things that I had just learned that I needed to iron out in just the last 5 years because of things he didn't teach me, but because of things he was still himself. trying to learn and overcome traumas in his life. Um, one of the biggest ones is the one that I've had to learn to control the most is libido, because we're told a lot of times to sow your wild oats and spread your seed far and wide. That's something that my father definitely had an issue with. Is he was a ladies' man, and um, his appetite was so ever consuming that he get into prostitution and pornography and things and habits that I picked up on that I didn't know was a bad thing until much later in life. Um, Detrimental to other areas in life that I needed to focus. But there are obviously very good habits that I picked up on that he taught that has given me an advantage. Um, on the flip side, learning how to type was one of them. This is like in the 90s. Computers came into the play. He made me and my brother sit down and type. You want to go outside and play? I think there's something to this typing. You're going to sit down in 30 minutes. I don't want to do that. What, you 13 years old, you want to go outside and play? Fast forward 20 years later, I'm a copywriter. I'm making all kinds of money, all because of the skill that he made me sit down and do some typing. And then there's other traumas that I've seen that I've done I won't get into that I've also picked up on. So it's kind of like net positive having a biological father there. Definitely, he's human. That's something you think about when you're a kid because you idolize your father if you have one. He is Superman in your life. In a way, hate to say it, but kind of like God until you learn about who God is ahead of him.
Yeah.
Because you don't know anyone else that has that kind of masculine influence on your life outside of him. Um, and then you realize how human he was. And then you grow up and then you realize how human you are. If you become a father, you become an uncle, and you realize, damn, I have a lot of flaws. Even if I was to iron out all the things I've learned from him, there's still going to be some flaws and traumas and things that I might pass on to my kids. I try my best not to, but it's just kind of the way things are. But you try to minimize it as much as you possibly can by learning from your own past traumas and mistakes, and just try to maneuver in the world the best way you can.
Absolutely. And you know what? You said something that I didn't even think about, you know, was the libido. That definitely was passed down. And it wasn't looked at, it kind of was a symbol, the symbol of masculinity, you know.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, it's something that I myself had to check myself on with my son, you know.
Hmm.
When he first came to me and was like, Dad, I think he was 15. Dad, I got a girlfriend. What? You don't need no girlfriend. You got football because he was an all-state football player. I said, you got football you got to worry about. You got school you got to worry about. Um, Look, you don't need to be tied down in no relationship at 15 years old, man. You need to be, I didn't say it this way, but basically smashing and dashing. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I had to check myself. And honestly, it was probably about a year and a half before I really thought about that and was like, wait a minute. I don't
Hmm.
want him running through these women like that. Yeah. I actually had to check myself on that, man. With giving advice to my son, not wanting him to experience that. 15 years old, man, is really early um, to be taking a relationship serious. Um, Although we've all been through it, but at the same time, to just be randomly sleeping with women, with girls at that age, that's the wrong advice too. So yeah, my father supposedly has 15 kids.
Whoa.
Supposedly, so I don't know all of them. I think I know 8 altogether. So yeah.
Yeah, Blizzard, your dad sound like my dad, man. He was a Rolling Stone.
Yeah, yeah.
He made
We
his
got
home where he laid his hat.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I got
we
a lot.
got Matt the Lolo in the back. I'm gonna bring him up to the stage. This is a wise brother right here, man.
Hey,
Matt
Blizzard,
the
man, I just wanted to, like I said, drop in real quickly, man. Say hi to you. I'll jump back on another time. To the guys that's jumping in and stuff like that. Nice to meet you. You guys have a good night.
Appreciate you, brother. Hopefully, I'll
Good
see you
night.
tomorrow on Calvin stream.
Absolutely. You know I'm gonna be over there messing with Cal, taking a shot
All
at
right, all right, brother. Be safe, man.
later. Cheers.
You know, when I talk about emotional intelligence, I might be a little bit older. You know, I'm 60. My father passed away when he was 91, which was last year. So I grew up in the 70s and the 80s. I finished high school in 82. Now, with my father being older, and I was raised by my father, I didn't have a mother. My mother was gone when we were 8. There were 4 of us. So we were just strictly black kids being raised by a black man in the 70s. Now, my father taught me the values that he had, which at that time for a guy born in 1931, which were, you know, hey, you just do what you're told. You don't do what you're told, y'all gonna beat you. There was never no deep discussions. There was never any communication. It was more just being lectured, and this is what you're gonna do. And that's how we grew up. You just grew up to be subservient to your father. You did what you're told, because if you didn't do what you're told, there were just physical consequences. You know, everything was yes, sir, no, sir. You know, you're polite, you're well behaved. Now, at that time, in the 70s, most black men grew up with their fathers. Most of the fathers were in the household. All my neighbors, all the black kids I grew up with, their fathers were there too.
Yeah,
Wow.
me too.
Okay,
Me too.
and that's how it was in the 70s. It was a different world. You know, everybody I went to school with, their father was in the house and their mother was in the house. We were just one of the few ones that didn't happen. Black men incarceration didn't happen till the 80s and 90s. So it's a very different scenario. So we were all basically raised the same way. You're polite. You walk down the street. You see Mrs. Jones. You help her for bags. Yes sir, no sir. Yes ma'am, no ma'am. That's just how we were raised. For men of my generation that were born in the 60s. Then, now when it comes like emotional things, father never told you he loved you. Never told you good job. Everything was you could have did it better. And that's how we were. You always strive. You just raised to strive. My father used to have the saying, like when we were in school, he would say, oh, you have a wall in front of you. That means that wall is a block. So the only way you can get over the wall if I motivate you. So he just started beating you till you figure out the solution. And then he would stop because he said you need more motivation. And so so most of those people from that time period, that's why you see a lot of these 60-year-old guys, they just work forever because that's what they do. Because they're just told to keep on trying. That's a different, like to say, that's a little older generation. Now, when we were 50, now we were like in the 80s or something like that, we eventually ended up going to foster kids. My father just took off. Now, when he took off, this dude lived all over the world. Now, he was a world traveler way back in the 80s. He did the whole gambit back in the 80s. He went to Belize. He went to Costa Rica. He went to Ecuador. That's where everybody in America went to in the 80s when they left America. Then he went to Africa, had a kid in Namibia. Then he went to the Philippines, married a Filipina. I got to have Filipino brother over there too. Then he went to Mexico. Then eventually he returned to America around 75 and 80. He just lived his life in the old folks home until he died around 91. So the only thing I learned was like, you know, how to keep on, how not to give up. That's probably the only thing I learned from my father. Is you just don't give up. Now when it came to my son, who's now 30, I was very different. One, I didn't believe in no corporal punishment. I believe we could sit down and I tell him, you express yourself to me. Now I want to hear your viewpoint. I want to hear my viewpoint. Because I just looked around, because I worked for a Fortune 100 company, and everything was no longer an authoritarian workforce in the workforce in the 80s and 90s. Everything was about a team environment. So I wanted my son to grow up in a team environment. Hey, we're a team. You talk to me. I want to hear what you got to say. And like sometimes my wife would get involved. She said, "Oh no, he should. No, you got to tell him what to do." I said, "No." I said, "That's not how it is once you enter the corporate workforce. That's just not how it really is. Everybody's a team. I want him to be part of the team. So I want to hear his opinion." So he was always able to object to me. My sister-in-law one time, we're from Louisiana, everything down there south. My sister-in-law tried to tell my kids when they were small to say yes or no. I said, no, my kids don't have to do that. Yes and no is good enough. They don't have to be subservient to anybody. They don't need to say yeah and nah, but yes and no is good enough. So my mother-in-law, my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law always had a problem with that. It was my household. These are how my kids would be raised. So I just say that my son, even to this day, my son and my daughter, and they're both over 30, they express whatever they want to me. and I listened to them reasonably because I try to teach them that, hey, you should be able to express your thoughts to anybody in this world and believe what you want to believe. Now, I've traveled in my life. You know, I've worked in Japan and Germany back in the 80s, worked in Canada in the 90s. You know, I've gone back to Germany in the 2000s, worked in London, you know, all for, I just worked for Shell. I was an economist. And this is what I did.
So let me ask you something. So the way you were raised, how did that prepare you for emotional battles that you had to fight in life?
Well,
You know, not
luckily,
just getting the job, performing the job, doing your best on the job.
well, what it did was, because I have an older brother, he's successful. I got a little brother, he's successful. He retired at 55. I retired at 58. You know, right? Financially, what my father gave us was the will to succeed, to never give up. You know, even when you fought, you know, we were raised back then. You fought, you go back and fight again and again till you win. So everything we did was always about you just don't quit. So that's all my father really gave me. That's all he ever taught any of us. All that emotional stuff he didn't care about. I had a sister that got murdered, right? My father didn't even shed a tear.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. You know, he don't even shed a tear. He never showed any emotion. That's just the way he was. So he didn't prepare us emotionally, but he did prepare us to never give up. We don't know how to quit.
Is that good when talking about emotional things though? Because
No, but
sometimes
that's
emotional
why.
things you need to let shit go. You know what I
But
mean?
that's why, like for me, you know, right? It's very easy for me to cut people off and just move on. But with my children, I try to teach them because my father didn't go to college, so we were like the first generation to go to college. You know, you take your basic psychology courses, et cetera, et cetera. And I just realized as I got older, the importance of having interpersonal relationships, the importance of networking, people liking you, how people when they like you, they help you out. So my children, I try to raise them with those skills because I just realized the importance. There's more than just not giving up and more than just not having talent. No, you have to realize how people react to you. You know, you can see the whole thing with the Shador Sanders thing. You know, they were unaware of how people were viewing them and how people were reacting to them.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that's something I try to teach my kids because I got exposed to that when I was in a corporate environment working, you know, where everybody was professionals. You know, that, hey, people have to like you. You cannot succeed by yourself. People have to like you to support you and give you opportunities for success. That's one thing I learned.
Especially if you're marketing yourself to the masses, not just a certain segment of the population.
Right, but even when I worked at Shell, I learned that, you know, how you kept your job and how you get promoted was tying yourself to successful projects. People don't pick you for your project if they don't like you, because everybody's good. That's the reality of it. Every freshman they hire is the top of the class. You know, I graduated magna cum laude. Everybody graduated magna cum laude. It's a Fortune 100 company. They send you all over the world. But so all that doesn't matter. Everybody's talented. But for them to pick you for the project, they got to like you. They got to have a relationship with you.
So that's the smoking gun. That's like
Right.
the common denominator. It's not everything else that everyone competes on.
Because everybody they hire is talented. So doesn't that some guys work and you work salary. So some guys work 8-hour guys, some guys work 12 hours a day. Sometimes people pick you and it's just a bad project. So let's say the project costs $400 million and it fails. Well, you've been associated with that project. That's just the reality of it. So how you have the most opportunities is through interpersonal relationship with other people. That's the importance of networking. That's important to having people like you, behaving properly.
So the not communicating emotions, not showing us themselves going through emotional problems or turmoil or whatever. Like we weren't taught about it, and they didn't let us see them go through it.
What I feel like a lot of times as black men, we're taught if you're the best, you'll succeed, and that's not true. You can be the best and you can get passed over.
Yeah.
You can be the best technical guy there, and you can get passed over. People have to like you to promote you and to elevate you and support you. And that's what we're not taught. People have to genuinely like you. They have to view you. I remember I was working at Shell one time, and there was a girl named Kay, and there was another black guy working there. And she said, he's not like us, because she just did not view me as a black person, because she viewed me as same as her. People have to like you and identify you. That's why they tell, like, even people like people who do sales, they tell them, you have to build a rapport with that person, because people buy from who they like. They can buy the same product from 10 different people. It's all about establishing rapport. Like if you ever study sales, they'll tell you to bring you in there. They tell you how you're doing. They ask you about your kids. They offer you a drink. They offer you a soda, something like that. They could tell you, call them by your first name, because they're establishing a rapport with you. It's a relationship.
Yeah.
See, our
You
fathers
know,
don't teach us that. As black men, what are we taught? Just be good, technically good, and that's all you need. And that's not true at all.
Be twice as good to get half as far.
And that's not true. People have to like you. That's the reality of it.
I don't think that's true either. Let me read this comment by I Love LaShawn. He says, some men thought that showing emotion was a sign of weakness. Now you say you have a son. Isn't that the tightrope you have to walk, though? You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be viewed as being weak. Still, you don't. None of us do. You know what I mean? You don't want to walk around with your heart on your sleeve. But at the same time, you don't want to bottle up all these emotions, you know what I'm saying, and become a ticking time bomb.
That balance.
My viewpoint on this right here, okay, is people like what's called moral courage. Moral courage there's two kinds of courage in the world. There's physical courage. That means that you put yourself in physical danger. Somebody's picking on somebody, jumping, you fight for them. Moral courage is just when there's no physical danger involved, but you have the morality to stand up and do what's right. So what I was trying to teach my son and my daughter is that, if you want people to view you as strong, have a strong sense of moral courage. Stand up to do what's right, and people will always respect you for that.
Yeah. What you think about
that? And that's a strength I try to teach my children to project. It's not about being physically strong. It's not about not showing your emotions, but just be strong enough to stand up for what you believe is right or wrong. And people in your workplace will always respect you for that.
I agree. But it depends on the people you're around.
Yeah.
It really does, because some people don't give a damn about morals, and some people really don't.
They are.
But you got to care about it yourself. You know what I mean?
That's why my son, when he was small, I would tell him, hey, you have to be careful on who you choose as friends. One time, my mother-in-law stays in the trailer park in Louisiana. My wife comes from nothing. I come from nothing. And one day, one of my son's friends, because he go visit his mama in the trailer park, told him, why are you always hanging out with us trying to get in trouble? You come from a good family. Because a lot of times, right, you just have to realize that at a certain point that, hey, that's not what I want to be part of. Now, you got to make that decision for yourself. Because once you make too many mistakes, my son, I'll be honest with you, right? The first job he got, he worked as a jail guard. He ended up giving somebody some stuff. Now he's going to the academy. They literally waited until he finished the academy, and then they charged them because it was a felony. See, when you don't finish the academy, if you provide contraband, it's not a felony. But if you graduate from the academy, they can charge you for felony, and that's what they wanted to do.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Now, unfortunately, we had the money to get an attorney. Private attorney. It took like 2 years to get all the charges dismissed and everything. But if we didn't have the money or the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal, that would have been a felony conviction at 19 years old.
So on that previous topic about knowing people and stuff. So I pulled my son out of private school. He was in private school. I pulled him out because I wasn't comfortable with the people that went there, that the alumni, the teachers, the staff. I just wasn't comfortable with my son being taught and being around those type of people. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that was right or wrong. I know if he would have stayed there, he would have gotten the, you know, certain connections, just by having that degree. But at the same time, I wouldn't have felt that he was cared for in the proper way. I don't know if that's coming across.
But what was
So
it about the private school that made you uncomfortable about your son going there, though?
it was not feeling like we belonged there,
And
and not feeling like my son would be embraced. Because, like I said, my son played football. He played really well. So that was a football school. You know what I mean? Um, he still ended up getting a full ride scholarship going to public school. You know, it just didn't cost me $14,000 a year, and he was in a environment where he was comfortable. He was able to relax and learn. You know what I'm saying? It didn't come with the prestige of attending that private school, but he was able to be himself. You know,
was it more so about them making you and your son feel uncomfortable, or was it because of the class and you not having been experienced it yourself, and now your son is experiencing it? Was it more so the uncomfortable, but the uncomfortableness on their end, or the uncomfortableness on your end? Is what I'm.
I think it was both.
Mm.
I
Mm.
think it was both. One, I wanted him to be able to just relax and be himself and be around people that he could recognize he can recognize them. And then two, at the same time, they were snobs. They were
Yeah,
snobs, man. They weren't
sounds like it.
inviting. You know what I mean? They weren't inviting. And it's like, damn, do I really want my son spending 4 years around this? You know. But at the same time, you got to think, did I sacrifice some connections that I know he would have made, you know, if I left him there? That's I don't know that really even goes with what we're talking about. It just made me think because we were talking about, it's who you know, it's how hard you work. You know what I'm saying?
I, I would just say this, right? I would just say this. This is my opinion. If you grow up in a 90% black neighborhood, go to a 90% black school, go to a 90% black college, the reality of it is, if your goal is to work in corporate America, you're going to enter a 90% white world.
Yeah,
So someplace along there,
yeah,
you have to be exposed
Yeah,
to white people someplace. I'm not
yeah,
saying that
I
you have,
get
you have to be
that.
exposed to white people the entire way, because I do
right.
think that if you spent 12 years in high school, all white school, you're the only black kid. I think that is detrimental.
Mm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so but someplace along there, you have to be exposed, whether through your family, through where your neighborhood is at, bringing them around, taking your son to the barber shop. I just think that someplace in there you have to expose them to that. Yes, and they have to realize they're two different cultures, and they have to be able to fit in both of them.
yeah. I mean, we live in a very diverse city.
Right.
So we it's not that it wasn't the brown white people, it was those white people.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I ain't
You
trying to
know.
be rude, you know what I mean? We
Yeah,
just
I,
I I think you get what I'm saying.
I do
Those
get what you're saying.
snobby, you know what I mean? They're not even from our city. They're from the suburbs.
Right.
But
And I understand that. But the reality of it is,
right, no, I get it.
I understand what you're saying, because you want your child to be comfortable. Someplace in the world, though, sometime in the world, it just
Right.
depends what the ultimate goal is. You have to be exposed to an environment, so you don't get caught unaware.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get
It's
what you're saying
possible.
100%.
It's
Sometimes you gotta be uncomfortable. I
yeah.
get
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah.
No.
I mean,
Let me
I understand why
give
you
me
made that
give me
decision, though.
give me 1 second because they're asking who you guys are. So we got Joe on the panel, and then we got Matipid Lolo on the panel
On the bottom.
on the bottom. Yeah, Matipid Lolo on the bottom, and we got Joe on the right of me on the screen. So I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I intentionally put myself in uncomfortable situations, almost like for fun, for fun, like Al Pacino. Um, until it's not fun. Like even me going to Brazil, like most people they think of Brazil, they go to Rio. Okay, cool. I thought that sounds, I can do that. I'm the gringo going American. I can afford that's cool. But what about the back country? Like what if I, going the off beaten path on purpose? And that's something that also that my father did teach me is to take risks, to take chances, to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Um, because being comfortable, it for some reason, even though logically it should feel good, I feel I feel better after I get done doing a hard workout, for example. Like I know if I'm not sweating enough, which is uncomfortable, then I haven't worked out hard enough. I can't build a body on comfort. So, but I also understand not myself not being a parent, what it means to want your child to be comfortable. So it's interesting, like kind of see you go back and forth between did I make the right decision in pulling him out and putting him into a more comfortable environment, or would it have been best for him to stay and adjust and adapt and learn to be comfortable in an uncomfortable environment. So when he gets into the corporate world, dealing with the Ivy League class of people, then he'll be able to strive and succeed. He'll know how to speak their language because he had to be uncomfortable in that situation. So you kind of took the middle road. You didn't. It's not like you went and say, "Well, you got to be the hood dude," but perhaps he may have been better off staying in the uncomfortable situation. Because even in football, you said that's what your son played. That's all uncomfortable. That's the most you getting hit. You see the man coming at you 300 pounds and muscle. That's the most uncomfortable situation. If he can handle that, I'm like, it is he can. But it's interesting how we can put our body through that kind of uncomfortable pain, even to the point where you might even get CTE. Brain
Yeah,
like literal like you. There's some real serious issues that can come physically, psychologically from playing football. But when we think about, man, I don't know, I don't know if I want my son to deal with these prissy upper type people. Like that's more uncomfortable than my son being on the field. I mean, that's just the way I'm thinking about it from my perspective.
no,
I'd
I
rather he
get it.
get hit by 300 pounds of muscle than him to get hit by, I don't know, 300 pounds of the real world and the reality when you get out into the corporate scenario, if that's the path he wants to go.
It might tie right into this conversation we're talking about. You know, it's easier to see him get hit and beat up physically than for him to be uncomfortable. You know what I mean?
In the racist things that will happen most likely for sure. You will have to deal with it, and I still deal with it. Everyone's. Just got done working with these two white guys. Oh, I like them. They cool. They pay me well. This one dude, his name is Gabe. We kicking it. I'm making a little joke. A little. I very rarely make self-deprecating jokes about my skin tone and my blackness, but in this one instance, he said, "I want you to go over there and check out the line." So he had like this line to make sure that you have the like a green line to make sure it's level on the floor so we can do some grading on the when we trenching out the floor. So I go there, use my arm as he said, I can't see the line. I said, no. I mean, obviously you can't see it. And he was about to say something. He caught himself saying it. I said, aha. He said, man, you black. And I heard him stop himself before he said something crazy to me. But even at my age of 36 years old, it's like I used to take offense to stuff like that. But then I see people and it's like, this is just the way it's going to be. But that's because my father made sure I was in uncomfortable situations around white people. Like it's not going to always be sunshine and roses. You're going to deal with some white people who are actually really cool with you, really nice, but they still have some things behind the scenes that they deal with that they might call you N word is, black word is, and they get in front of your face and smile until one day you see a semblance of something like, yeah, they're racist, but they're working it. Right? They're racist, but they're paying you to do this to do a particular job. Um, and you over time just kind of have to learn to be like, it's not you accepting it, but it's not even necessarily you tolerating. It's just you saying, you know what, that's the type of person that person is. I know I'm not that way. And as long as they don't let it go too far, then we gonna be okay. We can coexist. You're not gonna necessarily always be buddy and buddy with white people, especially in high society, but you can coexist with them. You can talk to them. They can see you as, oh, this person, this black person is different. Even that shit is racist. What do you mean I'm different? I'm just a person. But you looking at my skin color and saying I'm different. What does that mean? So that's just the type of shit we deal with. That's just it comes with the territory. And my father told me that's the reason why he didn't want me working a regular job. Oh, I don't want you working for the white man because of this. He said, but at the same time, if you choose to do it, then you just know what you're dealing with, son. So
Yeah,
he made me
man.
start selling candy and chips. He said, be an entrepreneur if you want to have that autonomy, if you want to have that level of freedom when you're not having to be subjected to that kind of environment, even in the corporate setting, because it will happen every single day. You're working there 10 hours a day. So yeah, there's going to be some out of all those white people, the 90% that the gentleman below us said is in the corporate world is a fact. They own everything, everything. So you're going to be subjected to it, whether it's IT, science, bioengineering, whatever. The only way out of it is if you own or do your own thing. You be a freelancer in your own way. And you make money in the as autonomous as you possibly can. For me, it's stock trading. And luckily for me, it just happens to work out. But for
And
the majority of us, is we have to work with these white people unless we get lucky and work with a black company. But even then, it's probably being ran by white people in a managerial position. So what are you gonna do?
I
I
mean,
mean, this is true.
there's no guarantee that the black company is going to treat
That's what
you
I'm
any
saying.
better than the white company. You just gotta, you have to, if you find a good company. Like I used to work for a black guy a long time ago, no benefits, low ass wage, like
Damn,
paying me dirt shit. Like I said, when I left to go work for a, a another company, he was mad at me. You gonna leave me to go work for the white man? I said, I got a family to feed, bro. And you don't have any benefits. Like, I can't keep doing this because I like you, because I know you, because you know my family, you know. So at the same time, man, like I get what you're saying, but you just gotta find the right situation for you, no matter what. You know what I mean? No matter what, because I just because something is black owned, that don't mean
don't
that it's
nothing.
a good person that's running it. So we just got to search out the good people in the good company, or if we're in a situation where we have to work for somebody that we know ain't shit, you know what I mean? Like you just got to know what you're there for. You just got to know what you're there for. I'm there
Survive.
for these benefits because I got a sick child or something. Like there's all type of things that go into it. I'm here for the money and that's it. You know, it's
Or at least that's
and
hope.
I'm not saying that racism. I we all know racism does exist in this world. Nepotism, like one of the places you're really gonna see that is like in my city where we see it is like trying to get a city job, try to get a Parks and Recs job. You know, it's all family members. It's all basically the same people that work there. It is what it is. We all know that, but at the same time, I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. But it is weakening. It's weakening. It,
You think it's weakening. I think it's
I,
actually getting
I
stronger.
do.
Person,
I don't. I think it's getting louder. I don't think it's getting stronger.
louder but not stronger.
Yeah, I think it's getting louder, but not stronger. That's just my
But
opinion, though. It's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's right, but what one thing I don't do is fall into the hysterics of all the bullshit that goes on around us. You know what I mean? You notice nobody's crying about the stock market anymore. Last week, stock market, stock market, stock market. Pull it.
going down.
Nobody's crying about it anymore. I
Um,
don't get caught up in that bullshit.
my belief is that the stock market that was those were Chinese bots trying
No,
trying to get America to be upset. That's my belief.
But it's like, all right, we were in panic mode. Everybody was running scared. Oh, my portfolio is down this much. It came up. I don't think it's back where I'm not a financial advisor. It's not back where it was, but you don't hear anybody crying and complaining about that anymore. And it's like I try not to get caught up in the hype of things. You know what I mean? it's one thing about me is, and I may not be right or wrong, but I'm always kind of late for judgment because I'm trying to take
Mm,
my time and see both sides. That's why I say I can
mhm.
never be a reaction channel. I can never be a reaction channel because I'm sitting here like, wait a minute, yeah, she wrong, but what about this side? And he's wrong when in this part, and I always try to see both sides, and we could yell, we could scream, we could get caught up in all the hysterics and all the fighting and bitterness and all that shit. Um, None of that is gonna solve anything. None of that is gonna solve anything. It's just more crying and complaining. In my opinion, my humble opinion, you know, the market moves up and down. A lot of it's on sentiment. So especially when we panic, you know, when we panic, it's gonna make it. It's gonna make it worse.
Well, hmm, I, for traders, we could care less if it goes up or down. For the people who complain about the markets crashing, these are people with money, people with portfolios. These are only people that are caring about the average blue collar worker, the average middle class worker. It's not, they don't, maybe their 401k, maybe, but for
Yeah.
those people who are actually complaining, these are people with $500,000 in their account and they're used to making their $5,000, $10,000 monthly or, oh, it went down $1,000 this month. What's going on here? These are people that were complaining. The average person is not complaining about uh, the stock market. So that was a particular class of people and people who
Complaining.
that's what they're complaining about. They're
I
not
don't know,
complaining
but
about there not being water being left in the world or not enough land. It's my stock portfolio is down this month. Oh, 3,000 instead of five. Oh,
but honestly, it seems like the lot for me. What I was seeing, especially because I'm on YouTube all the time. I'm a YouTuber now. For me, it seemed like a lot of the loudest people that I heard were people that probably didn't even have a lot of money in there. We
exactly.
know that, I forgot how much, I forgot what I be looking these percentages up, but it was so long ago that I forgot. But we know that it's a number that's too high, right? The percentage of Americans who don't even have a 401k, you know what I mean, or
Mm,
are not invested in the stock market. All right, these were the people that were complaining, and then we also know that the average amount that people have in their 401ks is very, very low. These people were crying and complaining and the ones panicking. And honestly, maybe some of them pulled their money out. I don't know, but that would have been dumb. But this is why it's we should be advising people like, all right, we could talk about politics. We could talk about religion. We can't get so caught up in it that we panic every time a damn story comes out, you know, because we know for the most part, it's all overhyped, it's all sensationalized. That's the news nowadays. You know,
but that's
that's
what's up.
that's the news.
And that's why you could never, as you said yourself, succeed in that area because you couldn't sensationalize to you and to me. You think too logically. Someone told me that before. Like you could never do. You're too logical. I was like, I'm too logical. I don't know if that's a compliment or a diss. I was trying to. I was like, no, maybe that's a compliment because I like to think of both sides of the story. Like I want to understand. Okay, people go at Cassie, people go at Diddy. I'm like, okay, wait a second. Clear. I mean, at some point she must have liked it, but also she also got beat. It's like, oh wait, no, she's not a victim like that, but she was a victim like that. So, but people want to know she was a victim. No, Diddy was this. The stock market was this. The stock market is that. Oh, we're gonna crash. It was like it's not. The world is not so black and white like that. There's so much nuance and gray to it. But I think it just takes much more effort and thinking power on our part for most people, for everybody, and it's a lot easier to just go along with the flow and say, "Oh, this is just the way it is to get clicks, to get views, to make money." And it's a very lazy way of going about doing things. Where I think They're playing to the lowest common denominator. I don't even think sometimes these people who are promoting these things and the stock market is down. Oh my God, Trump is back. I don't even think they really believe it half the time. But they're just doing their job
But
by playing to the lowest common denominator.
yeah,
And the thinking capacity for a lot of people is a 30-second TikTok bite and oh my God, the world is falling. Oh, click on this link
yeah,
below and buy
and
more.
this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying before. It's not like people our age. You say you're 36,
Yeah,
so you're younger than me. But it's not like people my age. I'm gonna say my age at least, but your age too. It's not like we haven't seen the stock market go down before. Like we haven't
yeah,
seen a crash before. We have.
yeah.
We have seen a crash before. You know what I mean? So I get what people are saying when they see their money. I'm 46 years old. You know what I mean? I'm 46 years old. And I've seen the stock market rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall throughout my lifetime. Why the hell am I panicking over the stock market being down? You know what I mean? Like I don't get it.
That makes sense. And there's men your age who are doing the panicking. That's the issue.
Exactly.
Like you would think, even
Exactly.
older than you, they should be less panicky. Like even though you're not panicky, they should be even more calm, like a monk when it comes to things like
Yeah.
this. But they're the
See,
ones complaining and yelling about it. I'm like, huh? Where's the maturity at? The years of
I respect
experience.
these guys in the chat. Like I love the Sean Cisco. I absolutely do respect their opinions, but like I said, I don't see the world through that lens that they see it through. I can't. I can't. My brain doesn't work that way. I said it. I made a video about it before. And I called myself a sociable loner, and I kind of went through everything and I explained why I am that way. It's because I don't pick sides easy. I don't react off sensationalism. I don't typically go the way people expect me to go. You know what I mean? Like, so
So let me
I
ask a
don't get
question.
caught up in that shit. Go ahead,
Let
man.
me ask let me ask questions, right? Because we're talking about men behavior here. Do you think people are so reactionary as men because society puts it upon us to be fixers? You know, when you see a problem or you see something that doesn't fit in your mind, you know, as a man, you always taught, you know, in society, oh, you should address the problem, you should try to fix it.
The
Huh.
society, I don't think society puts that on men no more. I think there's a lot of weak ass men in this society, in this world right now.
Mm.
Like I said, now, a lot of people probably gonna get mad at me when I say this, right? You hear a lot of people saying men built the world, men uphold society, men uphold the infrastructure, men do this, men do that. Not all men do that. Some men do that. You know what I mean? So we have to be clear who we're talking to, who we're speaking to, and who we're speaking for. Not all men do that. There are bums in this world. There are people who have cushy jobs and never worked a hard day in their life. You know what I mean? Like there are blue collar men that don't make the same impact as some of those guys that are higher up that wear the white shirts. You know what I mean? But there are different levels. You know what I mean? So it's something that I react to when people say that, especially it's more like manosphere, red pill. Men built the world. Men do this. Men uphold society. Not all men. Not all men. You know.
And then
So
why are they saying it as if they're the ones who are doing it? It's
yeah,
like, when's the last time you picked up a hammer and sickle, like, and actually broke up some concrete and moved some bricks and did some skyscraper work? Like, but they're saying they're the first ones that say we built it. Like, who's we, nigga? No, you ain't. You over here on the computer on the internet doing
yeah,
white collar work. You're not. What are you participating in building the society that men have built that you had nothing to participate in? When's the last time you laid concrete or paved the road? The construction work. You've been trying to build YouTube for the last 10 years talking about man built this, but you're not, so you're not including yourself, right? But oh no, well, man is man, so general. Well, if I'm going to
nah,
say and
not
make a
all
claim
men.
like that, I would probably say, I would have to include myself in that. When I say it, I know that to be true because I've actually done it for a long time. But you
Yeah,
got a lot of men who don't. They've been working in the office their whole life, like Office Space. The TPS reports, but they're talking about blue collar and they're talking about men haven't built it, but you haven't even. You wouldn't save a life if it was right in front of
Right.
you dying. You
Miss
wouldn't touch it.
Wishy, Miss Wishy, how you doing? Good to see you here. Good to see you here, Miss Wishy. Miss Manny's in the building. Good to see you. Shout out to Miss Manny and her husband, Puts. Always good to see you guys here. Golden Gate. Shout out to Golden Gate. Good to see you here, brother. Let me get to some of these comments. Cisco says nobody's crying about the stock market because it's not headed for a crash anymore. Somebody pulled the reins on Trump. And a lot of times it's Trump. It's Trump in particular. I don't like Trump, but he's going to be our president for the next 3.5 years. So if we can make it through these 3.5 years, we'll have a different person in that seat and we'll have the same complaints basically about that person. You know what I'm saying? But maybe it'll be a Democrat in there and then all the Republicans will be pissed at every single thing that person does, even if it's some of the same things, that they supported under the last president. I love the sign says the market intentionally had a big sell-off to take advantage of the people who would panic and sell. Then they went bargain shopping. I didn't have a whole abundance of money to buy nothing, but I know one a 401k keeps buying every week. You know that. And then I had a little money on the side that I went and bought some shares. But one thing I want to, somebody down here that says something, I seen it. It says something about if you're close to retirement. But if you're close to retirement, why are you that heavy into stock? Why are you that heavy in the market? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not a financial advisor, but I know the closer you get to retirement, the more you should be pulling back and putting it into more secure places.
Well,
right?
Well, I would just tell you this: I am retired, and I'm 100% stocks because I just like risk. It's just like rolling dice to me. I just like it.
Yeah, but then okay, so if we go through this again, you cannot complain.
I don't complain. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? You took that risk.
I don't complain. I go into knowing for what the risk is. It's a risk I can afford to take, though, so I just take it.
So that's different. The risk you can afford to take. Where you have people who are taking your risk who can't afford to take it. They're the ones complaining. What dummy? You have
but that's the thing, though, right? I mean, you shouldn't take a risk you can't afford to take.
It's common sense, but yeah.
That's just how that's like. And guys, these are just opinions. These are just opinions, and the way we see things. We're just having a conversation here.
Nah, these are facts.
Golden Gate says, Golden Gate says, I guess it depends on the lens you look through. If you don't have a circle of people that don't have a 401k, fine. But please believe me, there are working class people who do have a substantial 401k. Yes, I know a lot of them. I know a lot of 401k millionaires, that are blue collar guys. That's not what I'm saying. I just mean by population wise. You know what I mean? Population wise, the percentage of American citizens overall, and a lot of them do not take advantage of that. It's something that we need to talk about more. But like I said, I'm not the one to talk about it. I'm not a financial advisor. You know what I mean? But I do know that a lot of people do not take advantage of it. Like I had to talk one of my uncles into signing up. Had to talk my uncle into signing up for 401k. You know what I mean? So I know it's not something that I don't know how long it's been around, but it's not something new. It's not new at all.
No, I just think that, a lot of our people, like my age group, et cetera, right, they didn't have the financial literacy to realize about investments and stuff like that. I think in the last, since the internet boom, people have become more aware of the importance of investment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just because the internet age is just really an information age. Information is just so readily available now.
Yeah, that's also a problem too. A
You
lot
know,
of
in the
bad.
80s and 90s, you know, unless you knew a stockbroker, you just did not invest in the stock market
That
because
is true.
it just didn't exist like that.
That's true. My father, he did exactly what you said, and he was dealing with a white stockbroker, and the stockbroker got so jealous of him picking these stocks and winning and making all this money that he started trying to sabotage my father. So he was thrilled when the internet finally became fast enough,
Yes,
high speed internet, so he could bypass the stockbroker he was dealing with. But it was about 3 or 4 years he was dealing with that man.
that's what I'm saying. Even in the
Crazy.
early 2000s, there was no such thing as internet trading. That stuff did not exist.
Nope. And I remember when it came about, it was like, oh, it was dial up and then boom, suddenly you got
Exactly.
DSL. Then it became cable. Then it's like, okay, it's fast enough. Let's see if we can cut the middleman. Why we have to pay them a commission? So that's what my father did. And then that's when he taught me some of what I know. And then I took it from there.
Yeah. Cisco says, "Well, Blizzard, we never seen a president purposely tank the stock market. That's what's shocking people."
Purposely. Well,
Well, Trump did tell everybody to go ahead and buy stock that one day, 3 hours before it went back up.
We did.
You remember that? I guess
I
I
don't
was.
know. Like I said, man. I said it before. I don't really follow the news that way anymore, as far as like watching it and absorb, consuming every bit of it. I'm more of a. I was saying before. I get my news through Google. I sort it and I click on the shit I want to I want to know about. I can't sit there and watch CNN or MSNBC or Fox. You know what I mean? Where it's just they're telling me what's important and what I want to know. Now, when I want to know about something, I either search it out or I sort through it and I click on the shit I want to know about. So,
Well, hey, Blizzard, I just want to say thank you for letting me on the panel. I'm going to step off.
no doubt. Anytime, man.
All
We're
right.
here every Friday night. You're welcome anytime, brother.
Y'all take care.
All right, man. You
have a
too.
great night, sir.
Yeah. And I was suggesting that to somebody to try to, because he was saying, "Oh, I can't watch the news no more. It's stressing me out." I was like, "Man, look, bro, this is how I do it personally. I sort through it. Sometimes I'm just looking at local shit. Sometimes I go on some international, but I just can't sit there and let them bombard me with the stories that they want me to hear. Like,
Well, you're taking control over your own eye gate and your ears, because whatever they're feeding you in your eyes and your ears, when you consume it, then that's when the panic sets in. Then that's when you start
yeah,
having, you won't even be able to have the objective dual approach that you have to a lot of topics if you were to consume any one topic too much, even if you was interested in it. Now you're biased. You can't have an opinion about any other side, whether it be on the left or the right or in the middle. So
exactly,
it's best that your approach, which I'm sure you've cultivated over the years, okay, this is how I'm going to approach this because you've been around a lot longer. So you're not going to be as wild and bedazzled by, oh my God, fire. Oh my God, 8 people died. Oh, you're going to be like, okay, yeah, people die every day. Click, 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 because you're just older and more experienced. So,
it's important that we try to consume things that in that way, man. It's like social media is the same way, and you see it, man. And it's like, why don't people see that they're being used and the battery is being put in their back? Why can't you see that? And it's the culture wars, the gender wars, it's a lot of different shit that if you removed yourself from it, you would see this is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I talk about that stuff a lot. Me particularly, I push back on the manosphere all the time, like,
no,
because I really push back on the manosphere rhetoric, red pill rhetoric, and all that stuff. So, um, I think this is your first time seeing me. You say you just were
yeah,
scrolling through, so yeah, that's what I do, man. And I try to have people have an open mind when we see these things, when we talk about these things, and then think about the message that we are sending to the generation that's coming behind us.
especially the
That's what
generation.
matters the
Yeah.
most. That's what matters the most. I have a son, I have a daughter, I have grandkids. You know what I mean? Like they matter more than what some stranger that doesn't even know me what their opinion is about me. You know, they're my burden in this world. You know that I carry happily. You know,
As it should be. And I think if they don't have that groundedness that you have, especially when it comes to men, if they don't have those kids and those grandkids to ground them, to give them something to care about, something for them to find matter in, then then by default they go to consuming and finding matter and purpose in things that they has nothing to do with. Trump did this or this person did that or other people's issues because they don't have any any burden of their own to carry that they can be proud of say, oh, I carry this. So they need to carry someone else. I think that's just like a natural, like a tendency for especially for men. We want to carry something. We want to but we don't have anything to carry on our backs. We get antsy. Oh, let me grab your things. The hell?
yeah,
And then you get mad because you're taking their you took it. Build your own thing. Build your business. Focus on yourself. Start a family. Have kids of your own. You know, do normal human things that has nothing to do with the internet because the internet is internet. You don't even know these people are even real. They're not real until you see them face to face. That's the way I see it. But people forgot. A lot of people haven't even grew up there, especially the ones who grew up after the internet. I remember how it was before. There was no such thing. People, it was face to face everywhere. Face to face phone calls, so there was always a human contact. But because there's such a lack of human contact, no one has a purpose in anything in life anymore. So they just kind of just browse on the internet and look for things to find purpose in. And as men, we need to be purposeful. And that's unfortunately that's what they gravitate to. And I think that's why a lot of them, like you said earlier, why men aren't as manly as they were before. That's a big part of it. They're giving their manhood away to other people who don't even deserve to have it.
yeah, I agree. And it's like erosion. It's an erosion. You know, it's an erosion of masculinity. You know, the things that we that are most important to masculinity and being a man. You know, there are some people are just shying away from it. You know, and it's maybe an unpopular opinion. You know, what greater purpose does a man serve in this world other than to provide for and to guide their children? You know,
Hmm.
truly, truly, without all the bullshit, with all the glitz, glamour, without the bling, you know, without trying to floss and all that shit. At the end of the day, you know, what is the greatest purpose for a man? You know what I mean? If we could
Hmm.
answer that, if we could be honest with ourselves about that question, then I think a lot of other problems will be solved. You know,
Yeah, that is the core of it, isn't it? I think for me, that would be the second one, which you mentioned. That would be the second greatest purpose for me. The first, and I think most, well, some guys, I guess, if they're spiritual, religious, whatever, it would definitely have to be God, as cliche as that sounds, and as it is. Um, it's hard for me to even contemplate having leading a family if God is not the one leading me. Me trying to do it on my own, some miracles that I can't even explain. He's helping me do exactly what you just said because I do want to start a family on my own, but it's such a daunting idea mentally. It's like, man, I can I even do it? But then when God is on my side, he's like, yeah, I got you. I'm gonna let me go this route when it comes to finance. Go this route when it comes to women you should meet. Go this route. I'm like, I wouldn't have even thought of that. Or so But if it's just me, like I'm just want a family, okay, we see how that works out. A lot of guys who want to start families and they just turns into a dumpster because they don't have this God in the center of their life to help them lead their family because it is a major responsibility to make those decisions like the ones you had to make. Do I keep my child in private school? Do I not? Do I have them go here? Do I have them go there? These are major decisions that can have major lifelong consequences either way. And you just hope that at the end of it, when they become old enough that you made the right decision. It helps when God is there to help you, like, yeah, nudge you a little bit. You should probably go with that decision. Because decision it's stressful enough making decisions in my own life for myself. To make it for my wife and my kids and like what direction, which way they should be raised up. Yeah, I need God's help with that. And I think a lot of men are missing that God factor. And so they jump into the family factor too soon before they got in right with God. And so now they're trying to just whimsily guiding and saying things and oh shit, oh man, I wish I never done that. Now my kid is all messed. Well, God most likely if he was there in your life, then it would have been not easy, but it would have been a much more pleasant experience in being a father and being a husband for your wife, for your children.
Yeah,
But that's just my
probably.
perspective. As a man who doesn't have kids yet and a wife yet, I could be wrong about all of this.
I don't think so. Not when you're viewing it through that lens. Yeah, I don't think so at all. But I'm not a religious man. You know, but I respect people that do have God in their life and do put God first in their life. You know, absolutely respect that. Miss Wish says, I'm having fun, best. Just got home and support our bestie Bliss. How's the wedding? Jay Shaw, what up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. You know, I want, I'm going to scroll down in the chat to see if anybody answered that question, man. 'Cause that ties into exactly what we've been talking about tonight, man. You know, my dad was playing the market when he's in his 80s. He just had enough money to do it without going bust. Me too,
Hmm.
but yeah, Trump is the only fascist I've seen do all these executive orders. Never saw Nixon, Reagan, and Bush do the fascist Caligula.
Caligula. That's
I've known him
wrong.
in real life. How have you been, Miss Wishy? Sorry for the typo I meant. He was in his 80s. Nah, I know what you meant, bro. Cisco facts and tweaks pensions. Trump wants middle class people to be peasants, like back then.
Quite
You know what I'm
extreme.
saying? This people are entitled to their opinions. You know what I mean? But that's what it is. For me, that's what it is. It's opinion. You know what I mean? And I don't do extremism. You know what I'm saying? On either side. I don't do it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind having conversations with people. But I don't like arguing and I don't like having debates. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you, what do you learn out of having a debate? The job of the purpose of having a debate is to win an argument. It's not to learn anything. You know what I mean? In my opinion, you know, the arguments, I don't do it. So some things like me going back and forth with Golden Gate with the way he feels about Trump, I don't think I would I would get anywhere, man. I don't know. I may if it was one on one and we could really sit down and have a conversation. But I'm not a Trump supporter. So
And I am.
but I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way about him. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't feel that strongly opposed to him. You know, I don't like him.
Hmm.
You know, I
But you're
think
not fanatical against them.
no, I think his presidency will end up serving a purpose. You know what I mean? Whether I think he's a good, I don't know if he's a good person. I don't know him personally. I see the things he do. I don't agree with a lot of them. I absolutely don't agree with a lot of them. But I think his presidency will serve a purpose. I'll say that his presidency will serve a purpose.
That's such a middle line to take because that could be taken in any way or anyone listening to that. Like, oh, and if they support the president, they'll say, oh, his purpose will be of God. And if they don't
No,
support
no,
the
no.
president, they
I
say,
don't.
oh, his
Well,
purpose will be, we should never elect someone like that again. I'm just saying for someone, if they heard you
okay.
say that, how they
I'll
would
be more.
take it would be shaped based on lens on how they think about
I'll be more clear. Then I think his presidency was a wake up call for a lot of people. It was an absolute wake up call. You know what I mean? And that was the purpose I meant that it was going to serve. It's a wake up call. It doesn't mean that I'm going to burn shit down, protesting him or anything like that. I just think it was a wake up call that America needed. There was a lot of people in America sleepwalking, you know, and now they woke. That's it. And I think there'll be some other good things that will come out of it. You know, I think we did need to um, deal with the tariff situation that people don't like. I think it needed to get dealt with. I think immigration needed to get dealt with, but not so harshly. You know what I mean? Not
it.
so
Yeah.
harshly. Not at all. Not at all. Not so harshly. But that's been something that has been on the table for as long as I remember. They've been talking about comprehensive immigration reform, and
And no one
and
had the balls to do it.
that's exactly where it was gonna stay. I mean, I don't know if it's still you would consider what he's doing comprehensive immigration reform. It's not, you know. And then you got the South African people are allowed to come in. It's kind of crazy, man.
You talk about the white South Africans,
Yeah.
the farmers, perhaps. Yeah, they're getting slaughtered over there. I mean, look, I don't care if they
Uh,
were black or they're Chinese. I think, yeah, they should be having some sort of amnesty for them. If there's anyone
I
that
don't.
should come up,
Nah,
we
nah,
need
nah,
more farmers.
nah.
You
I
don't
don't.
think
I
so?
don't.
What you think?
I don't think they're getting slaughtered over there.
Oh, yes, they are.
I don't think they're getting slaughtered. I kind of looked into it a little bit. Um, there's even organizations, white organizations from South Africa, saying that they're not getting slaughtered over there. But we gotta look. We gotta look. Really look into it before we make a comment on it. You know what I mean? Are they getting slaughtered? Are they not getting slaughtered? I haven't heard about. I heard that the people that were actually losing their lives were the black field workers in South Africa. Those are the people that are getting killed more.
Now, that is an interesting take because from the few things I could stomach to look at, the protest, you could think of it as reverse Klan rally, and that they're openly calling for the killing, watch YouTube, for the deletion of specifically white um, farmers because of their perceived hatred and from the decades past, or they dominate over us. Now we're gonna take over. And so from what I've seen in the stories and also just listening to Africans who live there, both black and white, um, because they live there. We don't. I prefer listening to what they have to say more so than the news reports about things that's going over there. And then you can kind of tell they're from there because the accent and everything. So, okay, that's credible. And then you listen to enough of them, and it kind of like, oh, they are targeting specifically white farmers, South Africans. Now they probably are also targeting the black farmers who are working for these white farmers because they're feeling like I would imagine, oh, you're with the enemy, we're going to take you out too. So I wouldn't even say that that's not true. I would imagine that's probably true because it's a farm. You need people to work it, and they most likely have other black farmers working it. So you have these people who have an issue with
But
white
they had
farmers
I
owning.
got all right. I'll tell you my issue with it because we had immigrants that were working those farms. We got rid of them. Now we're bringing in more immigrants to work the farms. Those people,
Huh?
I don't know. I don't think this white South Africans are gonna work the farms though.
No, it would be their knowledge. It would be their um in the way they manage. Because even when they're taking out the white farmers, what they're finding is they're having food shortages. So yes, you have these black people who are like, now we own the farms, we took them out. However way they took them out, they don't have the knowledge and experience and the it's a way I've done farming. It is a skill set. And you have these people who don't have the skill set of farming and to delegate how to do the particular farming thing. So yeah, they're not going to be on the fields themselves working. Like, hey, I'm going to till in the fields. No, they're going to hire the people to do it. But there is a skills, there's something that they will have to teach and delegate because they know certain things about the process of growing a acre of corn, some watermelon or whatever. It's very different for each plant. You have to look at the seasons. So it's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into the delegation itself. So no, they're not going to be on the farms tilling the land.
See, I
They're
don't
going to
like
have
I
the
said,
John Deere.
I didn't do a deep dive into the South Africa thing. There's some things I know just from knowing it, like, we know how the the Afrikaners got there. We know what they did. Um, we know that they're a very small percentage of the population, with the majority of the wealth in that particular area, right? We know that the law that they're pissed about has existed for decades. You know what I mean? That's kind of all I really know about it. About the people getting murdered, I really don't know to speak enough. I don't know enough about it to really speak on it. We got Cisco in the back. Cisco, brother, I'm gonna bring you up. Um, but it's kind of what I was saying earlier. I really don't want to be too much on either side of it because I don't know enough about it. I'm gonna go really look at it, and then maybe
You might not want to.
I might
Just
make a video about that shit during the week because I don't agree with them allowing the South Africans in the way they did because there are people all over the world that need that status also. You know what I mean? That we're denying just straight outright. They're not the only people that are being slaughtered in the world. They're absolutely not, man. So I don't know why they go to the front of the line when we basically shut everything else down. Cisco, here you go, bro. I'm bringing you up, man. Welcome to the show, Cisco. How you doing,
What's up,
brother?
Blizzard?
What up, man?
Hey, what's
Yeah,
up?
man, you just took the words out of my mouth, what you just said. I mean, that's the problem right there is that, you know, people have been getting slaughtered all over the world for forever. And to suddenly, say, we're gonna have a hold on everyone wanting to come into the United States. Oh, but wait, this group right here, we're gonna go ahead and let them come in. Um, there's nothing special about what's going on with those people, you know, um, except for one thing. And when you line it up with a lot of the other stuff that you've kind of seen from that administration, um, people throwing up, certain salutes, and the history of the president being sued for discriminatory practices. There's a lot of things that when you line it all up, I mean, it's hard to question what's really going on with it. And I think those people in South Africa, whether they're white, black, I mean, it's a bad situation, and I'm like you. I'm not fully briefed on everything that's going on down there, but there's not any more violence going on down there than there has been for decades in South America, Central America, other African nations, the Middle East. You know, um, it's really just a preference of who's in charge. Bottom line.
Yeah, I would agree on that one. There's
Hey, what's
crises
up?
all over the world.
Yeah,
There's genocides, real genocides going on. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Israel, everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
that one got me, man. That one got me right there. Like I said, man, I think Trump's presidency is going to serve a purpose. I think it woke a lot of people up. I think a lot of people were sleepwalking who were really able to be comfortable. You know what I'm saying? and they needed to get their ass woke up. And I think this administration is what is going to do it. This term in office is really what's going to do it right now.
What do you think that wake up call was? Period. Or
What
as of
what
now, it's only been 4 months, but
what that wake up call was?
yeah,
That's what you said.
yeah.
Um, I'll say it like this: the wake up call was blatant, blatant inequality right in our face that has been going on. That has been going on for a very long time. And when it got redistributed, you know, people got pissed, and now they're starting to wake up. Like we seen it. Immigration reform is one of them. You know, people don't like what's going on, but and I don't particularly like the way it's being done. Like I said, I think it needs to be done, but the way people were affected shocked America, bro. It shocked America, man. Can you tell me it didn't? Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
You know, it is shocking. It's like a shock and awe, like they did in the Iraq War,
A
shock
lot,
and awe.
yeah, a
And
lot of the shit is wrong. Some people are getting caught up in that shit that absolutely don't deserve it. Like there have been like some Americans I think that have been accidentally deported. You know what I mean?
I don't.
I think
Hmm.
I think
Accidentally,
I think
accidentally.
I think I think
Oh, that's crazy. But
you didn't
Well, I
hear about
mean,
that.
it
well,
doesn't
I mean,
sound
I don't
so
think there
far
was an
fetched.
accident about any of that. I mean, they're deporting the people they want to deport. You know, it would be an accident if somebody who didn't look like they belonged in Mexico or South America or Central America got sent there. That would be an accident.
Okay.
But these people all
Okay.
look like they fit the profile, so there they go. There's no accident with that.
A whole bunch.
I agree, Blizzard, on that sense that it's a wake up call. I think the wake up call in a broader sense for Americans is that that piece of paper, the Constitution, it only matters as much as people respect what it says. The people in charge, if they respect what it says, then there's order, there's a sense of consistency because everybody can see what's on that paper. Now we can argue over what some of the words might mean or what the founding fathers intended, blah blah. But the fact that we at least respect what's on the paper enough to take it seriously, to debate what it's about, that's kind of been the norm for since the beginning. But with this individual, you know, there's a complete disregard for that, and let's find a way to work around it, and let's make it seem like it's not as important as it is, because that's how this man has done business his whole life. And there's certain people who are in his realm, his orbit, who they're using uh, that that way that he is to get what their agendas are pushed through and enforced. So the wake up call is that, yeah, I mean, that piece of paper, I mean, if you didn't respect it, if you didn't appreciate it before, you better appreciate it now, because it, like they say, if you can send, if he can reach down and send somebody with no due process from here all the way down to El Salvador, and then say, "Oh well, I can't get him now."
Yeah, yeah,
What's
that's
stopping them from taking anybody and sending them down to El Salvador or wherever, Guantanamo? Because he's talked about opening Guantanamo to send, quote unquote, violent terrorist criminals. And really, in his mind, anybody who disagrees with him or says something about him that he doesn't like, they are a terrorist. They are a threat. So it's not crazy to think that it could happen. I mean, a lot of the
exactly.
stuff he's
It
doing
woke some
now,
people up.
we
It
would have
woke
thought
some
it's
people
crazy a
up.
few years ago, but he's doing it.
Yeah, it woke some people up. Let me respond to Golden Gate Blizzard. I'm not going back and forth with you. I'm merely voicing my opinion. I wasn't saying that you were going back and forth with me, brother. I was just saying like somebody that feels as strong as you do against Trump. There's no need in me trying to convince you otherwise. You know what I mean? Unless it was a one-on-one conversation and we could sit down and talk. That's what I meant. 53 says, "What up, peace?" 53, what up, brother? Welcome, welcome. Good to
And you
see you
might have
here,
proved
man.
his point.
You know,
Because the response, he didn't hear his response, so he reacted to a response that you didn't even make. He was saying, "I'm making peace." He's like, "What peace? What peace?"
nah, they good brothers. They're good brothers up in here. Beach of Life says, problem with waking up is who woke you up. I don't know. Some people can wake up just by saying, "Hey, man, time to get up." Some people you gotta slap them, like fucking, you know what I mean? Then they roll them off the bed to get them woke, and that's what I mean about this administration. That's what I mean. There's some people that if Kamala Harris um would have won, they would not give a fuck about a lot of things going on in society. Let's be real, man. The things that we were focused on during the Biden administration, just look back and think about the things that we were focused on only 5 6 months ago, a year ago. You know what I mean? What was at the forefront? Damn sure wasn't the Constitution and how important it was. It damn sure wasn't this type of civil rights. It wasn't.
Well, I
Some other.
mean,
Go ahead.
a
Go
lot of
ahead.
the stuff that, and again, I agree. I mean, depending on what side of the political divide you are, you're going to see things through a certain lens. And, if you're a Republican, you're going to see things a certain way. If you're a Democrat, you're going to see things a certain way. And, just picture Joe Biden doing some of the stuff that Trump is doing, like this plane he's trying to get, you know, from, I think it's from Qatar. I mean, you can't accept gifts, man. It's in the Constitution, the emoluments clause. You can't take what would look like a bribe and call it, oh, we're just doing the smart thing. No, man, you can't do that. And if Biden had tried to do that, they would have lost their minds. If he
Well,
would have, said some of the things that Trump has said about, suspending the Constitution, they would have lost their minds.
Yeah.
So it,
But
it really does boil
not to
down
interrupt
to,
you, not to
okay,
interrupt you, but let me sneak this one in. Who would have lost their minds?
the people who
Only
support Trump,
the
the
opposite
opposite.
side of the aisle, not the
Exactly.
people. And that's what I'm saying. So that's what
Exactly.
I meant earlier when I said like, certain people will support things that they didn't support. They were absolutely against in the last administration just because it's a different person sitting there. You
And
know
we're
what I
all
mean?
guilty of it to some degree. I mean, you got to be real about it. It's like rooting for a football team. When a guy's on another team, you hate his guts, but when he gets traded to your team, he starts doing good. You're like, oh, he's
Yeah.
my guy. You know,
great
Yeah.
point.
it's the same thing. It's
But isn't
just,
that
and not,
exactly what happened with Trump? When you think about it, everybody loved Trump prior to him walking down the elevator. Everyone did until he
I didn't
chose a
love him.
side. Had he chose Democrat and been the same person, you would be having a different tune, and perhaps I would have a different tune because of just our political bias. And we can't. We try our best to not let that shape our perception, but we do because we're human. But I think it takes a lot more effort to try to be as unbiased as possible. But that's not possible. But even though we should try, even though it's not possible, because that's just the way it is. So he could have been center, middle of the aisle, and both sides would have hated him. So either way, he was screwed. He knew that going into it. But the reality is that because he had no political affiliation whatsoever, he was always kind of back and forth. Oh yeah, the Democrats are doing it. Oh, the Republicans. He was like, oh, screw them both. So he just said, okay, which one is going to be much more aligned with what I want for the country? He went on
There
Oprah
you go,
talk.
Icy. There you go, Icy. I got you. All right.
How about just
Cause
Go
she back fight.
Broncos.
She back fighting with with Nightbot again.
Oh
But
man, I
this is
see.
the
Wow,
this is
go
why I
Raiders! All
say
I can say.
this is why I say like we get caught up in this shit. We're arguing back and forth. We're not talking to our family members. We're not talking to our neighbors, our co-workers. You know what I'm saying? It's us that's fighting each other. The everyday regular people. You know what I mean? Like that's the part that gets me. What is me and I still say Cisco came up here and we had opposing opinions and we're arguing back and forth. What does that solve? What does that solve? Yeah, we get our shit off. We feel better about ourselves. But at the end of the day, what does that solve? Now that's two regular American citizens, that can't stand each other, that hate each other because we may be from opposing political parties. Like that's the crazy part. And then the politicians, you know, like I always say this about my local congresswoman who was a teacher making $60,000 a year just like 6 years ago, you know, went to Washington and now she's a fucking millionaire, multi-millionaire.
Wow. Like,
But we're fighting each other. We're arguing back and forth. Oh, Cisco
and they're
drops.
taking money from our taxes to enrich themselves and
You know what
getting
I'm saying?
secret back contracts and all
All right,
this
we
other
got Icy.
work.
We got Icy.
Hello. Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
Icy, how are you? You off work?
Oh my God. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
I'm gonna follow Night, but for real, now I'm
I about
better
to.
than you. I am blue.
I
Now
said, let me get.
everyone run.
I said,
No,
let me
I
get her
was
a
just
wrench because she down
yeah.
there. I seen you in the bottom. Like, what is going on?
So no, I was just thinking because I got in, I heard the word Trump. And for the most part, I usually say this. I don't like to talk about politics and religion, but I know Bliss, and this is Bliss' house. So I know that I could have an adult conversation when it comes to politics. So, to disclaim, I'm an outsider. I'm not an American, but this is always my question. As an outsider, I think this is a little, well, at least for me, it's interesting. But as an outsider, we see Trump as a con man, you know, and let's just be real, that's how he was viewed outside. And this is just how I see it. So, whenever I always think about it, it's like I get it because Philippines seems to have the same kind of analogy going on. I don't know if it's analogy,
hmm,
and forgive my English. I'm trying to express this as much as I can.
go ahead.
So when I think about it, when people say they support Trump, my first question is how much of a standards we are already putting on our president that would lead the world? Isn't it's supposed to be like we have a standard to uplift because they're ruling our country. So when we get to a standards of how low can we go, like this is actually like if I remember it correctly, he is allegedly doing something not proven, but still is like where do it's like I can't understand this. How can you put a president up there when there's an alleged thing going on? So for an outsider and also a non-political science graduate or master, just a common sense to me, we should be thinking like that because we're putting our country in the hands of someone. So we have to have standards and presidents should always act proper because they want that role. They're the leader of the country and they have to uphold a certain standards for the rest of the country. And unfortunately, America is supposedly number one. What happened? So that is not it's not an attack on Trump or anything. It's just a question as an outsider and with people that I know of when we talk about American politics.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point of
I
view. From
like
you
that's
know,
interesting.
but that's the view from outside of America. You know, and
Now let me ask. I want to ask her this: Was he? viewed as a con man before his presidency? Because from what
Yeah,
I, he was.
because it's like Trump is known as one of the elite, right? So if you
True.
talk about the elites of the elites, and we know the world, how it works. If you're in the 1%, you're gonna have a very convenient life no matter where you go. So elite knows how elite is. Elite sometimes rule the world. So they're gonna be in politics. His name is all over the place. You can look and Google, you can find multiple biography of how he is in different sides of equation, and if you watch it, you can form a rather, decent opinion of how you see it the way you should. But what I'm saying is like president should uphold something. And I'm not talking about just America. In the Philippines, it's the same thing. Like where's the standards now? This is just the question. And for me, I just kind of like give up on the politics because for us citizen who is actually struggling when it comes to shit, is like I always look for who's the lesser evil. Then that's who I'm gonna vote because I'm for the people. And if you're not for the people who are the majority, not the 1%, the people who pay taxes, the people who actually are struggling, then if you're not for that, then I'm not gonna vote for you because like I don't know how much of this I can explain, but as an outsider, if you see Trump, like just it's almost like a fraternity of elite gentlemen's club in there. And that's not how politics should be. Politics should be run smartly because there's multiple factors, economy, political, this. It's not just one thing, and we have rules and regulation to actually like if you have to have a loophole in there, and that's what Trump is doing, trying to find loopholes so it could be legal, like tariffs. It's not just America anymore. Even Japan are feeling it, the rest of the world are feeling it. So this is just my kind of like, so I would agree when Blizzard in a kind of way, it's a positive way of thinking that this has a reason for us to wake up, the smart ones to wake up and voice their concern. Really vote for something, not because you're left, you're right, you're red or blue, whatever. Vote for what is right for the country, not for, I don't know. So I just want to know your thoughts, and I just wanted to say that as an outsider, and I will leave it all up to you, gentlemen. I'm gonna
Yeah,
listen and eat.
I would say, the problem is that, people think Trump is the disease, but Trump is just the symptom. There's just there's a lot of people in America that, they, they're very uncomfortable. They're very uncomfortable. There's been a lot of change in the last, 60, 70 years in the United States, from civil rights to women's rights, like we were talking about earlier, people's sexual orientation, their, sexual preferences. There's just a lot of change going on in a relatively short period of time. And, that scares some people. And, I know I saw 53 Shades was saying, it's about race, but it's bigger than that because you got people who are Black supporting Trump. You got people who are Hispanic supporting Trump. You got gay people supporting Trump. So it's bigger than that. There's just, there's a certain demographic in this country and in every country really that, they tend to be more averse to change. And then there's another segment that they're ready and willing for change. And in the United States, it's just, the changes happen so quickly. And I think where it really turned was when a Black man did get elected to be the president. That really shook a lot of people up, just like Blizzard's saying. It was a wake-up call for a lot of people. That was their wake-up call.
Yeah.
And so now they're responding, and now we got Trump. And guess what? It's a wake-up call for everyone else that, hey, those people exist, and they're not going to take lying down what they feel is, their life and livelihood being suppressed for the gays, the Blacks, the women, the who knows what. They're gonna stand up, and Trump is their response. So I mean I can't agree more with what he said, that this is a wake-up call. Whether you like Trump or not, it is a wake-up call either way.
Hmm.
I
Well,
agree with that. Or Drip
and
TV
two
said he's going to
outsiders.
try to run for a third term, and I know that he's floated that. If he does
Yeah,
that, I think
yes.
that we're cooked. We're cooked in America. If he figures
That's
out a
not
way to
practical.
run, it's
We
not
know that
practical. It's
it's
illegal.
not possible.
It's
It,
whatever.
his age,
I don't
like
think
he's
he
not
will
going
do
to
that.
be. He's already up there in age, so he says a lot. He's been doing this. Like, he's been doing this way before his presidency. He's very the things he did with North Korea. He was Rocket Man. We thought he was crazy. It
Yeah,
worked. I mean, it worked. We can say that. What are you doing, Trump? That's not the. That's not how you. That's
he,
not the protocol. And I
it's
agree.
exactly what he does.
But
He
it worked.
oversells. He oversells. We know what he
Of
does. He
course.
oversells, and then he knows he's not going to get. He doesn't even want what he's asking for. He wants
But if he
far
gets,
below that. But that's
but
his
he
way of
gets,
negotiating. We know
and
that.
it does not work. I mean, it works in the sense that it made him who he was in terms of real estate. Just he got money
It
from his daddy,
works. It
but it
even if
worked.
it may work, but what it does is causes confusion and it causes people to panic. You know what I mean? That's the
Hey,
side effect from that. You know,
hey, Marty P. Lolo's
going to the brink every single time. You know,
Monty P.
you
Lolo's dad was how old? 90 something. So it's not
yo,
unheard of that somebody 83 could live to be 4 more years older. So
True.
he could do it. And the only thing stopping him is what? Constitution. And what makes the Constitution work? The people who are in
the
charge.
people.
That's not
So
going to happen. I mean,
Now,
even
53
people who
says
voted for him, they're not like, that's not happening.
there's going to be some people that support that. We know that. There's going to be some people that
And
support
thought,
that.
but it's
Hopefully,
not practical.
it's not practical just from a legal sense. From a legal sense,
if they find a
right
legal
now,
way for
right
him
now.
to, if they find a quote unquote legal way for him to be a third term president, well, then I'm sure Obama will pop up and be like, guess what? I'm back, motherfuckers. So cool. Let's do it. Let's do a
Yeah.
third term presidency. I'm cool with Obama coming back.
See, 53 says the Biden administration let so much shit go by. The Trump administration is trying to delete your existence.
Damn.
Which one should you rather deal with? And see, I
Well,
respect 53. I respect
input.
that, brother. I don't agree with that statement right there, though. Is he trying to
So may
change
I,
shit? Will he take an advantage from one side and put it to the other side? Yes. But when we talk about deleting your existence, that's when we get into the sensationalism I was talking about. You know what I mean? Like,
He's not the devil incarnate. All right. Neither was Biden.
but there are some
So,
people that believe there are some people that believed Biden was, and there are some people that believe Trump is.
yeah,
And that's the
that's
crazy
wrong.
part, like where we as a people, as a people, as Americans, can be so divided, man. To even talk about and be bringing up civil war like they were like during this election
That's
cycle.
crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Possible. It's possible that could have happened if Kamala won. I'm not even kidding because people were already upset when he got shot. So they was already kind of on edge. I walked around these people and
we
like, yeah,
got Or Drip TV
we got
coming up. We
armed.
got Or Drip TV. I'm gonna let him up right now. Welcome, brother. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
oh, it looks like a sausage party now.
No, you here? What you talking
My
about?
cup of
Nah,
tea.
nah,
What do
nah,
you
nah, nah.
mean?
Wow.
You bet. See, this is why you got to talk to your girls in triple threat.
You got the
It
you got the
Wow.
girl in
No,
my
no,
you
I
got the
just
one girl in my
wondering, like
photo.
there's a one like there's a interesting part that I just want to ask everyone also in the chat. Is there anybody here who is supporting Sanders? Oh, is it
Pardon?
I,
Sanders? Right, you're right. That's the name, right? The
Yeah.
Bernie
other old
Sanders.
man.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Is
Bernie
there
Sanders.
anybody in here that supported him? Because
I
I
support
did.
that's my
I
go-to.
support a lot of his ideas. I support a
Yeah,
lot of his
that's what
ideas
I
for
wanted to win for America. You
yeah.
know, if I was American, I would vote for him. So I was just wondering, is anybody here followed him or, you know,
Yeah,
at least
we.
try to voice
I
it
would
out
say that
loud?
I would say as someone who support and supported Trump in his first and second term, we thought I was actually a lot of us who supported Trump was upset that he didn't go against Bernie because Bernie was undeniably the one who was infinitely more popular than Biden. And the last candidate in the first term, forgot who it was, Hillary, maybe. Yeah, it was Hillary. So, and we thought he got robbed because it was clear that his crowds, his numbers, his it was massive. I mean, like he got the same numbers that Trump did. He come to town, wherever I'm at in Connecticut, I'm in Michigan, and he would get massive people coming. And same thing Bernie. But Biden and Hillary did not get those numbers. So we question, like, wait a second, how is it that they got how is it that they got the nomination for the Democrat Party? And it should have been Bernie. So we hated that he got robbed, knowing that he would be more competition for the one that we wanted to vote for, which is Trump. I wanted to see a fair fight. And everyone. I'm not talking to one Trump person who said, yeah, I'm so glad that Bernie got eliminated. No, we thought, wait a second, because we know how easily they could have been Trump that got eliminated, no matter how many the crowds. You look at the crowds and you see who shows up. That's how you know who should have got in. You don't look at what they say on the news. Oh yeah, Hillary is the nominee, or this Biden's not. We like, what's going on? We want a fair competition. And if Bernie had won, the majority of us who voted for Trump would have been, hey, the people, that's what the people want. So we want what the people want. We want a fair democracy. So we hated that he got snubbed for that because it could have just as easily been Trump. Regardless if you like him or not, we just want what the people wanted. And what the people vote for in America, that's who we want. Even if we think it's a possibility, if we go against him, he may lose.
I
Hope
just
that
want to
answers your
say I
question.
respectfully disagree with the numbers of crowd sizes, first of all. But not that it matters. What matters is, how many votes the people get, and then, how the electoral college breaks down. So crowd size, as much as it was made an issue by whoever, it's meaningless. But I mean, it's a fact that, when your side wins, it's easy to be gracious. When your side doesn't win, it's easy to be upset. And I think right now, a lot of Trump voters, they're, they give the appearance of graciousness in like Joe, but then I see a lot of others that are vindictive, vengeful, angry still, but at the end of the day, I mean, like Bliss said, he's going to be the president for another 3.5 years. Um, I mean, if you agree with what he's doing, hey, good for you. But I think there's just too many of us that disagree, and I mean, it's just it seems so obvious to most of us. I mean, even people from other countries, know this guy's a con man. It's amazing to me how that's just not so easily apparent when you look into his history. And that's the only thing I can assume is that most people who vote for him, they're just very uninformed about his history and the history of the Republican Party and the history of just politics in general, because it's so apparent what's happening. And yeah, I don't know,
I
it's
want to
just
speak on that aspect too. So,
Yeah.
me, like, I travel all around the U.S., the United States, and I come from poverty and everything. And right now, I'm on the other side of the coin where I live in a more upscale community, and I see how they act towards Trump, and it's like he can do no wrong. It's like plain as day, and they see the things that he's doing, but they're like, oh, they make up every excuse in the book as to why he's doing the things he's doing. And I see it as like this is a capitalist society. So he's gonna do what's in his best interest as far as like negotiating and rubbing shoulders with people to make himself richer once he leave, or so that he's in a the best position as possible once he leaves office. That's what I see is as far as what's going on right now. So
Let
it's
me
like,
interrupt you real quick. Let me interrupt you and ask you something. Do you think all politicians do that though? Do you
yes,
think all
exactly.
politicians do that?
That's also what I was gonna say. No
Okay.
matter whether it's Democrats or Republicans, it's always somebody that's gonna suffer, whether it's the middle class, the lower class, or the 1%. You get what I'm saying? It's always gonna be somebody who suffers, and it just so happens that pretty much the lower class, basically poverty and majority, I'm not going to say all of the middle class, but pretty much majority of the middle class is suffering right now because he's catering more to the 1%.
Yeah, but it's more than that though, because and that's the problem I see a lot of people have. Again, a lot of people who don't really follow politics closely, and I don't blame them because it's overwhelming. But at the same time, comparing Trump to other politicians is like comparing an armed robber to a person who's going in and stealing a Snickers bar. Yeah, all politicians will go in and steal Snickers bars. Okay, but this guy, he's an armed robber, and it's not the same. You can't compare apples to oranges, and
I
and that's the
definitely understand
difference.
that. I definitely understand that.
I
Trust
mean,
me.
like
Bull in the
Icy
china
said, you
shop.
got to
Bull
pick
in
the
the china
lesser of
shop.
two evils. Yeah, exactly. You got to pick the lesser of two evils. Unfortunately, in this country, we have a two-party system, and I mean, I like Kamala Harris to some degree. There was things I didn't agree with her on. Obama the same, Biden the same, but again, she was by far the lesser of two evils. I think to the majority of people in this country, it's
But
just
is it the bull in the china shop against somebody? You know what I mean? You said an armed robber against somebody stealing a Snickers
versus a
bar.
shoplifter versus a shoplifter. They're all shoplifters. Okay, cool, but they're not all armed robbers, and there's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, but there's
Mhm.
also the guys that sneak in at night and steal the art. You know what I mean? Like,
And
I'm
and
just trying to
again,
be.
what
I'm just
what
trying to
would you
see
rather
both
deal with?
sides.
What would you rather deal with? The guy that's sneaking in at night that's stealing the art? They all have their faults, don't get me wrong, to varying degrees. But faced with a gun in your
Yeah,
face,
that's the thing.
or getting raped,
That armed robber is gonna
which
cause
which
more
he
panic
is
and
he is
alarm.
convicted of sexual assault. I will throw that in there too. I'm just
Yep.
saying.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
That's
true.
not hyperbole. That's actual facts.
Hmm.
So Blizzard and all the boys. And before I go, I just wanted to also correlate this to the topic of the silent legacy that you guys, men, pass down to the next generation, because this is an ongoing thing. And Blizzard knows this a lot about me, that I'm too passionate
The
of
actual
our men
topic.
in the world. Yes, because I want the new generation to be men, and I don't have a dick. So you men should be on top of these things. But I want to say this in the line of politics and what, at least with me as part of behalf of my fellow woman, with kids in the next generation, I see the men around me. One of the things that they pass down is that when we vote for someone who would lead our country, do not base it on the mainstream, because you cannot trust it anymore.
Oh,
Base it
absolutely.
on, like, listen to the politicians, like listen to them. Go, if you can go deep on what their projects and what their promises are, their history, what did they do to the country before they even want to be on that position. Is like, do you align on that or you don't? Do not follow left, right, or trying to, like, fight for the other opposition. Just make sure that whatever the politicians would want or passionate about helping the country is aligning to yours. That's what you want to pick.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, be a good human. Do not act selfishly. If you think this is for the better of the country, then that's what you choose as. That's how, at least in my community where I am in my bubble, that's how we treat the new generation, the next generation of who they're gonna pick, who would
Yeah.
lead Japan. So I just hope at that part of being fathers as well, because I hope that's also on the top of your head as well, because I think this is a wake up call for everyone, that leaders should uphold to a standard. They should be leader, not being told and being pressured by their rich, bro, or whatever they call it. Not
Mm.
like that. you know they need to
Yeah.
be for the people. And I really hope, this is almost like a hope only for me now. When I was watching Andor, I don't know if you're watching Andor, it feels relevant
Oh, I gotta watch that.
to how, yeah, to how the world is. And I really hope we don't go to World War III or anything like that. But If it happens, I wouldn't be surprised, but I hope not, because I don't want, men
So
to
I want
be on war
Mm.
fighting for the rich people. I don't like that. So hopefully, guys, I'm gonna replay this, but I gotta go home. I have to prepare for myself as well. So I really hope that I could have a wonderful more discussion, because I'm pretty sure I need to replay this, because there's so much things that probably have said that I wanted to hear for myself. So thank you, Bliss, and thank you for all the sausages in the house. And to all my fellow women who are lurking out there, Ayan, come out.
Yeah,
Sometimes we
come
need
out.
to support our men,
Thank you,
and make
Icy.
sure that they're strong enough, that they would have at least, in behind the scenes, will be here to support you guys. Okay. So have a nice stream, everyone. And to the chat, I cannot one by one, but thank you all and have fun, everyone. Thank you, Bleeze.
Hey,
Thank you
take
all.
care, Icy. Take care,
Thank
Icy.
you. And
yeah.
nice meeting everyone. Ciao, ciao.
Take
All right.
care.
Hey, thank you. See, the one thing we gotta remember, and I think we always forget, is that we get one vote. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You can't tell anybody else how to vote. You can't do it. But we're always trying to, and we're always
Can I can I
arguing.
um can I
You know,
piggyback on pretty much what she was saying?
go ahead, bro.
Um, so from like, oh, okay, since like Obama was in office, he was more progressive, and then once Trump got in office, he was pretty much going for the conservative side, of course, Republicans and everything like that. So all I wanted to say is like every time we get a more progressive president, like we get the other side of the coin, it seems the next term, as far as like we get a more conservative president, there's two sides to a coin. Like what may be good for one person or one group of people may not be good for the next group of people. So it I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Exactly. I get exactly what you're saying, bro. It's
I
like
would argue that Trump is
It's
not.
like,
He's not conservative though. He's not
but he
conservative.
appealed to that group of people.
He
Like,
appeals to that group, but he's
yeah,
not. He himself. He's not conservative. He's playing a game. I mean, up
I agree with
until
that. I agree with that.
yeah, he was a
yeah,
Democrat. He used to be
he
a
was a
Democrat.
Democrat. I mean,
He
and
donated to Democrats, and they
hmm
loved him as a Democratic donor. They loved him. You know.
Hmm.
yeah, they took his money. And I mean, he's playing a role right now. That's what he's doing, and because he's a con man. Point
Oh
blank,
yeah.
he's a con
Oh
man.
yeah.
And like I said, it's very hard to wrap my head around how people can support this guy. I mean, if Obama had done the things that this guy has done in his lifetime, I wouldn't have supported that dude, man. I don't care what his policies were, what his vision for the country was. Somebody who does the stuff that this guy's done as a man, as a person, he's just, I mean, setting aside political, preference, he's just a rotten person.
But,
Period.
but but we brought this
Hmm.
up earlier when we were still talking about fatherhood and shit. And when Matapilolo was talking about morals and values, and he said some people don't give a damn about that. Some people
Yeah,
don't give a damn about that. Some people don't care about a lot of shit. What they call themselves, what we call them, the one issue voters. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
just protect my Second Amendment,
exactly,
and that's all I
exactly,
care about. You know
Yeah.
what I
exactly.
mean? Like
Yeah.
those people exist, but I think you know they exist on both sides. You know, the way we were raised was to vote Democrat, no matter what. I don't do that anymore. I don't think I've. I don't believe I've ever. I might have did that the first time I ever voted. You know,
Mm.
because I didn't know
Okay.
better. I think ever since then, like it's always mixed, and it's probably more Republican in the local state elections. You know what I
There,
mean?
there
I
was
mean,
a
it's hard for me, like personally, because I'm a veteran, so it's like I seen what goes on behind the scenes, like just being in the service and everything, and it's like, I'm for the people in general, like, like that's like where my mind is at. I want the best for our people. That's what I fought for. But it's like when I see what goes on with basically the presidency and these politicians and everything like that, it's like there's faults on both sides. So it's like it's hard for me to pick one side over the other.
Yeah, and again, there's that thing, both sides, both sides, both sides. I mean, it, like I said, there's so much more complexity to these political parties than most people understand. Like I said, there's you know, well, I'll tell you what. There was I read this thing where it was talking about this guy who like Blizzard was saying, he was raised to vote Republican, straight down the line Republican, and that's how he was raised, and it turned out he ended up being more progressive. So what he did was he went to his dad and he gave him this test, and the test was basically to see how you line up politically. So the dad, who, like I said, he raised his son to vote Republican all the way straight down the ticket every time, he took this test, and it turns out he was 78% Democrat. He leaned 78% Democrat, but like Liz was saying, he had his certain two or three things that the Republicans, were, supporting, that he supported, and so he voted Republican. And I think that that's actually probably most people. Most people probably line up with most likely with Democratic platform than with Republican platform. But there's some key issues: abortion, religion, a couple
Hmm.
other things that it really pulls people's heartstrings in that direction, and they end up voting for in their against their own self interest.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just had this conversation with somebody the other day. He's been Republican like his whole life, and pretty much he's a part of the LG uh BQT aspect of things. Then he was like he doesn't agree with what's going on as far as like with abortion, with them taking away the rights for that community and everything and that group of people. But he's still Republican, and I was just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around. I don't. I've
It's hard
tried.
to it's hard to wrap your head around a lot of this shit. But that's why I was bringing up the one we get one vote thing. You know what I mean? A lot of us try to convince other people how to vote, and that's where the argument comes in. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That's where the arguing and the bitterness comes in. Like it's cool to talk about it. It's cool to, express your opinions, your values, whatever. It's cool. That's cool. And if you can enlighten somebody, if you can enlighten somebody, that's a good thing. But that's not what's going on here. That's not what's going
mhm.
on here. What's going on is arguing and shaming. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
trying to shame somebody into or argue somebody into changing, you know, their position. And that's just not going to happen. Most of 99% of the time, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? So the
Like I said,
the
I don't.
first thing we should be doing is, all right, I'm voting for this person. That's the only vote I have control over is my vote. That's it. I can't control what nobody else does with their vote.
Exactly.
We should try to educate. Of course, we should try to educate. If you can persuade somebody, then if they're persuadable, then I mean, they're up in the air. But that's not what's happening. We're arguing back and forth. We're going at each other, like I said earlier. And for you're not going to change my mind, bro. And, like that's just how it is most of the time. You're not going to change that person's mind. You know?
But most people aren't skilled to be pseudo politicians. They're trying to be something that they're not, and so they end up doing the arguing, the fussing, the fighting, the bitterness, and sometimes actual violence. Whereas politicians have learned how to persuade people on their side, even people who would not have voted for them, in a way that makes them what makes them politicians. So you have a lot of people who try to be political, but they're not savvy enough to do it in such a way without resorting to like ad hominem attacks or hitting below the belt or well you ain't smart you must well, what's the last book you read. Yeah, I mean, not to say that Trump hasn't done it, he's done it like on the debate stage, But there's a certain way you do things to where you're talking about his opponents, but when he's trying to convince other people, persuade other people to vote for him, you don't, he's not attacking them. He might be attacking his opponent. But you have people who are trying to persuade people on their side of things, which is fine. Because people have their own whatever. I believe this and I want you to come. Okay, cool. But when it resorts to, I'm gonna I'm gonna make you vote, or I'm gonna shame you into voting my way, then it's not, first, like you said, it's not gonna work, one. And two, it's not gonna hurt no one really but yourself in the end, because you're not gonna get what you want, which is to persuade the other person to come to your side. So a lot of people are just not, they don't have the, I guess the, I don't know what word to use other than intelligence and the verbal and charisma to do it. So they really should just kind of like take the same approach that you take and say, hey, listen, this is what I believe, this is how it is. And if they're not skilled enough in the political sciences, they really have no business trying to convince anyone of anything, because it's not going to make anyone happy. You can't convince anyone of something that, of a decision they've already made up, unless you are a professional politician. And if you are good enough to do it, you're probably going to be running for office someplace or somewhere, because you're good at doing it. And most people are not. That's what it's proven. That's just me.
Well, I mean, a lot of times when I have conversations, I don't want to say arguments because I hate that word, but when I have conversations with people who have very different opinions than I do, a lot of times I'm not talking to them to change their mind. I'm talking so that the people that are around us listening can hear what I'm saying. Because a lot of times people, they don't want to get put on the spot and they don't want to open their mouth and have an opinion because, they're shy or, whatever, what have you, but they listen. And so a lot of times when you're having, even right now, I don't know how many people in the chat, but you know, there's some number of people who aren't going to ever get on here and chat and have an opinion to say. They may have an opinion, but they'll never say it. But they're
That's true.
listening. They're listening. And sometimes, what you say might make that change in that person's mind of how they see things. And
True.
this is really all we have because besides a vote,
Yeah.
none of us is going to pick up a pitchfork or run down the White House and make changes. I mean, we can vote and we can talk and persuade,
Yeah.
and to me, in my little world, in my little circle of people that I deal with every day, I try to do my best to persuade people. There's nothing wrong with that, but I totally agree that you do have to respect people. But like I've said before, I can disrespect the hell out of your opinion, though. Don't take it personally. I will disrespect the hell out of your opinion. Your opinion doesn't deserve respect. Your opinion does not deserve respect. You deserve respect, but your opinion does not. And once
That's
people
tough life
understand,
right there. That's
once people understand
hard.
the difference, that's when you start having real conversations. I'm not
Yeah.
attacking you. I'm attacking your opinion. It's two different things.
I
I'll
will
be
say real
honest.
quick
I'll
that
be
that could
honest.
be an issue, because it's kind of like when you say to someone who's let's say a Christian, for example, because this is a Christian based country. If you say something like, hey, I don't believe in Jesus, I think he was a fraud, I'm not attacking you. Even though I think your opinions and your beliefs, like, unfortunately, man, human beings and our beliefs is so entrenched in us that it's rare for you to attack someone's core belief, which includes politics, which includes religion, sometimes money, but those are the two biggest ones, and say it's not you I'm attacking. No, if you talk about their Jesus, you talk about Muhammad in front of someone who's Islam and they're born where I'm at in Michigan, there will be pitchforks everywhere. Not because I'm talking about them per se, but because of what they believe. So if you're doing that with their religion, imagine how much more people do with politics. That's how you get the civil war.
Yeah.
So
And
I
that's
wish in
exactly
a
I,
perfect world it
I would
wasn't
call
like that,
that I would call
but we
that
don't do that.
extremism. I would call that extremism.
exactly, and
You know
that's
what I'm
I
exactly
saying?
agree.
my point. That's exactly my point.
But it
People
does
can.
exist. It does
It
exist.
exists, of course, it exists, and that's the problem. That it exists when your
Right.
beliefs when your beliefs when you're so tied to your beliefs that you are unable to change your beliefs no matter what. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's way out there, man. I mean, there's nothing that I believe right now that I can't imagine changing my mind on. Nothing. Because you just don't know everything. If you knew everything, then you know everything, but you don't know everything. And there could be something out there that can change your mind on your most core belief. Religion could be one of those things. There's people who have been hardcore Christians who have become atheists. There's people who have, been hardcore atheists who become Christians. They never would have thought they could have changed their mind, but you just don't know. And
True.
when you can't disconnect yourself from your beliefs and say, hey, these are my beliefs. I believe these things, but they are not me. That's when you become a dangerous person.
All right.
Yeah, that's no,
53,
that's a rare
53
person.
Shay says people get mad because your vote has consequences to policy that affects others negatively.
That can be true. It
It
can
is
be
true.
true.
Mhm.
It's absolutely true.
I mean,
But
it
the
has
problem with that
positive and
is
negative.
I get it. And that's why people get upset. But it can't only swing one way. You know what I mean? It can't only swing one way. If your candidate won, there will probably be some people on the other side that was affected negatively. And that's the part we don't see. Like we all can't get what we want. That's
Exactly.
that's just goes without saying. You know what I mean? And who gets to decide that? That's why we vote. You know, Trump won the vote, man. Like
Hey,
it or not, he
hey,
won the vote.
Blizzard,
Go ahead.
Beach Life had a question. I think is an interesting question.
Where at?
Uh, I think it's like third up from the bottom. About, yeah, right there.
Right here. He says, "Can I ask a real talk question to the panel? Has any politician in your lifetime made any significant and lasting change in America?"
In our lifetime,
In my lifetime, so 78.
well, Clinton got a blowjob, so I don't know if that counts for anything. Does that count for something?
I mean, and I think nearly all of them that I can think of, something that they've done that has
Yeah.
created lasting change, but significant change doesn't mean it's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily. But I think Obama getting quote unquote Obamacare through. I mean, that's made a huge change in literally tens of millions of people's lives who prior to that did not have insurance. So tens of millions of people, their health, their life, is better. Some of the things that Reagan did, with crime and how we approached. Um, well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but how,
That's the
you
crime
know,
bills.
I ran Contra. How, I mean, that was a worldwide change. That affected economies, that affected people's lives all over the world. That was a significant change. I mean, they're pretty much all of them have done it. I mean, in one way or another. I mean, a blowjob isn't a big thing, but it's definitely it caused a lot of media to make a lot of money. I can say that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, these lasting changes take place generally after they've been president. So you don't necessarily usually see the change so immediate because it's like a moving ship. In America, it's a big ship to move. And if you're the
Hmm.
president, it's not like local politics where it's very much immediate. Oh yeah, we're going to raise up money to get these potholes fixed, and it gets fixed much quicker because it's much closer to us. But presidency, yeah, it's usually like almost up to a decade before you see the effects of that presidency from 10 years before. So it takes a while to see it. I think that's every country, at least of our size. So we
Yep.
won't know what
We
Trump's
also see.
lasting is
Yeah, I would say
until
that
years
crime
after he's
bill.
gone.
That crime bill was
Oh yeah,
was
that was messed up.
it was,
Negatively,
but we know that there were inner city black people actually asking for something to be done because we are talking about the crack era. We are talking about the crack era, and we
Mm.
know what was going on back then. You know, but the repercussions of it, and it was so widespread and sweeping.
crazy.
You
Three
know
strikes is out.
that 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 had an impact on generations down the line. You know,
Still,
still to this
Yes.
day.
Oh. Yeah.
So for me personally, I don't think there's for me personally in my lifetime, I don't think there's any, you may talk about other things, but as far as impacting me and me seeing what's going on around me, that was huge. That was one of the
Yeah,
biggest ones for me, man, because it affected me and my community and my life so traumatically and so drastically.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah. You couldn't make the smallest mistake. You carry an ounce of weed, they say you selling, distributing, you in for 20 years or life. Like
Yeah.
now it's like they got
In the school
carabiners and
zone,
white
it
people
doesn't
own.
matter what you had on you, and you in the school zone. You know what I mean? With a
Yeah,
nick, with a nickel bag, like you
you
out
were
of
treated
there, bro.
as the criminal. Like you going to prison, not jail, prison for. And I know, like you, I know friends in my community who are around mostly black, who you see it, it's weird. You see them dropping off like flies. Like, what happened to Billy? What happened to AJ? What happened? Oh yeah, he went to jail for this and that. The things that they went to jail for is not even a slap on the wrist today. In fact, it's been legalized. So I
Yeah.
don't know what to make of that. You put away a lot of innocent black people, particularly black men, and who still are in jail, and some of them from that bill. They should be released, considering that it's been revoked. No, yeah, well, we changed the rules and the laws now, and you made it legal, and now you can make money. Oh, because now you can have your piece of the pie. You can have your
Yep.
hand in the pot now. So it's different now, and other people can now possess it, but the people who, oh, I see.
Hmm.
I see. So no, they did us really dirty with that bill. But I would agree that's probably the biggest um lasting um
Yeah,
change for us, not America, but Black America.
but it affected America. Believe me, it affected America too. It
You think
really
so?
did, man. It
Hey,
really did.
Black America is America. So, I mean, I mean, it's America. You
I
know,
like that spin on it.
I mean, Black America is America. You know, I mean,
Noise won. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You said you're bored. You're from
for
bored. I
me,
don't know what you're talking about because I know a guy called board vlogger that he supported my channel tremendously. I know him, so usually if somebody's from his channel, they'll just write bored, but it'll be hashtag bored. Then he's saying like I'm more worried about NPCs. Like, what are you talking about, bro? The link is in there, man. The link is in there. You want to come up? It's open for anybody, man. Even a troll, even a troll. We put y'all on the spot too. Most of the time, they don't got shit to say. You know what I mean? So that's why I do it like that.
I just want to say, I see you, 53 Shades. I see you, 53 Shades. He's been just dropping.
Nah, that's my boy, man. 53 is cool as hell, man. 53 is
He's a
cool as
good dude,
hell,
man. He's a
bro.
good dude.
Yeah, man.
You know what? It's hard, man, to have conversations, like this
It's some more.
because, like Joe said, people really do hold their beliefs strongly, man. And I mean, I don't disagree with that. I totally agree with it. But my point is, it's hard to have real transformational conversations with people, if they can't have an open mind to that they could be wrong. I go into every conversation thinking, you know what, I could be wrong because I've been wrong on things that
Yeah,
I was 100%. I would have bet my life on some of these things, and I would have been a dead man because guess what? I was wrong. And if you don't have that humility to go into, any conversation with the idea that anything that I believe, even my most strongly held belief, I could be wrong in, you know, you're going to be a very hard person to deal with, and like I said, probably a very dangerous person because somebody who can believe things that strongly can be convinced to do just about anything. And
exactly.
it's kind of scary, but I mean, that being said, I mean it's definitely a time in our country where there's a lot going on. Everybody's got an opinion, and it's hard to talk about these things. And I think for a lot of us, I know for me personally, I've got friends of every ethnicity. I got friends of all sexual orientations. I got people in all socioeconomic backgrounds, and I respect all those people. And I would hate for the things that I'm saying to alienate any of those people. And I don't mean disrespect to people when I say the things that I say. It's just it's my opinion.
Yeah,
And I
you have
say
the
it.
right to say it. So
I
why
mean,
why why should you have to stifle your honest opinion because it might offend somebody that may hear this a year from now and be offended? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Well, that's what
So,
makes America America.
like I said,
You
man, they
know,
say
so I
don't
mean,
talk about politics. They say don't talk about religion. They say
who
all
you
this,
talking
but
about?
yet we're able to we're able to sit here and have this conversation. Nobody's bugging out. Nobody's wilding. Nobody's yelling and screaming. You know, not
And we know
so
what our
far.
political affiliations are. It's because we have a, you have to have a certain, like I said, someone mentioned earlier, emotional intelligence. And this gentleman's below me face emotional maturity. Like that level of, he clearly thinks differently about politics than I do. And he's aware that I think differently too. But I don't know, it's rare to come across other, even men, who can have conversations like this civilly and say, like, "Ah, I don't agree with that, but let me think about that. I might not agree with it, but I'm going to think about it. And I'm going to
Absolutely.
do my own research, but that's the least I
Exactly.
can do.
Exactly.
But not a lot of
That's what
Absolutely.
we're
people,
supposed to do.
that's what we're supposed to
Absolutely.
do. But we're not raised to do it. We're not taught in public schools to do it. We're told, we're not taught how to have, this is the word I'm looking for, critical thinking. And this is
Mhm.
something I had to learn after school. So that means I wasn't taught this shit in school. I had to, oh, I'm not supposed to get emotional about my core beliefs. I'm supposed to think about and challenge my own beliefs. So if I can do that, so that takes time. But they're supposed to teach you that when you're a child in school. Well, honestly, the parents should be teaching that. So the schools aren't going to teach you. So you grow up, and most people, they don't take the time to even critically think about their own critical thinking abilities. They just say, "Oh, I'm just gonna I believe what I believe," and that's not healthy. That's not intelligent,
Yeah.
and that's not going to get you very far in life.
Yeah. But see, there's people that think that we're we as men are born with men are
No,
critical thinkers. No, we're not.
No,
We're
no.
emotional. Like, and I
You
always
gotta
say that
learn.
shit. I said men are more. You, we say women are emotional. Men are far more emotional than women.
I
Mhm.
agree.
Far more emotional than women, bro. We go to war over some crazy, over some shit.
Mm,
Like I done seen whole gang wars break out over somebody stepping on somebody else's shoe.
It's
You know what I
that's
crazy.
one of
mean?
the
Like,
I was gonna say that's one of the funniest things I heard somebody say when they were talking about Hillary and he's like, you don't want Hillary to be the president, and this lady, she's a Republican lady, no, she might get on her period and start a war, and the guy says, wait a minute, haven't all wars been started by men? And she's like,
oh,
oh
for
yeah,
real,
that's
man.
true.
You know, but that was brings us back to the topic is we don't teach our sons this shit. Like I said, I got my nephew in the comment section. What up, Ray? How you doing? We do not teach our sons how to regulate this shit, man. We don't, man. So then when they're out there popping off or they get their heart broken now, all of a sudden they're red pill and incel. You know what I mean? Like off of one relationship. Like we call them soft and weak, and we call the next generation weak when we haven't prepared them. And it's only gonna get worse if we don't start doing it now. It's only going to get worse,
Every
because they got.
generation thinks the next generation is weak.
I don't. I personally don't.
Mm.
I think the
Yeah, I
next
don't either.
generation is what we made them, and they're prepared for just a totally different world than we had. Like I
Yeah,
said,
I
my
agree.
generation is the last generation that grew up without iPhones and all this technology, man. How could we how could we expect them, to be built like us? You know, there's no way.
Yeah,
There's no
it's a
way.
different world. We grew up in a different world than these kids are growing up in. Some of us that grew up, I'm Gen X. Some of us Gen Xers, we fold up in this world that some of these kids are living in. I mean, we couldn't handle some of the stuff that they're, when I went to
Exactly.
school, you have a bully at school, you'll get bullied at school, then you come home, and guess what? There's no bully at home. I mean, for most of us, you got your little friends in the neighborhood stuff. You might go back to school the next day and be bullied again. Now you go home, guess what? The bullying continues because there's social media. You can't
Oh,
escape it. You can't escape it. And a lot of us couldn't handle that. We couldn't handle getting bullied at school, and some of these kids are getting bullied 24/7. So I mean, I think you know every generation has its own set of issues, but I mean, like
what
like
I
Blaze said,
tell
who
these
who
kids,
raised
you're
who
boys.
raised these kids? Who raised these kids to be the way they are? We did.
Exactly.
And if
I
we
got
were
the best of
bullied,
both
we didn't
worlds
have our
because
bullying. video recorded and put on Instagram for millions of people to see
That's
and
another
harass
one.
from it. It's a big.
Yeah,
I don't think I would have been able to like. I was able to fight through it, but I didn't have my beat downs recorded, and I didn't have my so. But if I did, then that's permanent. You know what I'm saying? So it is
forever.
different. Yeah.
Exactly. All everywhere on social media and all type of shit. Man. It's
When
crazy.
I was a kid, it was right before the internet had came out, like the IBM computers and everything like that. So I seen all the way from the beepers to the cell phone in the case to the IBM computer to now AOL. You got AOL online now. You
Dial
got
up.
all. I seen the transition all the way to where it's at now. I'm like, damn. I was fortunate enough to see that though, before the internet and now that we do have the internet.
Oh, so you my age then? You saw the same
Yeah,
thing. I'm 36.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
you
I'm
guys are some
30. Yep,
youngsters, man.
33.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
You
saw the
guys
Like
are
I'm
some
same
in
thing.
my
youngsters.
40s. Cisco's in his 50s, man. Like so this is what
Yeah,
I
we was
like.
at the tail end.
We got all like some different age ranges in here.
And wasn't it weird, like this, the gentleman below you, like to see that transition from when the internet basically didn't exist. So we remember like just you had pay phones and street, like you had to remember where you was at. You get
Yep.
lost. If you got lost, you actually got lost. And then we
A
went
paper
from that
map.
transition.
Yep. Yep.
And then suddenly we had technology. It was like sudden. It was like 1999 or something like that. And it was like,
Yeah,
whoa.
yeah.
It was like it
Yeah.
was I hate to I'm not trying to be exaggerating, but it almost was like God. It was like what we can do, like internet, like we can just look up anything, we can travel now, we can do it was like the whole world opened up suddenly for us to go from the world that we knew as kids up until what, like 13, 14, then suddenly things happened. Whereas
Yep.
you guys were older, you guys were part of your 20s and 30s, and it was like it wasn't maybe not as much of a shock for you because you had for us it was like you kids. You went from a life like you guys grew up, and then suddenly technology, the way that it is in the way now, it's very interesting. So we were the
But the
last
thing
ones to see
I
it.
liked about it is that, back in the day, how everybody used to be outside playing
Yeah,
and before all the social media and all that stuff. Like nowadays, people just stay inside or they on TikTok, whatever, they don't really interact with each other. They interact on social media as opposed to talking in person for the most part.
instead of actually
Yeah.
being social, they go on social media to be social instead of going in
Yeah,
real life to be social.
exactly,
It's
exactly.
crazy.
Things are
I mean,
different.
it's still a form. I don't know. I that's one thing I kind of I try to think a little bit more on because it's still social. It's just different.
What we're
I
doing it
think
now.
yeah, exactly. We're doing now, and I don't think that this is any worse than if we were all in the same room. I mean, it kind of changes the dynamics a little bit, but I mean, the end result is pretty much the same in terms of the information that's getting passed along, and again, we want to look at these younger kids and say, they don't ever want to get out of their phones. They just want to just be on their phone. Blah, blah. But you know what? The only reason why you didn't do that when you were young is because you didn't have a
Because
damn cell phone.
exactly. That's
But
true.
now
Because
also from this aspect, like Blizzard knows about this. Like guys don't even know how to court girls because they don't even like interact with them on a normal basis, like on a regular basis. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. They start their relationship on
Yeah.
a phone, like especially the younger kids. The younger kids I
Yeah.
can understand it, you know what I mean? Like they start out dating on Snapchat. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Be
but
trying to
you
get
got older
catfish.
guys doing it too. So
Yeah,
what
they're
are we
doing it. They
you
got
saying?
scared.
The
Yeah.
difference
That's
is
true.
though, the difference is being able to approach somebody and look them in the eye and have a conversation. That there is something in that. You know what I'm
You
saying?
can't
Like there
replace
is
that.
something like that confidence,
Social media
like
can't replace.
that it takes to build up and to actually go over to a woman and talk to her, like and have a conversation, like an intelligent conversation, and then be able to get her number and then court her and talk to her. Like that is something that we should have never lost. We should have never
yeah,
lost, man.
yeah, but wait though, if that's not required in the society that you're growing up in, well, then why does it matter if that gets lost?
it.
It's kind of look at it this way. our grandparents, they didn't have computers, they didn't have email. What they had to do when they had to write to somebody that lived in another state, they would sit down, get a piece of paper, they would handwrite cursive. Some of y'all might remember what that is. Cursive handwriting, on paper,
Yeah.
put it in an envelope, put a stamp on it, go down to the post office, put it in the mail, wait a week. That person gets it, they read it, they write back, takes another week. But then all of a sudden, when email came along, they're like, well, we're losing something because now you don't have that piece of paper. Boo boo. How many of us right now really miss the days of sitting down, writing a letter, sending it out, waiting a week? Nobody misses that because the world we live in, we don't need that anymore.
But
And
the
I think
world
that's
we
kind of the
live
Now
world
you
these
take it to
kids are
the
living
the
in
next
world
level.
the
Like
world we live in still requires you to be able to look somebody in the eyes to have a conversation with them.
for
You
now.
do for now, yeah, but yeah,
Man,
for now though, like
yeah.
maybe 15 years from now, but right now it's still a valuable skill. It's still a valuable tool to have, not just for dating. You know what I mean? For job, for you know what I mean, just interacting with society.
Diplomacy. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as we are online, we still have to venture out into the real world. Like,
And
There
there's
was a
only so
movie,
much.
I think it was Bruce Willis, that they have like avatars. Like the world is like a bunch of people sleeping in the or laying in the room, and they plug in and they have like an avatar, and everybody's avatars. You don't really know what people look like because they're all avatars. And I mean, we're not too far from that world where you
yeah.
don't have to go outside and see people for who they really are. It's just their avatar you're dealing with.
all right, so we got a question from Ryan. We got a question from Ryan. He says, Lizard in the panel, do you
No,
think America should change their voting system to make it compulsory?
is this person from America? This the person can't be from America.
No, he's from Australia. He's from Australia.
Okay, because that's someone only outside of the country with. No, absolutely.
There are countries that it's mandatory to vote.
No, we like we just do certain things here that like we well it's certain. I've been to Brazil and the way they vote, like it's feel like other countries have their own voting system, the way they do things, the way we do things, even with our issues and our problems. We can go back and forth, Democrats this, Republicans this, and but at the end of the day, America is still pretty damn awesome. And it has a lot of freedoms that no other country has. And it's because of the voting system that we have in place, including the electoral college, which I know some people say we should do away with, which we should not, because it has to give people who don't have the population like California and New York the opportunity to actually participate in the voting process
Wait
without
a minute,
being
that sounds like DEI to me.
adversity.
That sounds like DEI to me.
How so?
Giving people more of a chance than what everybody else gets.
You know what? Let me think about that. That's clever.
Got him. Got him.
Love letters, laziness, Elizabeth.
Hmm,
All love, Joe. All love,
Answered that
Joe.
already.
I like
But
that.
what's
I like
crazy
what you
is he
came back.
said the system was rigged, right? And then they ended up taking him to court, pretty much saying he manipulated the computers when something about the voting he manipulated or whatever. And he was like, I told you the system was rigged, pretty much.
Hey, Shot, what you talking about, bro? Come on, man. You know what we talking about. We all know you playing, man.
He's been saying some way out stuff. I didn't want to say anything. But I'm
Jay
like, who
Shark,
is this person?
yeah, nah, Jay Card, there's some cool people in here, man. I basically know everybody that, not personally, but been in the same circles with
And I
Oh,
basically
want to
hold
everybody.
up.
say, I see you too, Icy. I'm not saying that there's not something to be said about having that letter in your hand. I'm just saying most of us don't want to go back to those days.
Nah. We don't want to go, writing a letter and putting it in the mail, and we don't want to.
Oh,
Honestly, I don't want to go back to that either. I still write, but I don't
also want
write
to
letters. I don't like letters.
I want to real quick to finish the Ryan point. The big when he said he thinks it should be compulsory to vote. And actually, what the reason why I wouldn't want America to ever do that is because that would defeat the purpose of the vote. Like you can vote not to vote as much as you vote to vote, and that's America.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
that's
freedom.
America. Do the hell you
That's
want.
freedom.
Basically, um,
Come back with something with
Beach
that,
Light. Yeah,
Cisco.
Beach Light. Peace out, brother. We'll
No,
be
I
here.
agree with you. No,
I don't know how much
I
longer we're gonna be
brother,
here,
I
but
agree
we'll
with
be here
you.
for a
I
little while.
totally agree with you. I mean, if you if you value freedom, if you value the First Amendment, you have a right to say, whatever you want to say. I mean, within reason. I mean, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? But you have, for the most part, you have the freedom to say whatever you want. What comes with that? The freedom not to say anything. And so,
Correct.
I agree. I mean, you should never be forced to vote. Why? Why would you be forced to vote? Why would that even be necessary?
That's an American way of thinking.
I
Like
wouldn't
you're
say it's an
saying it.
American way of thinking, but it's a mindset of people who value, individual thought.
Yeah.
Put some boots. What's up, brother? It's early over there in Belgium. Nah, no, it's not. It's not that early in Belgium. It's three. Was it like 9 a.m. or something like that in Belgium?
Belgium. Wow, I'd love to go to Belgium.
Germany. Oh, that is Germany. Yeah.
Yeah.
Belgium, Germany.
Because usually when I start at 9:30, it's like 3:30 a.m. over there. So, well, shout out to Poots, man. He's a good people, man.
I like how you got different people from different countries on this channel, which is interesting. I've never seen this before. Usually pretty localized and within like the country.
Yeah, man. That's what I love, man. That's what I love about this community, the community that I have joined. Like it's people from everywhere, man. So I think right now we got Japan, Belgium, America,
Philippines,
obviously, Philippines. Um, where else? What am I missing in there? Australia, at least Australia. So
I'm in
it's a
California. That's kind of its own country.
yeah. So,
it is. I swear it is. I love San Diego though. San Diego is
and
great. Can't speak for the rest of y'all country. San Diego is pretty awesome.
Noisy one. Where you from, bro? Let me know, man, because I kind of know where everybody else is from, so I'm not singling you out. Um,
I was out in San Diego for a few years. So I like the
oh
weather
damn,
pretty much. They got some good weather out.
yeah, I'll be somewhere everywhere on YouTube, man. I'll be like,
Like how you picking up
I
on
ain't
this?
ashamed of it though, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't be lurking either. I'll come out, I say where I'm at, make my little comment. You know,
I see
it's
you. Trust
fun.
me, I'll be
It's
right there with you.
it's fun and it's funny as hell, man.
Yeah.
The manga channels, oh man, that
Oh
shit is
man.
funny,
Oh, you be
bro.
on there?
It's funny as hell, man. It's funny as
That's
hell to
good.
me. It's
I
Man,
entertainment
gotta
at the
look
end of the
at them.
day. At the end
it's
of the
definitely
day, so
entertainment.
it gets creepy. Like I said before, it gets creepy
Very,
though. It gets
very.
creepy. So sometimes you'll see me like disappear when it starts getting too much. But like I was saying, like I said, that like what I liked about them is the way they operate they shit and they, you know, like the one I watched, I only watched one of them, and he has a team behind him that's strong as fuck because he has a good personality. Um, even though he does some dumb shit, you know,
I'm not
he
gonna
does
drop a
some
name.
dumb shit, man. But that's the entertainment
Man,
part about it. That's the
I'm not gonna drop a
entertainment
name.
man.
part about it. You know what I mean? So because he
I'm not gonna
fumbles,
drop
he
a name.
fails, he do all that shit. Oh, NYC the future.
And what?
NYC the future. Yeah. You want to go check them out? Yeah, like you'll see me over there. I'll be clowning. I'll be clowning. Chat, we all do, man. That's the fun part about it, though. You know,
Man, I
we're all
had to
making,
stop
we're all
watching after a
joking.
while, bro. Like I had to slow down for real. I was like, man, I can't look at this no more.
Yeah, it's getting old now. It is getting old, but the part about it that, like I said, I like is the team that was built up around him out of
Yeah,
nowhere, like
yeah.
grassroots production, AI, music, all type of shit. Like I
Yep.
said, he could probably spend 2 to 3 hours on a live stream, but still have that live stream run 24 hours a day, just by
Oh,
people
absolutely.
supporting and helping him.
Mm.
You know, so
So I know.
that
Oh,
level of support, we can't get that level of support on this side, on our side over here. You know what I mean?
So is this a
We
passport
just can't.
thing channel? There it is.
I wouldn't even call it passport.
I wouldn't call
I
it that
called it what
either.
it was, mongering, mongering. It's
I'm
mongering.
mongering.
saying,
Damn.
It's mongering,
Yeah,
bro. It is.
exactly.
Ain't
it's
no other
funny.
way
You saying
to say it.
mongering, but I'm saying the first thing I see is God first. Always. So like monger.
Yeah,
What is going on?
yeah.
Man,
Like I said,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't do it. I don't travel for that. But
listen, if you would
at
have
the
heard
same
the
time,
prayer, if you would have heard the
I
prayer,
never. No, I don't know why I never heard it. It's probably I don't want to
man,
hear it. You know what I mean? To be honest, but
I don't know if I could make a channel about women, like, but I get, that's
I
whatever
can't do
space
it.
that can't.
Nah, I can't do it
Man,
either.
it's like,
I mean, it's really no substance behind it. That's the thing for me. Like, it's entertaining. Yes, I enjoy watching the crash outs and everything like that. It's funny. It's funny as fuck, but there's no substance to it for me.
No, it's
like a
almost like
joke.
watching a reality TV show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's nothing there that you're gonna really learn from it. But
Mhm.
Or
I
you're reacting to
initially
weak.
I initially went there not wanting to like the dude because he was a monger. You know what I'm saying? But watching
Drew
and
you in, huh?
watching, it drew me in. It's entertainment. And like I said, the dude he's not a bad dude. He's like
He's a good person.
we all have a little cousin or a little brother that fucks up a lot. You know what I mean? And we still love him. But we make fun of him and we clown
Yeah.
him, and that's basically what it feels like. You know.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
the team around him is amazing, bro. It's amazing, bro.
Hey, 52 Shades, what were you saying in that comment? I'm not following. You talking about
Oh
something
man,
earlier? Or?
black man in the village. We grew up in the same city, same junior high school. In high school, both went to the army. Ended up working for the same employer.
Oh,
I didn't know what he was talking about right there.
Oh, has anybody heard from him? He said, "Has anybody heard from Gerald Black in the Philippines?" Oh, that's a different.
Oh,
That's a whole different one.
oh no,
Nah,
I don't. I've never heard of him.
I heard of him.
yeah,
I
I
watched
heard
some
of
of
him.
his. Yeah, I watched some of his channel.
I
Hmm.
watched a little bit.
I stopped watching those channels. I used to watch those passport travel channels before I actually got my passport and travel. Because I figured,
Yeah,
it's interesting. Like you fantasize about going these places and you live vicariously through these people, and it's like a temporary high. But then once you turn off the computer and you go to sleep, when you wake up, you didn't accomplish anything but making them richer, feeding into their view time, making them money so they can then travel on your dime while they're asking for donations. I said, wait a second. So I realized a
It's
lot of
not.
men who watch those channels, they're not actually traveling. It's because it's difficult to do. It's actually hard work to do. You have to have the means, the ability, the time, the space, the energy. But it's easy to just turn on the passport channel or the MC whatever new NYC and live through him. Oh, what how to approach a woman in this Susan. You won't even see Susan. The most of these men who are watching them who are supporting him. It's weird to me how some guys they'll pay money and donations, money that they could put towards actually putting towards a plane ticket,
actually traveling. Yeah,
right?
but
And actually
like I
doing the
said,
thing.
me, I support anywhere I go. I support anywhere I go. Like if you're monetized, it's because I have a channel. I'm not monetized yet, but anywhere I go, I'll drop $5, $10. Not like I have a lot of money like that, but I do that. That's just my thing. You know, I hope it
See,
comes
that's
back
not it
around.
for me.
I hope it
Well, I
comes back
mean,
around. I
look at
hope
it.
it comes back
Look at
around
it
for
in
me.
terms of like going to a movie theater. What do? You go to you buy a ticket. You pay money, a lot of money, popcorn, soda, candy, and you go and you sit down and you watch a movie for 2 hours. It's the same. To me, it's the same thing. You go on
Yeah,
YouTube and you find a channel and you like what they do. They make you laugh. I mean, it's like you're paying for a service. But
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
don't
I
mind.
mean, it's unfortunate that a lot of people can't afford to go and do the things that they see these people do, but that's the world we live in. So the next best thing is to watch other people do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not
If I if I
necessarily it for
if I
me.
couldn't
It's more
afford
of
it,
a,
I definitely wouldn't be donating to nobody, bro. So
but it's more of like seeing things from a different perspective. Because even though I may have traveled to a place, somebody else may have a different experience than what I had traveling to that same place.
True, true.
I
exactly.
think that taints the experience though, because you could be inundating yourself with their experience, and then you go expecting to have their experience, but your experience might be totally different from theirs. As mine was the case when I saw Brazilian content, I was like, oh my, they would talk about Brazil is this, and that. You should go to Rio. I did everything the opposite of what they did, and I had a better time than a lot of these guys. I could talk for days about it. I don't even want to do it because I don't want guys to get stuck on, wow, tell me more. And what girls did you? I would say simply, go there and please just go there and see for yourself. Do whatever it takes as a man to get off your ass and make it happen. And don't even look at me, even though you're looking at me and listening to me. Go do it because you're going to get way more out of that
That's
than me telling you all the great things I did because that's my. I can live on that and say I accomplished that. You didn't accomplish anything by me telling you what I did. So I
I
want you to be
think
Yeah,
it.
surprised.
but
Be
I
surprised at
think it's how
it's
all.
you
like
present. I think it's how you present it though too. Like, if you're saying, "Oh, this is the best. This is the best. This is the best," you're gonna have people fall on both sides of that. You know,
That's
you got
exactly,
people
and
that's
then
not
that's
gonna enjoy it. You got people that love it. And but
You know what though,
it can
too?
be
I
a
mean,
presentation.
sometimes that's what it takes a lot of fire too, because and I think
exactly that's what I was going to
Blizzard,
say.
yeah, it might light a fire. I think Blizzard can agree with this. When I started watching YouTube about the Philippines, I saw a lot of people going a lot of places, doing a lot of things, blah blah blah. It looked interesting, it looked cool, but it wasn't until I saw Cal, you know, a person who looks like me, who comes from some similar circumstances as I grew up in, and he's living over there, and he's got a full life over there. He's happy. I would have, 5 years ago, I would have never even considered moving to the Philippines. I would have never even, and my wife's Filipino, so I would have never considered moving over there, because I didn't know anything about it, and I didn't think it was a place I could go to live. But then when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, maybe I could do that. So it just kind of depends. I mean, it might light a fire for some people to see stuff like that.
And then
or
also
might make
like me, I like my first 9 countries I traveled to, like a lot where I come from, a lot of people don't even leave the city. So like I was
yeah.
able to go back and then just share my experiences with them to try to motivate them to like, hey, yo, just try to get yourself in a better position. There's a lot more to see out here, and give them some examples of what I experienced and everything like that to probably motivate them to get their passport and go on that trip.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
So
And
I
you
got I
never
got my
know. You never know who you're gonna influence.
I got my nephew in the chat. He trying to get us back on track. I don't know how long ago this comment was. 4 minutes ago. Back on topic. I think the first step in preparing our sons for emotional war is to get ourselves right first. Can't teach them to control their emotions if we don't know how to control them.
I
Absolutely
agree.
true, man. Absolutely true, man.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, we did talk about that.
That's my nephew, man. Love him to death, man. I don't see him as much as I should, but we definitely have conversations. Not not exactly on this topic, but we definitely have some conversations every time we see it. And that's why I appreciate him. He's not scared to ask the questions, man. He
How old is
absolutely is
it?
not.
Oh,
You know.
Well, it's
How
like the
old is
brother.
he? 20s.
yeah.
He's in his 20s.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Wow.
got him.
I mean, it's like the brother said earlier too about
Maybe 30. He's around there.
20, maybe 30. It's still young,
Yeah,
man.
he's
I mean,
young.
that's yeah. Well, I mean, what kind of when I heard the brother earlier say about corporal punishment, you know, um, I got I wouldn't say I got abused, but I got some pretty good whoopings growing up. Some of them I deserved, some I probably didn't deserve as much, but you know, and when I had kids, I didn't lay into my kids like I got laid into, but I still spanked them, I still swatted their hands, whatever, what have you. But knowing what I know now, I would never go back and smack my kids or do any of that because that reason right there, just regulating your emotions. I think when you got to lay hands on your kids, that's more your failure than your kids doing something wrong. You are basically admitting that you are not capable of, you know, demonstrating to your child the proper way to behave. You know, they're
Mm.
doing something that they've lost control. They're not in control of their emotions. They're not in control of their activity, their behavior, and you're basically losing control by going and smacking around saying, you know what, I can't use my words to teach you the right way to do it. There's a lot of people that, you know, they think that's the only way that you can teach your kids. And I'm not saying to spoil your kids. I'm not saying to give your kids whatever you want, whatever they want, and make them entitled. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is using violence to teach your kids how to behave is not teaching them how to behave. It's teaching them that violence is the answer when you don't like what somebody's doing. Violence is the answer when, you know, you want to get somebody to do something you want them to do. That's what you're teaching them.
Good
Damn.
point, man. That's a good point.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I had my fair share of weapons like everyone else on the panel before it became uncool. You know, with the paddles at school and all that. Even teachers were in on it. Even the teachers were in on it. So, but I mean, I would like to think I came out okay because there were some things I'm like, yeah, I kind of deserve that, you know. And boys will be boys, but sometimes a little bit of on the backside didn't hurt. I mean, it hurt at the time physically, but like, yeah, it got me in line. So, did it make me a violent criminal? I don't think so. Did I become the next, I don't know, the guy out here in the streets? Nah, I don't, you know, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. That it causes violence, unless they receive an excessive amount of unfair corporal punishment, like just an abuse of mother and father. They're hitting you just because they hate you, that type of deal. But in terms of like corrective, I'm not so convinced that it's a bad thing. Not
Well, I'll put it to you like this: if you had a choice between if your kid did something that, you know, they weren't supposed to do, or you were trying to punish them or whatever, if you had the choice between being physically violent with them or talking to them, and the end result, either way, you're going to get the end result that you want, which is they're going to correct their behavior. If you could choose to be either physically violent or use words, which would you choose?
of course words, of course.
Okay, so if you're so when you choose to not use words, whose failure is that? Yours or the child's?
Well, I can choose to use words, but the
I think
child
that
chooses not to
whooping
listen
usually
to those
comes
words.
after the words, though. You done been warned. Well, hopefully you're not just people aren't just jumping on their kids for no reason. You know what I mean? Like first
So
instinct. You know,
so
I
my,
think
my
you raise your child however you want to. I can't tell you that, but hopefully we're having these conversations and we're walking through steps before it leads up to that.
my point is that your lack of an ability to use your words to train and teach your child how to behave, that is not the child's failure. That is your failure. You know, and it's really not your failure either, because none of us were given a manual when we were given our kids on how to, you know, talk. Because just like you, I got my smacks in too. That's the behavior I learned. So that's the behavior I repeated, right? So for me, as I'm 52 years old now, I know how to talk now. I know how to use words. I know how to regulate my emotions. I know how to, you know, get out of my kids what I want to get out of them. Whereas when I was 20, I didn't know that. I didn't have that. All I knew was smack, bop, boom, back, boom. You know, so to me, I think that's the difference. I think it's just, you know, it's just a lack of control on your part when you have to resort to violence instead of talking to your kids. I mean, you know, you said yourself, you would choose words over violence.
Yeah, I say that I don't have kids, so I'm saying what I'm saying, knowing that like if I had a daughter, like I can't imagine doing it, but I'm saying something based off my past. Like, oh, this is what I would do, but I would hope that I actually don't follow through on what I'm even saying I would do in a weird way. Does that make sense? Like I'm
I
telling
don't
you,
know.
No,
yeah, I would do
yeah,
this,
I
right?
hear you.
I
I
done
hear you.
seen some bad kids, man. I done seen some bad kids. I beat my kids when they were growing up, but you know, would I?
Well,
I don't think I ever went overboard on it, and I don't think it was ever out of like anger. It was more out of guidance. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like, oh, I lost my temper and beat my kids. It was more like, all right, I'm doing this shit strategically. It's kind of like the same thing I do at football practice. I never yelled at a kid on my any of my football teams out of anger. Most of the time I wasn't even mad. It was to get a certain response out of them. You know what I'm saying?
So my personal experience was the
Hmm.
lack of emotion, pretty much. Like my grandfather and my father, like, my grandfather never really showed his emotions. My father had a hard time showing his emotions because of my grandfather. And that trickled down to me. So like, when I used to get disciplined, I didn't know, what was the reason for something. It's like it wasn't really explained to me, but I ended up falling out with my father, and I ain't talked to him for like 7 years. And when we reconnected and everything, he explained all that to me, like, this was the reason, I went through this. I didn't really know what to do, and how to go about certain situations. And then we finally spoke on that. But also communication is definitely an important part.
Yeah. So shout out to Icy. I don't know if you're still listening, Icy. But shout out, yeah, Ray MC Gunner. That's my actual blood nephew, my brother's son. Like I said, he's welcome here. I'm glad that he could see this community, man. See us have these conversations. He's a father now. You know what I mean? So I know that's why he's thinking of this. He really, when he's asking those questions, he's expecting
Oh,
a real response. You know what I'm saying?
oh,
And
okay,
it's
it makes
good
sense.
that we can have a community where we could talk about these things, you know. But shout out to Ray. Shout out to Icy. I know she said she was leaving. She has a live stream to prepare for. I'm gonna drop the link if you guys want to pull up. Here's the link to Icy's live stream. She's gonna be doing. I think it's at 4:30. You know, she's in Japan, so there are like almost total opposite of the schedule we're on.
It's like 3 in the afternoon over there, isn't it, or something like that?
I
Like
think they
Philippines time.
are, yeah, but I think they're an hour ahead of the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
I think they're an hour ahead of the Philippines.
Wait, is that the lady that the lady that just came up earlier?
Yeah,
That look, so she's Japanese?
she's half Japanese, half Filipino.
Was that actually her in the picture? I'm just curious. that
Yeah, that yeah,
was
that's
actually her?
yeah.
Damn, she was fine. Anyway, I was like, what is this, Avatar? I'm like, okay.
Hey, shoot your shot.
Wait.
Yeah,
Is
man,
is
she's
is that actually
beautiful.
you? Is that actually you in the picture?
That is me, and that is my Brazilian tour guide. So I went to Brazil and I had a blast.
Well, you
Beautiful
guys are
place.
some good looking folks, brother.
Oh man, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, she's a
Yeah,
really
he
nice
looked
lady.
like an actor. I can't think of who the actor is.
Look like an actor.
I'm gonna think of it. I'm gonna think of it. It's one. I'm gonna figure it out, bro. Maybe not tonight, but if you ever come back, if you come back next week, I'm definitely gonna have who I'm thinking
It'd be on
about.
the tip of your tongue.
Yeah.
I've had a
And that
few of
goes
them.
for everybody in the panel. Just saying,
Good looking
Thank
folks.
you,
we're some
thank
good
you.
looking people. We're some good looking people up here. That's all I'm
Oh,
saying.
Yeah, none of us
absolutely.
look our age. We all look 10 years
Nah, we all
younger.
look hella young.
That's how
You
it
say you
goes.
50 what? 52?
I'm
Six?
52.
Bro, man. I
I had a lot
mean,
of plastic
Man,
surgery
man.
though.
no, you
uh,
I'm a
so
multi-millionaire.
you're from
I've had a lot of
California.
plastic surgery. I told you, California, man, we all get plastic surgery out here.
Yeah.
and if it's
Let
not
me go
physical,
back.
that's surgery of the
Puts on
mind.
Boot
You know,
says,
plastic.
when his son is, where's that comment at, man? I gotta
Yeah,
find
she
that.
look, I ain't gonna lie, she beautiful.
Puts on Boot says, when my son is born, he's gonna use fresh and fit advice content as an example of what not to do. Thank you.
Hmm.
Thank you, bro. I can't stand them dudes, man. I can't stand it, bro. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit. My dad, Ray says, my dad only got the belt when I was really bad in school, and it did not take that many times to get it understood. 53 says, I got my ass beat, and my cousin didn't. His ass been in and out of the jail. No job and always bumming money. He told my mom, I wish my mother was like you.
I'm gonna push
Golden
back
Gate
on that
says,
one though. I want to
all
push
right,
back on that one.
let me get through a couple of
Yeah,
these.
yeah.
Everything. Golden Gate says, come on now. In the 70s, it was ass whooping first and talk later. 53 says, what we got back in the days would be considered child abuse today. Made us get wet. And damn, and use the electric cord. Yeah, that's abuse. That's abuse, yo.
Mhm.
That's abuse.
Yep.
Icy said, yes, we don't bite. She's in the background.
Yeah,
Icy
this man,
married. Icy's married.
she's married. Is she for
Yeah,
real?
she's married. Yeah.
And
I got the belt plenty of times. I turned out great. My brother never got the belt. And well, let's just say he's had a criminal record before he turned 18. Belt got some magic in there. I think it's more. It's not just about the beating though. It's not just about getting the ass whooping, man. It's other shit that's got to be around that. You know,
oh shit, did she
it's
hear
got
that?
to be have conversations. Like I would feel bad when I beat my son, man. I would feel so bad, man. But like I said, there was always a conversation behind it. It was always a reason, you know. Then I started realizing. I'll be honest. When I stopped beating my son, was when I started realizing, you know, where he was when he was getting in trouble. It was never when he was with me. It was only when he was with his moms. You know, so that kind of got me too, man. I ain't gonna lie, to where I kind of started getting away from um, him getting whoopings, man. You know,
Well, I mean, I was gonna say, I got spanked, with the belt. I got spanked with a hanger. I got a knife thrown at me, and that was by my mom.
Damn.
I was 15 years old. My mom, with fists, beat me to the ground. I'm not gonna hit back my mom, so
salute, Ryan.
it happened. But all the trouble I got into growing up, the thought never occurred to me. I'm gonna get my ass whipped for this. It never occurred to me because all those ass whoopings, I was used to it. It was no thing for me to get ass whooping. Now, when my stepdad came in the room and he talked to me for 3 hours, that would make me just. That's what I thought about. Man, if I do this, I'm gonna have to hear this man for 3 hours. Everybody's different, and I'm gonna tell you right
Yeah,
now. I mean, all the people that I know that have gone to prison, they all got their ass beat growing up. Not one of them didn't get their ass beat growing up. Ass whoopings do not stop you from doing bad things. I'm telling you right now. It might stop. It
Mm,
might stop in the short term, in the moment, but it doesn't make you a better person. You know, it
you're
doesn't make you a better person. It's a short term fix, and that's why I say, that's the parent. It has more to say about the parent than about the child when they resort to the violence. And I say that as a parent that use violence on their kid.
yeah, but
I'm gonna take your word
I
for it.
still
I'm a
endorse. I still endorse ass whoopings if it's in the right structure.
I endorse ass whoopings for adults, not for kids.
Yeah, yeah, shit. We should be handing out a lot more of them. Believe me.
Adults need more ass
But
whooping than kids do these days.
I'm sorry, Icy. I gotta take the compliment back. They say you're married. It's a done
nah, she
deal.
said you made her day, bro. You made her day.
I gotta take it back and reneging the compliment. Good man.
Damn, you missed a lot, beat your life. Well, I don't know. Nah, you ain't been going that long. Yeah, that
I
compliment
swear I
brought
thought that was
ice
an
out.
avatar, y'all. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, that's the avatar. Like that's
No,
crazy.
I did too. Don't worry. It wasn't just you.
He does. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Joe. He does look like an actor. Who's
No,
going to the meet and
I
greet?
was always
Who's going,
no
yo? All
meet
right,
and
who's
greet.
going to Calvin's meet and greet? I think it's in San Carlos City, Philippines, May 31st.
I wish I could go.
May 31st.
I'll be out
Oh,
there, Joe.
10 days?
But
Yeah.
not there.
I
Nah, he
was in
don't look.
Cebu. I was in
He
Cebu
said
when
you
he
look
had that
like
one in
Michael
Cebu.
Blackson. I don't think he look like Michael Blackson.
Wow.
That's not who I'm talking about. He don't look like Michael
Wow.
Blackson. It's a movie where the guy was like a poet or some shit, man.
Poet. Poet.
Yeah, I'm a
But
fan.
he's a poet. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
No, that's a great compliment. I appreciate that.
yeah.
I
She
was
said,
scouted
"Happy
a lot
me, but I
for
don't bite unless I'm allowed to." She says
happy
she
man.
doesn't bite unless she's allowed to.
Hey man, he better not slip up, that guy, whoever he is.
Okay, I'll
I'm
behave.
coming to Japan ASAP.
Beats are like beats are like. Oh man.
And she's so well spoken and polite, and I'm like, hmm,
Yeah, icy
let
is
me
the
stop.
truth,
Let me
man.
go ahead and stop.
Icy is the truth, bro. I can't say one bad thing about Icy since I met her. I can't say one bad thing about her, man. She's awesome.
She must have a sister from
Yeah,
France.
like meet and greet.
Coming to Japan next, y'all. I want some sushi and I want some rice and I want some all the stereotypes about Japan. I want to go there. I want to see anime. I want it all.
Yup. Pull up to the channel, man. Pull up to the channel, man. See what she's about. She's good people.
Okay, I'm a. I can't do it tonight, but I
And is
will.
and I'll say this
Try.
about Icy. Her channel is not fluff or bullshit. You know what I mean? Like she's talking about real shit.
Yeah.
She's really talking about issues, real things. You know?
When she came on here asking very intelligent questions, that made me
Yeah,
think like, huh. And like usually, like that level of for someone who thinks that their English is not that, I'm like, her English is freaking great. And like the comprehend, like it's not typical. It's very, that's an intelligent person. Um, to be a foreigner and then have that level of depth in your understanding of the language, it's like, what? Crazy. Not that often I come across it. My tour guide was one of them.
yeah,
She shocked me. I was like, you Brazilian? Okay. You only know English for how many years? 5 years. How are
yeah.
you having conversations like this? So yeah, she got my subscription.
I'm trying to get her. It's not working. Oh, here we go. Share the channel. There we go.
What that stands for polygamy. That's stupid.
I'm gonna give a
But
shout out to Blizzard for keeping up on the chat, man. You did it this time.
Yeah, I skipped a
That's not
big
easy,
block.
brother.
Nah, I skipped a big block. Nobody noticed it. That was the good part. I
So you're
skipped
really
a
becoming a
few.
pro, is what you're saying, man.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm trying. So does Joe follow Portuguese? What's the follow mean? I don't see it. You speak Portuguese, Joe?
man, that's weird that he even asked that because I'm going back to Brazil, but I know I have to speak it. And ironically, my tour guide, I didn't know she was a Portuguese teacher for English people until she started correcting my Portuguese. And I said, you know what? I said, you know what? You pretty good. I said, you should be a Portuguese teacher. He said, because that's what I do. I said, oh. So yeah, I'm getting some lessons, and she's gonna be the one to teach me. 'Cause she was the one that kept me safe in that country. And I was some crazy shit over there. And she was like, "What are you doing?" So she kept me okay. I'm gonna go back to her so she can teach me a thing or two about her language.
Wait, what who you saying? Beach Life. You're gonna leave out the compliment about being smart and well spoken. Ha ha ha. Who? Cisco? Joe? I don't know who he was talking to. Who's Icy, what's your stance on polygamy? Asking for a friend. Yo, that's yeah. Oh man. I don't know yet. I'm supposed to go to Vietnam around then, but waiting on some things. Then they like Icy. Yeah, Icy, cool, man.
Yeah,
Put some
charming one.
slippers. Jay Sharby over there on Icy Channel too. Um Beach of Life pops up sometimes. Cisco pops up. I'm usually there every time I could catch it. I had to change the schedule lately. So um I'll be trying to catch it as much as I can. If not, it's replay. So
Oh no,
I don't know. I gotta get it so where you guys, I'm gonna get night like how Icy has Nightbot to where you guys can just type your name in the chat or whatever, and your channel will automatically drop by itself. They'll put a link in there. I want Nightbot to be able to do that so you guys can promote yourselves as much as possible. You know, because like I said, I love this open forum style of live streaming because it's not just me up here giving you guys my opinion. My opinion. I love listening to other people. That's part of the reason why I get behind in the chat is because when somebody's talking, I'm listening to them. Like, you know, and I love that. And I love people just hearing other people's perspective on things, man. You know, instead of, not knocking the way anybody else runs their thing. But I love this right here. I think I'm gonna stick to this form, right? The way this is. Um, it's been respectful so far. I've gotten a lot of good information. So I appreciate you guys for coming up. Cisco, peace out, bro. Um, take care of yourself, man. I appreciate you for coming up, man, sharing your thoughts on everything and staying respectful even when you disagree with somebody, man. That's the most important thing, man. You know, Joe, I appreciate you for coming up, man. You know,
thank
it's not easy to just come out the bushes and hop right on the panel, man, especially when you don't know the people around. You know, so I
Oh no, I'm
appreciate you
used to
for
it.
doing that, man. Yeah,
I'm
I
just used to
appreciate
it.
you for
It's
doing
just
that.
not the first time I did it, so that's why I get why most people who probably have been on this and listen won't jump on because it's intimidating at first. But I've been on like maybe 10 other panels before this one, so you can say I'm, I guess, experienced and don't have that level of filter. Like, oh, let me watch my words and I don't want to say nothing because you have
Yeah,
other people around you that don't know you and that you haven't met. But that's why I can just jump on and be like, hey, what's up? I'm like, what the heck? Like, do I know you? Nah, you're gonna know me though.
yeah, yeah. Nah, I appreciate you. I appreciate Cisco. Um,
Oh yeah, salute to the
you
chat.
up here, bro. You can stay like you got I'm gonna be up here for probably another 10, 15 minutes. You know, it's getting kind of late. So any more thoughts, guys?
Me, nah, not right now.
All right, hold on. Let me.
I'm just enjoying the chat. I just came up here because it's an
I'm
interesting
trying.
topic. I
Any
like
more
where you're
thought?
going.
Anyway, I'm trying not to think about icy. That's what I'm trying not to think about. So, any other thought? I know she's married, but my goodness, dude.
Man. Oh, nephew. I didn't know you was. I don't. It must have been when somebody was talking because if you was in there, I'm looking at the other screen. I didn't see you, man. Let me know next time ahead of time, man, and I'll send you the link where you can come right on. You know what I'm saying? But he's at work. He's on his lunch break and shit. So my bad, man. You trying to do like me? I used to be at work on my lunch break. That's when I used to record.
And I
Every
was
third
watching those
shift.
videos too the other
Yeah.
day. It's catching up. It's catching
Nah, I
up.
appreciate it. I appreciate it, man.
Literally.
Felipe says it's been an interesting discussion. Yeah, starstruck by Icy. Y'all are funny, bro. And believe me, when you go over there, you're gonna have not only Icy over there, you're gonna have Miss Manny gonna be over there, but Miss Manny's married to Puts, but you have Miss You'd Wish over there,
Mhm.
and she's a lot of fun. She's funny. Yeah, just so that's just a heads up. Y'all started talking about the stock market. Oh yeah. No, no, I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
leave
they like
everybody
that.
alone.
Like that. I would just say, well, there's a lot I could say, but mm, be careful of the sharks in the water if you're going to go into that industry. Learn how to actually trade and not sell
Yeah.
shovels and
Yeah.
axes.
I lost a lot of money already. Talking to the right person.
Nah,
Yeah,
I don't want to go into that shit. Set them up.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's you just need the right information. That's all you need. You just need to be pointed in the right direction. The problem is being deceived because there's a lot of people who will tell you I can show you the way and lead you straight into the pits of hell. So,
Yeah.
but it's worth it because that's how I got to Brazil. That's how I was able to pay for a lot of things that out of cash. That shit feels good when you're getting cash money and thousands of dollars, and it's like, oh, God, what's insurance? You go to the
Yeah.
dentist and
Yeah.
just pay
Right.
it off in cash, and they look at you like royalty. Oh,
So
right this way, Mr. Royalty.
we got rose-colored glasses with Lord and Lady Logan in the building. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate you guys being here. They got a channel too. She has a channel too, also. You know, a good channel, man. Beat your life.
That
Risk
I've been.
management is key. I've been in the market since 2000. What you saying, bro? Go
Yeah,
ahead, man. I'm
I
sorry.
ain't. No, no. I was just gonna say, I don't have a problem with the buying, but it's more of the selling. Like I've been selling at the wrong time, so that's what I
So
got
you
going
more of
on.
an investor or a trader?
I don't even know what I'm like. I have no clue. I just put the money up there. If it look good, I sell. I, I've been going back and forth between the crypto and the stock pretty much.
Yeah.
But
I,
I've been selling for like shorts, and I haven't really made any real money.
I don't mess with none of that stuff, man. I invest more like long term type of shit.
Okay.
And
I'm thinking
like I
about
said, I
starting.
don't give no advice on that shit.
I can give all the advice in the world about it. People were trying to get me to start a channel about it, but I'm like, I'm not really. Like I got into trading so I can that freedom that does come eventually. Then people kind of start figuring it out and find out like, what do you do? Like, how you not working? I was like, who said I don't work? You don't seem like that. I was like, shit. I tell them the truth, and they were like, oh, well, you should do. I'm like, man. So I want to help people. I might start a channel about it because I feel like I could no, not feel like I know for a fact I could shortcut a lot of people's pain and misery that I went through to get to where I'm at. And you would not figure it out on your own. It's that kind of thing where I had to go through everything that was wrong to get to that one thing that was right. I'm like, damn. So I was like, I don't want no one else to go through that shit. Especially people that look like us, black people, like
Yeah,
man,
because that's like
mm,
just another form of residual income, like I get I get stuff because I make music also, so I get like royalties from that. I get my VA stuff, from the military and all that. So it's like I have those couple of forms of residual income right now, and I was just trying to get into the trading for another source of income. I don't necessarily need it, but it would be nice to have.
Yeah,
well,
it was
if you
nice
was
to
to see the
have.
kind of money you could make in it, your mind, you you not needing it, you'll be like, but I want it because the money
Yeah.
is outstanding. Um,
No, I seen it because like I was hit to like when the Bitcoin situation like 2015 I was hit to it, but I wasn't around the station because you had to go to a physical location at that time before you could do it
mhm.
online. And I just kept hitting it off. And then once I seen how much it skyrocketed, I was like, man, ever since
So do you,
then that
so do you have to do it yourself though? Like you don't want somebody else to do it for you, or do you feel like you
yeah,
need to do
no,
it
I don't
yourself?
I don't mind somebody else doing it for me, but I would like to learn also.
No
Yeah.
one, okay. So no one, unless you are in the upper echelons of wealth in terms of like 20, 30 million, like wealth management, they're the ones that's going to do it for you, hedge funds. But on our level, that anyone who claims they're going to do it for you, or these, you put your money here, you invest your VA money there, and I'll take care of the actual trading for you, you will get scammed. You will,
That
or
it
you will
happened
lose your
already.
money.
I seen it. It happened already. Trust me. I've been
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it
Okay.
sounds so appealing. People are lazy. So they hear that. That's the selling. I could do it if I wanted to. If I was like rhyming like that, I'm like, yeah, shoot. Let me show you this and that. Dock up some photos,
With
some
the whole
videos.
forex, I don't know if you use the forex or whatever, but with that whole
For
situation, I got.
Forex
I
is
got
interesting.
scammed out of that.
No, you go into futures. You leave Forex alone.
Yeah, I don't mess with
Forex is
none of
not.
that.
So yeah,
I don't mess with none of
this
that.
is not.
This is another lesson we could teach our sons in the future how to trade the stock market. But like, I hear what you guys are saying, but um, Joe said that people are lazy, and it's
Yeah,
true. People are also lazy when it comes to learning things before they do it themselves. You know what I mean? That's why
it's
I
also
asked my.
intimidating. It's
It's
intimidating to
intimidating,
learn
and
because you have to do it. It's you. It's like playing golf, right? You don't have a teammate like you will play in basketball. Like you have Shaq. He knows he can rely
yeah,
on Kobe. It's not like it's just
Or
you
you.
in the chart. So it's if you lose money, it's because you lose it. If you lose it, if you miss a golf shot, it's because you did it. It's you can't blame the
Exactly.
wind or it's all you. So yeah, it's like a battle of yourself, and then once you overcome yourself, then you start to make money. When the money comes, it is exhilarating.
Beat Your
It's
Life.
like going on a roller coaster, bro. It's crazy.
And
Beat Your Life
honestly, that's
says
why
I
I've
used
been
to
doing
be
it.
into stocks, but I mostly sell volatility and options and futures now.
Futures is what I'm into. Options, I cannot. I hate now. I hate the complexity of it, even though I understand it. The deltas, the gammas, the Greek. I really, with futures is real plain and simple: buy and sell, and you do it supply and demand. People do all these other strategies. It's like, well, how do you buy anything else? You buy low, you sell high, and there's a way you do that. And I'm like, oh, but it's information. What information do you get? It's a lot of information out there,
Yeah, I
and a
try
lot of it
options trading.
was options, man.
I tried it. I lost on one and I won on another one. So yeah, I think I ended up being off by like $23 or some shit. Negative. So I
Well,
got
you got
lucky.
off
I did.
easy.
I got lucky because I
Yeah,
didn't know what the hell I was doing. Like,
easy. Try losing thousands. I mean, I don't want to say try, but you're talking about cutting your teeth and like trying to learn, like, oh my God, I made money, and you make money and you lose thousands. Like, what the fuck just happened?
yeah.
Like, what just happened? I quit. And
So
then,
Joe,
you go through that.
so Joe,
Mhm.
53 Shades Dark in the Philippines wants us to hook you up with Miss Wishy. Miss
Okay,
You
where's
Wish.
that?
So
Where?
she's always on. She has her own channel, and she's always on IC channel and Miss Manny's channel. You know, so if you're interested,
She, she wants me,
you'll
she
see
wants
her.
to hook me up
She
with
was
who?
here earlier. Yeah, she was here earlier in the chat. She was here for a little while. You know,
In the chat.
so
What's her name?
Miss You'd Wish, Miss You'd Wish.
Miss You'd Wish.
Yeah, Miss-
Okay, but y'all,
I'm not a
is that a woman?
matchmaker.
Man,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, I don't
ab-
know if they're trolling me or what.
absolutely a woman. I wouldn't do that to you, bro. I wouldn't do that. I don't play games like that, man.
But you know how I feel about Ice. So does she like look like I have a particular taste
You gotta go
of
see for yourself, man.
I gotta go see for
She's a
okay,
nice,
go
good
ahead put her on.
personality, funny.
What's her money? I got my own
You
money.
know, and I ain't saying about money. That's a good
Oh,
personality.
oh,
Let me
okay.
see.
Do
Do
you have
her
an Instagram or something?
Hold
oh
up.
you I'm
Joe.
not even
You
on
said Joe.
Instagram with me.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been on there in about a month or two.
No, because I wanted to like if you could teach me, I wanted
Oh,
to
oh.
somehow
You, you know,
somehow have a way to contact you.
hold on.
Start
I'm
a
gonna
channel, bro. Supply
Okay.
and demand. Supply and demand.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Supply and demand for sure.
The
yeah, but even in
the
that, you
demand
gotta
is
be
there. The
careful.
demand for the knowledge.
You gotta be careful who you learn that from, because you can learn the right way the wrong way. It sounds
Man,
crazy, but because you got people who will take it and like they'll take like the color blue and turn it green, but
Mm.
originally it was blue. So you have to. I know exactly the original source. I do it myself, so and it's so simplified. Um, but yeah, hold on, I got you, man. I'm for my
you can put it in the back if you want.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm putting out there for the.
This is Miss
Definitely
You
appreciate
Wish channel right here. I just dropped the link.
You dropped her link.
Yeah, that's her channel. That's our friend, man.
All right, let me see.
Yeah, that's our friend. Rose.
Okay, I got you.
Rose says, Blizzard, rose colored glasses with Lord and Lady Logan. Lady Logan says, there's something valuable about doing things ourselves. Our advanced world of technology is designed to make life almost too easy for people. I like to do what I can myself. Yeah, I agree. But something of that amount of difficulty, and then the time it takes. Um, a lot of us don't have that time to learn that. Maybe we do. We don't think we have the time to learn it, while we're actually earning the money, you know. So, but I agree. Some
Oh,
things we need to do ourselves, man. I used
hold
to
up.
like doing my oil change myself. All my oil changes, all the work on my car. I used to like I did timing belt on my car. I did all type of shit. I did a head on my car. I don't want to do it no
Oh,
more. I don't want to do it no more, man.
I'm looking to change somebody's oil right now. You look good. You look, you look good, man.
Uh oh. Uh-oh. 53. You heard that?
Oh, she's on here?
50.
Oh,
Nah. 53K is talking to Philly. You heard that, brother? 53 is a matchmaker. He trying to hook everybody up.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
My views, your world. What up? What up,
hmm.
bro? Almost 5 hours strong. And she got big glasses. Beat your life. Put some booze, beat your life for real. He's low key the brother version of Cupid. J Sharp and the BG hanging there, man. Timeout is gonna be lifted soon. Wait, J Sharp got timed out. How do I take that
What
off?
did he say? What did he do?
You saw the shorts. Oh, the short videos. Ah, Lady
Hmm.
Logan says you got it right. We do have the time to learn. I'm all about research. As a writer, I have to learn a multitude of topics. I could wait for someone to teach me or learn myself. That's true.
Mm,
I get what you're saying. I absolutely do. Jay Shar said no, he's not timed out.
three.
Listen, man, I got to get off this. I'm celibate. I can't do this shit today. She's gorgeous. I'm trying.
You what?
Simple.
What'd you say he
Celibate,
was?
man. Celibate.
Celibate?
Yeah, man. And I'm convinced
Voluntary
that.
or involuntary?
Oh, volunteer. Look, bro. You
Oh.
see, you. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be funny, but look at
No, I'm just saying, bro.
it.
Yo, it's 2025, man. You gotta ask these things, man. Like,
No, man. No, it's definitely it's voluntary, and I had to make it that way because I was losing focus. I love
yeah,
women, so I was like,
yeah.
okay, no, I gotta love God and money, and it's been
No,
working.
I get
So,
what you're saying, man.
but it's not
I
easy.
yeah, there was a time in my life where, it was crazy, the amount of time, energy, effort I put into that, just by itself, you know. Now I wasn't foregoing working or nothing like that, but it was up there, a major part of my life. Way, way too much emphasis on it. It's still important. It's still important. Sex is important, to a lot of people, but it's just not more important than family,
But
family or money
I
or
want
you know what I'm
Stability.
saying?
Yeah.
and that money, man. It's
Nah,
like,
nah,
give me
nah.
more of that
Oh, good. I
because
was looking for emojis up
it's
here.
like I feel like I've been getting a lot luckier. It's just strange. Like I was like, well, what if I just need to control this thing here?
What
And I've
you?
been getting
Oh
luckier,
no,
man.
Liz low key bagging on Wishy. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
She is a
We
now.
gonna marry her off, man. We gonna marry her off, bro.
What
Let's
country
do
is she from?
Philippines.
She's good looking too.
Yeah, dare
She's
to
from the
dream
Philippines.
big. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, see now, listen. Yeah,
You good, man. You know who
okay.
she is?
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't know. I don't know her email or nothing like that, but I'm pretty sure it's on her channel. But
Well, I look for tour guides in every country I visit, and I
there
like
you go.
having nice tour guides around. And it's just, hey, I might end up hiring her to give me a little tour around her country, Philippines.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Zamboanga, Zamboanga, Philippines.
Jump where? I'm sorry.
Zamboanga, Zamboanga,
Now I
Philippines.
gotta look it up 'cause that sounds exotic.
Yeah, over
Zone.
4 hours, over 4.5 hours. Blizz, are you sure you're not related to Icy? Nah, but I feel good, man. I feel good, man. No smoke breaks, no black screens, no bathroom breaks, no nothing yet, man. I just sit
Okay,
and deliver.
Zamboanga.
Zamboanga,
Zamboanga.
yeah. Just sit
See
and
now
deliver,
that's
man.
interesting.
Liz
They got a
told
nice
me
little
about
beach
last week.
there. Okay, okay. I don't know where that's at.
Yeah, just do
All I
your
know is
research.
Pattaya.
Do your research, man. You'll be fine. Like I love going to the Philippines, man.
Oh, you been?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I've been to the Philippines twice. I haven't been to where she's at, but yeah. I just went in March. I just got back
Nice.
in March. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be out there next month.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what's up, man. Puts on Boots has a good point. He says, don't go to Zamboanga. Just meet her in Cebu. It'd be easier. That's you could do that.
Well,
Because if you when
what
you research Zamboanga, you'll see it's kind of
out
iffy.
there?
Will you get in trouble down there? Probably not. Can you get in trouble down there? Yes.
Well, if you knew where I was at in Brazil, you'd be like, yeah, that ain't the move for me. So I'm not afraid of
Jay Sharp. Jay
she
Sharp
crazy.
says I should have put a ring on it. Much love to Wishy. I respect her. Um, but I'm not interested. I'm good, bro.
She's not interested.
I think
Stop the cap.
you see what Jay Sharp saying? Like I wanted her. Nah,
Oh, you went to Philippines and found wish, huh?
bro. Nah, I'm good. No disrespect to her. I think I like her. I like she's a good person. I haven't met her in person or nothing like that. But I just had other things going on that he
We
putting
get
me
it.
on this. He putting me on the spot.
We get it.
I think Jay Shar. look. I think Jay Shar is the one that's really like was going after Wishy, man. And that's fine, man. It's fine.
Hey man, whoever gets there first. I just want a tour
That's
guide.
it. Whoever the
That's all
plane,
I need.
whoever the plane, whoever booked that ticket first.
May the best
Rich
person,
ticket.
you know.
Best person win.
Nah, it ain't about that.
Yeah, I would. I actually would need someone to, help me out. And if I feel like I can trust her, then I would hire her. Just like I
I
hired the
mean,
Brazilian.
you don't need a tour guide in the Philippines, but if you want a companion, that's you don't really need no tour guide in the Philippines. But it's nice to
Someone to
do that trip.
contact.
It is nice to have somebody there with you. I ain't gonna lie, because the first time I went solo, and
Hmm.
then I just met people as I went. You know, then I ended up meeting my girl toward the end of the trip. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
And yeah, so then we've been kicking it, kicking it, kicking it. Then I went back in March and I spent the 2 weeks for her. So
oh, okay. That is okay.
yeah,
That's why you put her on ice. Okay, makes sense.
Right.
Preoccupied.
Jay Sharp said, "Nah, I'm good." Jay Sharp, nah, good, nah. Yeah, you know it is. Like I absolutely so you been to Thailand, Joe?
No, I just came from Brazil end of January. I'm making
Or
plans now.
you been to Thailand?
Yeah, I've been out there.
And then you're going to the Philippines soon.
Yeah,
All right. Now what part of Thailand you did you go to?
okay.
Okay, okay, that's what's up. Very modern, right?
Yeah,
Modern?
yeah. I enjoy
That's
it
what's
out
up.
there. I actually will move is just the visa issue. I gotta figure that
Okay.
out.
So what part of the Philippines you plan on visiting?
Well, I'm starting out in Cebu, and then I'm gonna just work my way around from there.
How, oh, word. That's what's up. How long you gonna be there?
Uh, However long I feel,
Oh, that's what's up.
Right answer.
I don't have a time limit,
Yeah,
man.
that's what's up, man.
Yeah,
You're
That's
gonna
the
see
right
those
answer.
contrasts, though. The thing about the Philippines is like you can't escape um seeing the poverty there. You really can't escape it. You know, you don't
that's
have
how
to.
it is in a lot of different places.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, and that's the part that kind of tugs at my heartstrings, man. Every time, you know.
yeah.
Hmm.
But it's hard because you know, like you can't help everybody, and then you don't want to put yourself in a position to where now you're struggling. You know, you
Yeah,
mess around and you want to help other people, but you can only do but so much.
yeah. You see,
Did it give you a different perspective? Like because when I saw it in Brazil, I was shocked. When I saw it in Brazil, I was like, whoa, we are basically, it seems like we basically won the lottery because we complain about the money we have here and like what we don't got. But then what I saw in Brazil, I'm like, wait a second. I literally the hood and all that. I was like, but this is the favelas. This is different. They live
yeah,
on top of each other. They live in shacks. There is no roof. Like and they live in these. Like at least here in the hood, you have house. May not be in the
yeah.
best neighborhood. So how did you feel when you like? What perspective did it give you when you went to the Philippines, seeing
I
that
came
level of
back.
poverty?
It was a delayed reaction, to be honest. It was like a delayed reaction.
Mm,
It was I felt it there. You know what I mean? I felt like I said, the tugging at my heartstrings part. When I was there, I felt that there. What I didn't anticipate was when I after I came home and I settled back in was the actual gratefulness for where
mm,
I'm from. From and I talk about this. I've talked about this on my channel before, yo. Is is that gratefulness, man. Like, damn, I'm from we could argue whether it's the greatest country in the world, but I'm from a place where I know that I'm going to eat for the next 6 months, for the next year. I don't worry about it. I've never
mm,
worried about where my next meal was coming from, man. As much as we like to act like that, I
yeah.
haven't. I haven't, man. And we don't, but we'll complain about other things, man. And that's what I be trying to say. Like, if you watch my channel, this is the kind of how I talk and what I talk about, man. You know,
See,
all the
honestly, I
complaining,
could
all the
relate.
things we do. Go ahead, bro.
I could relate because I actually, been in that position. Like, even though, like, we have safety nets in place, to
Hmm.
kind of give you that assistance and everything compared to other countries, they don't really have that safety net. But still, like, I was literally in that position where I had nothing to my name, and I was, at one point trying to worry about my next meal. So I could relate to when I see them in that predicament. And I just try to help out the best way I can if possible.
So some of that I never seen any. I've never seen. I wasn't prepared for it. I was not prepared to see that. It's because nobody really talks about that part on YouTube.
Mm,
I figured I was going to see poverty, but to see it a baby naked on laying on the curb. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Oh,
Yeah.
A
Hmm.
kid with no shoes, no socks, no nothing, dirty from head to toe, with matted hair, and they do this thing there. You know what I mean?
oh,
You go like this. I'm hungry, and I'm not talking shit about the Philippines. This is just what I seen, and I really don't talk about this. I don't talk about this. You know what I mean? But you're not prepared for that. You
But
know?
the difference with the US, I would say, is that there is opportunity outside of the safety net and everything. There's also more opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, even those people living in tent cities, like we got like I wouldn't call it a tent city, but we got a spot where there's like a bunch of homeless people where they stay at. And
Yeah.
they have EBT cards, bro. Every one of them.
hmm,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They
Exactly.
have health insurance. They
Hmm.
have food stamps. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So even our lowest of the low
shelter.
is still a little bit sheltered, bro, and
Yeah.
entitled. Like
Yeah.
we can't deny that. But this is what you never hear coming from people that just love to complain about everything, and love to. I was saying last week, I think it was last week. It's like it's cool now. It's a trend now to attack the U.S. And the people who do it the most are Americans,
Hmm,
you know, because it's from you don't understand the privilege we have, man. Especially when we travel to other countries. When you get off that plane, you're no longer the everyday regular man. You're not. You are the
hmm, class,
upper class
upper, yeah,
just by
uh,
hopping on the plane. You have to realize that
yeah.
you don't relate to the everyday blue collar working man in a developing country. You don't.
I agree with that.
Which is the majority of the world. We think we are the world because we're American. So we have that complex of I am that. So when I got up, man, I could not. I had that same similar, and I didn't know how to explain it. That feeling going, it wasn't me. I saw it, but it was me leaving, and then it's like I had a great time. But then you see just the houses and it's stacked on top of each other, and you see how where I was at in my mind, what is 20 some dollars? What's $7 a month? That's nothing. That's peanuts to me. But then you go a couple of miles out, and it's like, wait, this. So where I'm at was actually where the wealthy are at.
Yeah.
But I came in as an American thinking like, oh, this is so cheap, and it was $1, like $4 to $1, something like that. So I'm living like this in a way that I guess you could compare it to someone who's a multimillionaire in America living that way. But
Yeah.
but now I'm starting to think I had to catch myself. I'm starting to think like how the multimillionaires are absent-minded about how they live relative to people in America who don't have nearly as much. So then you go there saying how bad they are in America. Then you leave the country. You go to a place like Philippines or Brazil, and then you start to behave like the people that you despise back at home, and you don't
Exactly.
realize it because you start acting like almost like I entitled to it, like oh I don't care about anything else around me. I'm sheltered. I got the clean beaches, but you quickly realize, oh wait, it's because of my status I can do this, and or at least you hope you do, or you can go completely the whole trip and not realize it and choose to ignore it because it's easier to ignore it. I couldn't ignore it. So that's why I
Yeah.
purposely went out into the countryside with my tour guide because I wanted. She was like, "Well, why don't you want to stay?" And then she said, "You're a gringo. Why don't you want to stay here? This is where you belong." I'm like, "No, I don't like. I know I. Don't get me wrong. I can afford it. I'm enjoying it, but I feel like I would be missing something if I didn't. I had to purposely go out of the way to look for that, and I don't think a lot of Americans would do that because they want to be in a position where they behave as the multimillionaires that they envy here in America. So the last thing they want to see is someone that reminds them of how they are when they're back at home. So they stay in the secluded areas in Rio de Janeiro. They stay in Phuket or those areas where it's for the tourists. They won't venture out like what you did, even by mistake. They'll do their best to avoid it because it reminds them of their life back at home. And I
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that, but that's just what I've observed.
Nah, I get what
So
you're saying.
I wanted to say like just like luckily like from my experience like I started traveling at a young age pretty much like I first started traveling at 8 years old, so and that was just around the U.S. and that opened my eyes going to different states. I've been to about 40 states around the U.S. and then I've seen everywhere in each city there's poverty like no, there's upper class and there's poverty in each city. Like I don't care how good it may seem, how like they portray it or whatever. It's poverty in every city. So then, like fortunately enough, like once I started traveling to other countries, it wasn't that big of a shock because I traveled at a young age still. Like my first country I traveled overseas, I was 21 when I first traveled overseas. And
Wow.
then I was still young enough to, like I wasn't like on a high horse, like I wasn't making that much money to where I felt like, oh, I was above people and everything like that. And then I was able to see like, even in different countries, like it's a different type of struggle. It's a different type of poverty and everything like that. They have their upper class too. Don't get it twisted. They have
Yeah,
their people that's rich, but they also have poverty in these different places. And that broadened my horizon, which I was glad to see. And it also like humbled me because like I told you I was homeless and like during that time I was traveling and everything when I was 21, but a couple years later like I lost my house, lost my car, I lost everything like really lost everything, and it humbled me again like to be like yeah, I was able to do this and do that before and travel here and do that, but now I'm back where I started pretty much, and I had to work my way back up from there, and it just like it's it's a humbling experience, I would say. You know,
yeah, it definitely
that's
is.
I
that's
think it makes us realize I realized I won the lottery in terms of just where I was born. And that's just the truth. We
oh
black
yeah,
people complain
absolutely.
about being black in America, but it's like I would much rather deal with whatever racism or whatever issues we got here than what I saw over there. Like it's like class system, like it's like a caste system. Like you can't really move. There's no upward mobility with it. It's like
I
if you're
agree with that.
born in the favelas, you're 9 times out of 10. You go here at least if you're poor guy, hood guy, you can rise up the ranks like Jay Z and hobnob with the likes of Warren Buffett. There's no such thing as that in Brazil. It's either you're rich or you're not. You're middle class or you're not. You're poor or you're not. That's it. Where you are is probably going to be your station in life for life. Here, at least you have the opportunity to move up and achieve and be in that class or higher class and have the upper wealth and have the opportunities to talk about trading stocks and shit. They don't even have the means to get the computer to get before they can even think about investing in things like what I can do. But it's because the opportunity here makes it possible. But you don't know that if you've been living in America your whole life, which is the most American. Most Americans have not gone out of the country. I just recently left the country. And I've had thoughts about this thing. Like, oh, I think this is how it might be. But when I finally got out the country, I was like, oh,
Yeah, that's when you see for yourself.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Puts on Boots says, some people go on trips for the luxury, other people go on trips for a learning experience. Your personality already determines the way you come back from a trip, humble or pretentious. I
I
agree.
think,
Unless you have something that shocks
oh,
you, unless you have something that shocks you on that trip, most likely you're gonna come back.
luxury.
You're gonna come back the same way. You know.
Hmm.
But like I say, yeah, some people they don't want to learn anything. They don't. They just want a vacation.
Yeah.
You know.
The resort.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that, yeah.
There ain't nothing
And I
wrong
don't
with
blame
that.
them. Nothing wrong with that because they working hard and you get the
Yeah,
1 or 2 weeks vacation, PTO. And it's like, you don't want to, they don't want to go to Philippines and see what you like. No,
I just want to
no,
kick
forget
back.
that. Put me in a resort. Put me by the beach and I enjoy it, play with the girls a little bit and pretend, and then go back home. But to do what we do, at least for me, I don't think a lot of guys would intentionally go out the way and say, "Let me see the other side of Philippines.
Yeah.
Let me see the other side." It's just
I mean, I ain't
because
going to the
you know
ghetto.
what
I can tell you that. I'm not going. I'm not going to the ghetto. Like where some people want to go. Like you said, you went to the favela. I don't want to see that. I'll
Well, I
I
went
grew up.
close to it. I
Yeah,
saw it
yeah,
from a distance. I didn't even
yeah,
get
yeah.
in it.
No, I might go. I might go, and I don't know if I want to see that. I grew up in the hood. I know what it looks like. I know what poverty looks like. I'm not shying away
Nah,
from it.
it's
I'm
the
not.
people though. It's the
I'm not
people though.
staying on a resort, and I wanna see the people. You know, I want to see the people, but I don't want to go to the hood. You know what I'm saying? I
Kind of like in
don't.
the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
Like
you don't want to
I,
you don't want to make it a
if I
trip.
end up in the hood, I end up in the hood. Like that's
Right.
how I basically am because I just walk. You know what I mean? Like my first time going to the Philippines, I literally got there like mad early and couldn't even go. I couldn't even like book into. I couldn't even book into the Airbnb. So I just, yo, can I leave my bags here in the lobby? Yeah, yeah, you good. I just went out walking. I didn't know
Just
where I was going because I didn't have anything planned. I just went, I walked damn near, I walked a big ass circle around the city, Cebu. That's the first,
Cebu.
yeah, Cebu. And I loved it, man. And then, I went down to the other part of Cebu like 3 or 4 days later. I walked through like a ghetto ass place. I didn't know I was gonna walk through it. You can't tell on the map, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And it was a place where I felt comfortable walking through in the day, but at night, I was like, I would never walk through here at night. And that's not about being scared or nothing. It's just about being aware. You know what I'm saying? It's about being aware and being safety conscious.
Exactly.
I
You know what I
know what you
mean?
mean. I made the mistake and not knowing that I was making a mistake walking into this tour guide's her neck of the woods, her countryside, and it was a
Yeah,
ghetto
nah,
part of it. And I was like, I
listen,
had a sense because at some point there's only so much you can do for touring, so I started going to giving myself my own tour. So I'm walking, and I'm so eventually I get to this small little shop in the middle of nowhere in her city, Estavo, Santo Estavo, and this I met this beautiful 19-year-old girl in a shop, and she started talking to me in Brazilian. That's the first thing I know. It's like, okay, I look Brazilian. So like, I start talking, oh, here, gringo. Like, what are you doing here, gringo? Okay, cool. And she said, what the hell are you doing?
Green.
She started using the Google Translate. What the hell are you doing here? You know how dangerous it is. People get killed out here. I'm like, really? And I was walking through it. She's like, I'm just casually talking to her, like, yeah, I just walked through here. I just walked. I didn't give a shit. I'm having a good time. I see biker gangs. I'm thinking that don't seem normal. I, I'm, I don't know where I got the balls, but it was stupid. And she said, yeah, that's stupid. She said, please, I want you to get home safe. And I don't even know you. You're a stranger. Just get home safe. I was like, okay. She said, just take like the main street roads. Don't go down the side streets like you was doing.
Yeah,
So but would I do it at night? Absolutely not. So you just kind of look at the sun and see, okay, it's setting. It's time for me not to be in this area. I had enough common sense not to do that, not to stick around at night. But even during the day, I don't even think I'm talking about it. I don't even think I would repeat what I did. It was kind of like you do it, you
yeah,
don't want to experience it again. You're glad that you did, but you don't want to go back and re-experience it
yeah.
because it's
Like
that.
In Manila, like this trip, I went to Manila. Like I've been to Manila before, but not actually like staying days and days there. I think I stayed like one night there and then I went somewhere else. This time I was in Manila. And believe me, bro, there's some places like I would not want to go down. Now, are they dangerous? I don't know. But I wouldn't find out.
Don't live there.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't find out, bro. You know what I mean? Like certain parts of the southern parts of the Philippines, you know, would I probably be all right going down there? Yeah, but would I risk it just to risk it? No. No, man, it's not worth it, bro. There's places in my city I don't want to go either, though. Just to be fair, you know what I mean? Like I've outgrown that shit.
Yeah.
But the difference is that we know those places to avoid. Whereas in those countries, you don't know what you don't know. But so that's why you would walk through that neighborhood that you went through at day, and then only after the fact you realize, hold on a second. I don't
Yeah,
like if I knew the area, I would not have done it. Similar to if you knew here in Detroit not to go some certain places, you know not to go. But if you're visiting from out of town, you're thinking Detroit, and you just kind of go any and everywhere. People probably looking at you like, what the hell? It's kind of like what it is. They're looking at you like this person don't know where they're walking down. They're walking down the O block. Like they don't know, and they might not even mess with you
Not even
because they're
know.
thinking
Yeah.
like, oh, does this person like own the place, or because you got such confidence that you don't know you have walking in a foreign area.
Right.
That's what
You're
it's
right.
like.
You're right.
That's what it is like.
My nephew said he just came back. I thought I'd been off. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm just going with the flow. Like even with the 4-hour live streams, I didn't plan them. I just went with the flow. And now we at 5 hours, so we just chopping it up, man. You know.
I mean, I
Look,
can't
on
talk to
Boo
no one
says,
else about this.
"Do not go to the ghetto of foreign countries." David Attenborough documentary style for a learning experience. Nah, I don't suggest it, but like Beach of Life says down here, poverty porn is a thing on YouTube. It got real big during COVID. Like it
Poverty
did,
porn.
and you see it. You see them the Tondo videos and stuff like that. Like it just
Poverty
doesn't
porn.
interest me. Yeah, it doesn't interest me to see that. So I dropped your link because they asked
Oh,
for it.
appreciate it.
Yeah, no
Oh
problem.
yeah. I don't have anything on there. I mean,
Yeah,
I just got like
but
2 shirts.
that's
Can we
fine.
drop a
Now they know now. So
can we
Appreciate it though.
the
can we
hood is the hood. That's not true though, bro. Like it's true. The hood is the hood. All right, but it's levels of poverty in these other places that we have not experienced.
can't
You
imagine.
can't you can't imagine, bro. You can't.
And we think we have it poverty here. And it's not that it's not poverty here. I hate to compare like apples to oranges because it kind of like we're a wealthy country with poverty. But what does that look like everywhere else in the world? It's not poverty. It's like
Yeah,
it's not you dying on the street from starvation. It's not you dying of thirst because you drank water from a well that was
no,
pissed in 1,000 times. It's not that. We got clean water, clean food. You could be homeless and still survive. But
that's
that
that
does not
like
exist.
all right. To not to be insensitive, but I don't want to go to Palestine right now. You know what I mean? I don't want to go to Sudan right now. I don't want to go to Syria. There's certain like it's not all the same. You know, to me, it's not.
And to be fair, we had the luxury not to go there.
Yeah,
So we
we
can
had the
say I'm
luxury.
not going. We can. Oh, I don't want to go there. So it's like we can choose to avoid not to go to places that people live in because they have to
Mhm.
because they have no other place to live. They don't have
Yep,
that American passport and all this
no
other
doubt,
stuff that we
AJ.
have.
Yeah, Ray says me and my girl been saving for a house, but for right now we are looking for a new apartment. Uncle, when I say the market is stupidly overpriced, I mean it. They want like 2K for stuff. Yeah, for stuff on Willow. Willow is a horrible section of town over here. You know what I mean? And the rent prices are bananas.
2K
Yeah.
for what? Is that a luxury
Apartment.
apartment
No. Willow Street in my city is rough. It's rough. That's the hood. That's the hood.
for how much?
2K a
Two,
month. 2,000. Yeah.
Since
what,
2018, inflation tripled. Like, I
Crazy.
don't know if y'all been
bro?
looking at that.
Yeah. 2018 to live on Willow, you probably talking about 600, 700, 800 for the same shit.
And they're charging almost triple.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you see what
so
he say under that?
what?
You couldn't pay me to live over there, like, and that's what they charge. Like,
Damn.
crazy, man. Lady Logan, she says 4:35 a.m. here, and my eyes are getting blurry, friend. Time for me to go now. Thank you for welcoming me to your live stream. Good night to you, Felipe G, Puss on Boots, and everyone. Thank you for coming. Right, she's part of. I met her in Icy's community, so I appreciate you for coming over here, and you're welcome anytime.
I
I
couldn't
don't
find the
want that.
page. I tried to find the YouTube. I couldn't find the YouTube. The
For
ISIS.
who? For Icy?
ISIS. Yeah.
Oh, let me drop it. Matter of fact,
I
I was
don't want
supposed
to
I kept
ask
seeing
how much.
ices. I was like, what
to.
the
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, it always comes up. Yeah, it does come up.
I don't even want to ask how much the rent costs for just to live in a normal, decent neighborhood. It
Yeah,
may
like
be double that. I
not
don't.
double. Nah, it's not. There's not that big a disparity, but I would say 25 to 3,000 around. Yeah,
That makes a
yeah.
difference,
It's
though.
it's
It
ridiculous.
makes a big difference.
It's ridiculous, bro.
I'm gonna say for a one bedroom, it's 25 right now.
Yeah, that's a lot, man. That's a
That's a
lot,
lot,
man.
bro.
That's that. No, 25 is bananas, bro. Where you at? Cali? Somewhere?
Nah, I'm in Florida, but the
You in
Florida.
area
Florida?
I'm in, I'm in a more up, like I'm not in a bad area. It's pretty up there, but
Hmm.
they charging 25 for a one bedroom.
Man,
Yeah.
Florida didn't used to be like that, man.
Nah,
South.
it all depends on the area. See, like if you, it's certain parts of town where you can still get like the at least a 1,300. I haven't seen. Well, I seen. Nah, not even. Yeah,
Oh,
13,
Reality Sparker. I'm
13.
gonna drop it right now. I'm gonna drop it right now. Thank you, man. That's Icy Fit. I just dropped her link.
I got you. Like,
Man, I don't know, man. I've been spoiled. You come back from Brazil, you spend $700 a month to live by the beach. It's a different thing. There's nowhere here in America I'm gonna spend $700 to be on the beach. 5 minutes. I could not. I thought it was a scam before I got there. I'm like, nah. The tour guy was
So
once
Joe,
said, okay, I got you set up.
so
I'm
Joe,
like,
listen to
man, you
this.
lying.
Listen to the Beach of Life. He says, "Hey Joe, I paid 10,000 pesos.
A little bit.
It's
The
$175
Philippines.
for a 2 bedroom, 1 bath in a gated community in the Philippines.
Oh wow.
mm,
And I thought I was getting away with 700. It was one
175. 175.
gated community in the Philippines. Oh man.
Professor, I'm gonna let you out. How you doing, brother? How you doing, man?
Hello, what's up, buddy?
Good. How are
What's
you?
going on? I'm fine. Where you guys are from?
U.S. I'm from the U.S., but we have people from everywhere in here, man.
It's a big
We have
Okay,
country,
some
so
guys. We have some guys from the Philippines, some guys from Belgium. We have people from Japan. Everybody's a part of this community. So welcome. Where are you
I'm
from?
in Pakistan.
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 Salute to you, man.
Hello, hello. What you guys talking about?
Anything, man. Anything right now. We started out with a topic about fatherhood, and are we preparing our sons for emotional battles that they'll fight in the future? But we spent about 2 hours on that, and then we just kind of now we're just chit chatting, man. We just kicking it.
This is hot weather here. You can
What you
see the
say?
fan. The weather is hot here, hot.
Oh, hot,
Fan,
huh?
fan coming.
Yeah. How's life in Pakistan? I don't believe I've ever talked to anybody in Pakistan.
It's good, it's good. This
Summer, huh? What temperature are you talking about over there?
yeah.
How hot is it?
It's 101 F sunny. Sunny temperature.
Oh, 101 Fahrenheit.
Yeah,
Sheesh.
it's
man.
very
Yeah.
hot weather.
Yeah, it's like that. I think Southeast Asia is like that too now. Summer over there.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But
Do you
well,
guys do you guys eat biryani?
biryani?
Yeah,
I don't think so. When I
it's
was
a
in the
rice with chicken.
um no. You know what I ate in the Philippines? I went to a restaurant, and I don't know if you guys had it, but it was like a little shell, and then in like a little bowl of spices, and then you
Mm,
dip the shell in there, and you eat it.
eat it. Oh,
You know,
but that's not a good heat.
no.
I like spicy food, chicken, barbecues.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't really eat too much spicy food.
burgers.
I
So
don't
what you
like
guys working?
big food anyway, man.
Do you guys working or
Yeah,
not?
nah, not gonna lie.
Working.
Beach living in Brazil is on my bucket list. I got Thailand on my eye, but vacation only. Oh, and Vietnam too. Joseph Benjamin says beach life is very special. Beautiful, clean, friendly people. Not as cheap as Philippines, but you will love Salvador Bahia.
That's right.
Pakistani friend. You and your girl will have a blast in Thailand. Beach of life,
I got
especially.
phone. This is my phone.
What is that? What kind of phone is that?
Samsung phone.
Oh, Samsung. Yeah,
Yeah. I
my
got
girl.
some
One of the pics. Not
face
my girl.
wash.
So what do you do for a living, man? What you sell stuff?
No, it's good for face.
Oh, so what made you hit the link?
I'm just browsing.
Okay, okay, okay.
Same thing I did.
I thought
I
this was
just,
puts. I thought this was reality TV, but I just had a different name or something.
no, that's my account.
That's you? This right
That's
here?
my account. Yeah, yeah. That's me.
Okay, 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 okay.
Okay.
If you if you're good with puts, you're good with me, man.
Yeah, how was the weather?
The weather
Yeah.
depends. Depends on what part of the country.
Yeah,
For
it's
him,
beautiful. Beautiful here, man. Beautiful.
there for
Spring
you.
weather. Spring
Well,
weather. So
I'm
60s.
around New York, so that's an issue. So not so great. Not
Come
so
on,
great,
man. You can't hate on the Northeast, man.
man.
Mhm.
Well, I'm Michigan, but it is what it
That's
is.
great.
Yeah. I'm in
Oh,
Connecticut. I'm in Connecticut.
Just you.
I love this time of year though. That's the thing for me, man. It may rain a little more than
This
we're
is
used to,
vitamin C.
but it's not too hot, it's not too cold. It's, you know,
I
beautiful,
like
man.
the hot. I like the summer
Juice
hot.
the
I
way
like
is
the spring
almost.
cold.
I like this time of year. So
Yeah.
Beach of
85.
Life is asking you reality TV. He's asking you, hey, do you trade stocks or crypto?
Oh no.
Random.
Oh, that's no.
Reality. Reality TV. You hear me? You got a question, brother?
I will be right back.
I guess he don't want to ask.
No, I don't hear him. I don't think he hears me. He put me
I
on mute.
don't think he heard himself. To be honest.
Going to market. Oh, he's going to market. All right,
Oh,
bro. I'm gonna drop you down then.
Okay.
All right.
hmm.
I got YouTube on this screen, so I keep looking. That's why y'all keep seeing me looking this way.
I was
And
wondering that.
I got StreamYard right here. So it's kind of like
And that's like, okay, that's it.
yeah. So
Anthony Chris.
yeah, that's Puss. That's your boy, man. You're still on though. Yeah. Puss, you vouch for him? If you vouch for him, he's good.
He good, bro? Is he good, bro? You should, man.
Yeah, I don't have a problem letting people up, but it's kind of nervous when somebody just pop.
You just
It's
watch him
like,
for the
what we talking about?
little flashes, and he like looking.
The Rams do that. So,
Yeah, it was kind of random, a little random, you know, a little bit.
yeah, yeah. So, but like I said, man, I'm not monetized. I'm not monetized. So that's gonna make the difference. It's like, all right, man, you
Don't know him at
you
all.
say something crazy and the stream gets taken down, then it's not the same.
Do something crazy. Say,
No, I
don't
don't
know
know
him
him.
at all. You
Yeah.
pretend the whole time that he knew him.
I thought, yo, because you said what up to him, and then like he was like, "Hey, brother, Poots," or something he said in here that made me think like you knew him. Because Puts know a lot. Puts on booze. He knows a lot of people. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, oh man, I gotta be careful. He said he was waiting for the peekaboo. Yeah, nervous when you turn the cam off. Yeah, I gotta start thinking about stuff like that, man.
Yeah, when you get
I
monetized, you
yeah,
will
I
be.
do not be thinking about somebody gonna do nothing like that. Bro. It don't even cross my mind, man.
It's crazy when you see it happen live. So you get
I
you get
know,
mad and shocked, like,
I
whoa,
know. Icy said it happened to her, man,
ooh.
and that's why she kind of like regulates stuff on her channel. Nah, after that, yeah, she talked about it, so that's why I feel comfortable saying it in public because she
Yeah.
actually came out and talked about when it happened.
Oh,
Oh man, it's crazy.
sicko.
Hey,
Freak.
at least he ain't flash nobody. That's a
Oh
whole different
hell
story.
no, bro. I'll be like, yeah,
Man,
my next trip is going to Pakistan. I'm gonna find this dude and put something on his ass, yo. You don't do that to we men. We are and we I could say we all men now,
hey,
Shit.
it been a few channels that happened too.
Wow, that's crazy. I never seen that happen, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
you
crazy, bro.
in
I can't
the
imagine.
in the other space in the monitoring section.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not. Yeah,
You
I
so
guess so.
grimy, bro.
I guess
Some of
so.
them.
oh,
You just
oh
like said he was
man.
on the shitter. He was taking it down. Oh man. But
He's staring at the guy the whole time to make sure he don't do nothing. Let him
yeah, so
keep
I gotta
eyes on
remember next time just have my thing right on the button, just ready.
Hey, you got to tell them to show their face in the back panel, to make them look.
Yeah, he showed it though. He showed it the
Oh,
whole time. He
okay.
was in the back with it showing. So I was like, all right.
Like,
Oh
why
yeah,
is he
so
reaching
you
for
Oh,
his
good.
pants?
puts vouch for him. Okay. So, okay, Felipe, here we go. Yeah, you need to build up trust with Icy for a year or two so you can flash your PP on the stream for 2 seconds. That's what he did. Wow. So the dude was
Good
just in the
friend.
community chilling for 2 years. And then the second he gets his chance, that's crazy, bro. Nah,
Too,
I'd have been
that's too
pissed, bro.
funny.
I'd have been pissed if I saw that because Icy's good people, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Between her, Calvin, I think Calvin had me on his live first. He interviewed me first, then Icy. You know what I'm saying? So these are people that when I had like 30 subscribers, I think when I went on Icy, I had like 50 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? So and for them to feature me, not just come on a panel, you know what I mean? That was crazy. Yeah. Yeah. So like she works hard for for her streams, the production value, the little skits she does, like you know what I mean, the topics that she actually researches instead of she not up there just scrolling like most chicks do, and they're not talking about shit. She actually has a topic and she goes
They're
through
just
it.
sitting there
Oh,
looking
she
pretty.
wait, hold on. She not just looking at her phone on the stream, like she.
Nah, nah. She has a topic. She has a topic. I mean, it gets like I said, it gets spicy a little bit, but there's a topic. She always tries to get back to the topic. Topic might be men's health or something like that, or you know what I mean. It's always a topic. How to deal with your emotions, or it's always a topic. There's always a good topic. Do she always get through that topic? No, because the chat be wilding. The chat be wilding, bro. So, but yeah, I think she's gonna be going live soon.
Does she allow guests too?
Not panel. It depends. If she sets her stream up for that, yeah, she'll do like an open panel, but she don't really have it open a lot. I noticed that though, in this, I don't know what to call my genre, to be honest, yo, because it's not all just travel, and it's not all just manosphere. It's not all just you know what I mean. Like it's I kind of mix it up a little bit. But what I don't see on this side, I call it like positive manosphere,
Hmm.
is just letting people talk. There's a lot of talking to people. You know what I'm saying?
At people.
And yeah,
Hmm.
this is my opinion. This is what you should be doing. You know
Get
what I
your
mean?
ass
So
off my stream,
yeah,
you booting people.
that's why I was like, yo, all right, man, let me do it this way, where I just let people up, man. We just kick it. There is a topic, you know, but you don't have to talk about it,
Yeah.
the whole time. You know what I mean?
Mhm. But everybody got a different way of doing things.
Yeah. And I've just been watching, bro. Like I'll be watching shit. That's why I be everywhere. I watch it. I take little shit. You call it stealing or whatever, but that's how a lot of shit is made. You know,
Yeah.
somebody has a good idea. If it ain't copyrighted, if it ain't trademark, that's how a lot of shit. That's how a lot of good things are made.
Mhm.
But like I took something for Calvin. I took something for Calvin. Just just the raw videos, just talking. You know what I mean? Trying to connect that way without all the production and all that shit. I took that from Calvin. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I see. I'm kind of trying to learn from her is her speech and the way she talks. And the cadence is like there's a cadence to it, and you could tell she worked on it because I was watching
Hmm.
her old videos, some of her old videos, and it's totally different. You could tell like she worked on that shit.
Oh,
It's polished, yeah, it's polished. Um, and then even like I said, in I See the Future, the open panels. You know what I mean? The open panels. That's what I got from him. You know, let people
yeah.
talk, man. Like TJ usually comes up here with me, bro. He literally like out of 4 hours, he literally carries one by himself, easy. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Not
Oh
that
yeah.
I need him or want him to do it, but it's just like, and he's comfortable doing it. That's why I be like, man, you need your own channel, bro. Like you very comfortable, bro. So, but
See,
you
that's the whole
guys,
reason I haven't really started anything yet because I'm just a person that I'll let everybody else talk. I'll really just I'll put my 2 cents in and then I'll let the panel talk.
yeah,
Y'all do your thing.
I like that too. Like I like just hearing. You see me like when you guys are talking, I might jump in every once in a while, read a chat, or read a chat message or something, because you have to, or else you'd be lost. But for the most part, if somebody's talking, I like to listen, man. Like we're not face to face, but I like to look somebody in the eye, like just little shit like that, man. Like I was saying earlier, it still matters to me, man. It may not be everything, but little stuff like that still matters to me, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, very comfortable. TJ's been working online for years.
Mhm.
Very comfortable talking to the screen. Yeah, man. TJ's
I've
good
never
people.
really been a talkative person. See, that's just me in general. So I don't. It would be hard for me just to, continuously talk nonstop for like
Yo,
4 hours.
yo, bro, you'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. I'm a very quiet person. I'm a very quiet person, unless unless I'm talking to the right person. You know,
Hmm. Yeah,
usually like usually like small talk, I can't do it.
yeah, same
Like
here.
in
Yep.
in person, I cannot do small talk at all.
Hmm.
It seems like I always turn it into like something meaningful. You know what I mean? Like we gonna be sitting here
Yeah.
talking. Let's talk about this or that. And I don't even do it. You do it subconsciously. You don't even think about it. You know?
Hmm.
You take the
But
conversation there, and
yeah,
then unfortunately you realize they they're not willing to go there, and it's like, damn. But I don't want the small talk. You don't want the deeper conversation. It's a
yeah,
stalemate.
yeah.
We just
You be
gotta
asking
part
me.
ways.
Well, ask me about the weather, and I'm like, now we talking about. Yo, that's the truth. It's, that is the truth.
First of all, it's nighttime, so there's like we don't feel the weather. We're,
Right?
maybe in the
Peace life,
daytime,
man.
yeah, it's great out here, but
My
right
girl
now, yeah.
getting dinner ready. I gotta bounce. Thanks for the stream. I'll see you on the next one. No doubt, man. I'll see you later on tonight.
Sir.
In Calvin stream, man. Take it easy. Beat your life, man. Good dude. Still think he needs to make a couple more videos so we could, see where the hell he be going. Cause he's only got like 3 videos up on his channel, man. All them shits got like thousands of views, man.
Mm.
So I don't know if he had more and took the other ones down, but they like top quality videos, man. I keep saying that. So people could go watch them and then maybe he'll be motivated to make more videos.
Yeah, can you drop his name too? Because I can never find his channel.
All right, hold on. Let's see.
I think I look for his channel at least 15 times. But I
I think
cannot
I
find
did the first time too. I think if you put Philippines behind it, it'll do it.
I don't know if I could ever see myself doing travel content material because even when I was in Brazil, I learned that I thought I was going to be taking a lot more pictures and videos, but I hated doing it because it would take me out of the experience itself.
it.
So I would have to have like a dedicated
Absolutely.
photographer or videographer to follow because I wouldn't want because it's like I'm looking through a lens, looking at my like I'm out of it because I'm trying to work and I'm trying to. I don't know how travel content YouTubers do it because everywhere you go, you might be filming it and getting great shots, but you're not experiencing it. It's impossible.
Exactly.
It's impossible.
Exactly.
And a few times I did it, I'm like, I should be taking more pictures, but I said I'm okay with just the memories and telling the stories because I could take a dozen of them. But then I probably wouldn't even remember it, even if I took the pictures. I wouldn't be able to tell the story because I
Yeah.
wasn't.
I talk about that in one of my early videos, just not being comfortable. And I I talk about it like cause like when my kids were younger, like I will always be, the rough dad. I'm playing with them. I'm not taking no pictures, but then now as we're older, like I have the memories in my head, but I wish I had something like that I could look at. You know what I mean? Or we could look at together. Cause I never
Exactly.
took no videos when they were younger. Like I was always playing with them, like serious everything, bro. Like I didn't start until they were in high school. Because when they played sports when they were younger, I coached them, you know. So when they got in high school, I really could fall back and record. At least my daughter, I could record her more because I ended up coaching my son in high school. You know,
I
but
see.
we got other people recording that stuff. You know, so
What happened with me was like I told you I've traveled to so many places, but I don't have no photos. So I'm like, man, like I'm like I got these memories and everything, but I'm like, damn, I can't even look back at the people, I met at these different places, the experiences I had, it's like it's nothing to show for it. I just had the experience in my memory and that's it. Like so
you
that's
you
what made me want to start getting into recording.
you build up to it. You got to build up to it. Like I was not. I should have did more recording here at home to try to get myself ready before that first trip. But my first trip, I wasn't. I did not consider myself a YouTuber at all. I was just taking video to show my family because it was my
Yeah.
first time out of the country. And I said, I'm gonna put it on YouTube. That way, I don't gotta send you one and you one and you one and you one. Like I never thought about having over 1,100 subscribers. It was just and that's not a lot, but it was just to share with my family and then have an easy place where they could go watch it. You know,
Okay.
and then, but it's not easy to walk around with that camera out either, man. It's not. It's
Oh yeah, it's
embarrassing
not.
at first. At first, it's embarrassing. Like I'm shy to put. You don't want to intrude on anybody else. You know. But the second trip, it's a lot different. Like I don't give a damn no more. I've been doing this at home for practice now. I had a year. Now I'm just out and about. You know,
Mhm.
and I think now I got another trip coming up. Yo, take care. Put on boots. Thank you for stopping by, man. Thank you and your wife. And your beautiful family, bro. You know, but I got another trip coming up next month, and this one I really gotta be, um, I gotta be on point with it. Like I have to be because what I'm trying to do with this video is show a different side of different side of a place, and I really want to show that. I really want to do it justice. Um, so this one is gonna be planned out. Like I haven't really planned a vlog. You know what I'm saying? It's just like somewhere I want to go and I'm recording it as I do it. It's not somewhere to be like, all right, this is for a vlog. You know, and there's a
Well,
difference.
unfortunately, that's the way
There's
you
a
would have to
difference between
do it.
I'm on vacation and I'm recording it, or all right, I'm vlogging this
It's
trip.
work. Now that's work. It's no longer it's work. You're going to a different, and that's the way you would have to do it if you wanted your channel to be like a lot of these travel content creators where they know the algorithm, they know what
Yeah,
people want to see, and so now you may not want to go to a particular place or a particular country, but you know that this is what's popular. So now you have to go. And you're doing
yeah,
it for work, and now it's work. So you're going to
yeah,
these exotic places, and you have to make yourself look like you're having a good time doing in a country that you never wanted to go to in the first place, and that you probably hate more because you were forced to do it in order to make money, so you can travel and go to places you really want to go. So it's like
yeah.
this circular thing.
I'm
Um,
not. That's my next trip. It's for vlogging. I straight up, it's for vlogging. I just went on vacation in March. I don't really need another one. I'll be honest. I feel like I need to take this trip to vlog. Absolutely. You know, and that's what I'm doing. Hopefully, I'll get another. I'll take another. But I'm gonna enjoy myself. You know what I mean? I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm going to do things that I enjoy doing. You know, I'm just gonna set it up to vlog. I'm, And I'll see the difference. I'll see the difference between actually planning out a vlogging trip where the intent is to get content over
Let's
everything
go to the store. That's
rather
true.
than
You're
just
moving.
going on vacation and bringing y'all along with me. You know?
It is different because that's going to be random. Like let's say for example, you you woke up and went to the doctor and then later on in the day you had breakfast and then later on in the day you went and did this. Well, on the vlog, you would have to take the same series of events and restructure it to where you have breakfast in the morning. So it has like a storyline to it. Now you have to
Yeah,
put more creative because you don't want to be like, oh, I went. It was like, so you woke up and did, yeah, this is what I did, but I have to show it to you like this. So this
yeah,
is the chronological. So now you're working. So it's going to be different, I think, for you.
yeah. Me
Um,
vlogging, me vlogging would be me waking up every 2 hours and fuck it, like in the Philip. I woke up again. It's 1 o'clock. Up, it's 3 o'clock. Fuck it. Let me go for a walk. You know what I mean? That's like real life.
absolutely.
That's real life, bro. You know?
But now you vlogging is different. Now, oh shit, they're not gonna want to see like if it's just me posting it for family friends. Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh yeah, But now you're talking about like views and like monetization, and it's different.
Yeah,
Now you have to do something more than what you would normally do outside of your own character.
yeah.
Like, oh, I'm going to go
And it's a
do
lot more research. It's not just hey, I want to go see this place. I want to go see this waterfall here. It's
this.
actually looking up other people's shots. To be honest, like all right, they got a shot of this, and that's a nice shot. I need to plan that shot. You know,
Hmm.
I need to get that shot. You know what I mean? Because that's the shot that's in everybody else's video. And not saying that you got to do what everybody else does, but that's the way you really got to think. Down from
Before you do with these
yeah,
stress
the
of looking
shots.
for a shot that no one else has. Now you're looking for that because everyone has that one shot in Bali that everyone plans to. He's like, okay, that's getting stale. But now you
Yep.
need a different angle. Maybe it's the same shot but a different perspective. But you have to think creatively. That takes energy. Like, okay, I got to
Yeah,
go and angle it here and look it up in this particular. It's man, I don't know
yeah.
how they do. I don't know.
It's
I'm
work.
entertained
Like
by it.
you said. But they if
Work.
they getting thousands and thousands of views, yeah.
I guess.
Shit, I do all that and I get 200 views. Yeah, it's a wrap for me.
And you
Like,
will though. That's the
yeah,
problem. You put all that work into it, man. Some of these YouTubers, they'll say it themselves. I put all that work in. They'll say the videos I put the most work and effort into are the ones that don't do anything, but the ones I just kind of foo-fooed around. I did the woken
yeah.
up and just walked around like this is what I really do. Those are the
That's
ones that get tired. They're like,
that's what I
what?
was about to say. That's what I was about to say. I'll go back to the way I do it, which is mainly silent vlogs and just you just coming along with me, man. You know what I mean?
But sometimes it flips though. So I say that because sometimes it could be the polished up vlog that gets all the views, but the lazy, this is what I'm doing. People skip over that. But you
Yeah,
don't, that's the thing, you don't know which one is going to blow up. So you
yeah,
always have to kind of mix it up between, production value, polished up, and just let me just show them what I really do in a day. And then hope that any one of those videos make enough to make it worth your while to continue vlogging over and
yeah,
over again. It's
yeah. Ray
crazy.
says vlogging is one thing, but being in the moment when making memories and still trying to catch those memories is difficult. Catch them on
That's true.
camera. Yeah, it's right. It's right.
Very true.
It
Because you don't
is.
want to do what he did, military man did on the bottom, where he doesn't have anything. So like he has
Yeah,
nothing. Like I think that's the other extreme. Where the extreme I was talking about is people who have their cameras out all the time. They're trying to capture every moment. They're taken out of the moment. But his issue is that he doesn't have any moments. So trying to
yeah,
find that
Yeah.
balance in between it's not easy because you're enjoying the moment, but I have to remind myself, oh, let me get like even a photo right
yeah,
here from
man.
the tour guide.
Uh,
It was your
early
mother.
early
Like,
onset Alzheimer's, bro. You ain't gonna remember nothing, bro. You like you gotta get that camera out, man. For real.
And
It's
then
trick.
it was like this the stuff I did capture. I ended up losing my phone or the SD card that I had to get the stuff on.
Yeah, that's
I was like, man, you can't make this up.
Yeah,
You
but like
don't
I
need
said,
it to be
man,
extreme.
you don't want to have that camera out and then you don't get a feel that you're on vacation. I agree with that. So you got to find that middle ground. If but if you're a
You have to
vlogger.
do it.
You know,
Yeah,
you're a
there's
vlogger.
no getting around. I want to have a good time in vlog. I don't think I can't see that being possible. I'm going to be in the moment, and you're working.
Just be an IRL streamer. You can do the hell.
Mm-hmm.
You can do whatever you want. You know,
Mm-hmm.
IRL. You can do whatever you want. Basically. Um,
Yep.
Even this work though, because they still got to be entertaining. They got to make it so if it's so-called in real life, like Nasite, whatever his name is, he's not really in real life. He has to stage everything he does to make it look like it's in real life.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
They're
crazy.
pretty planned out. Yeah, some of them. Yeah, they're planned out. I guess
Screaming at the top of his lungs.
ahead of
Yeah,
time. Yeah.
he have to have a special guest. Yeah, that's real life. That's not real life. It's just the real world, which is why we watched it, and we thinking it's the real world. No, it's actually not.
That shit was scripted too. Yeah.
Scripted.
Yeah.
And it has to be in order for it to be entertaining enough for people to stay tuned in and be
If
okay.
I
If
ever do that, it's gonna be real. Like
See, that's
I
one of the
think.
things I struggle with as far as like doing entertainment in general. Like, so when I was doing music and everything, just people expect you to be a certain way 24/7, like hitting on a certain persona, acting like it's just hard to. It, it's not for me. I want to say it's
Yeah,
some people
I know
might
what you're
get it.
talking about. I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about. You read books? Like you read
Hmm.
books? Like yeah, I read books, bro. You think you know, you think I'm in the
Yeah.
streets 24/7? Like no, I read books. Like
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
exactly what you're talking about, bro.
Yep. And
That
then
was my
people start
yeah,
watching you
man.
more. Everything's being televised. Soon, like people taking photos of you when everywhere you go. People want to film you and all that. Like it's man, it turns into something. It goes from doing what you love, like your passion, or something you love, into like okay, now it's a whole lifestyle.
Yeah. A
job.
job, 24/7 job.
Yeah,
That's the worst part. You know, it ain't even
I mean,
eight.
would you
It
also get
ain't
a
even
gift?
8 hour shift. You know.
but
I
that's
mean,
why I
would
tell
you
people.
rather?
But it's so that's why I say like I don't ever want to get to that point of that fame. Like I couldn't. That was always my thing. I never want to be that popular or that famous to where I can't have my privacy pretty much.
Yeah, I get you.
There's no way
That's
around it unless you're a producer. You're a producer making that kind of money, you can be pretty much anonymous for the most part. Um,
Yeah,
but when you're trying to be like an artist, the fame it has to come with it. The people have that's where your money's from. People have to see you or want to see
exactly,
you.
exactly.
So
So now you see why I'm here talking to you.
yeah. Everybody not
That's
willing to give it. Everybody not willing to sacrifice
yeah, exactly.
that much.
Man,
You know.
it's a
and
lot.
we've got too many people here without the talent who want to be famous. Oh my God. So it's like you wish the people who had the talent would want to be famous, and the people who want to be famous who don't got the talent would just shut the hell up. You can go someplace.
But
It's
it's a
usually the
lot.
other way around.
It's a lot you
Yeah.
sacrifice for that, though.
Well, we see what happened with Michael Jackson. So, I mean, not to say that anyone ever would get to that level of fame, but there's been enough people who have enough fame to like, oh my goodness, that comes with the money too.
Hmm.
That's the reason why I trade. I trade because I can make the money I want to make anonymously, comfortably,
Exactly.
and be incognito, and not. I don't
Hmm.
care about it. And it's funny because people try to push me into modeling. I say, oh, so I got to be in front of the camera. Like, what do you think modeling is?
Model.
Yeah,
You like hand model. You could be a hand model and not be famous. Like you know what I'm saying?
model.
But
You got to be in
Real.
front of camera, dude. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, what can I get behind? It's like, no, we want you in front of the. I feel like, nah. So I chose the career I chose because it's like I want to make model money, but I don't want to do the. I don't want what comes with that. I know a lot of guys will fantasize about it. I get it, but it's not, man.
I wouldn't want to be a model.
You wouldn't want to be.
Yeah. Nah,
It's interesting.
nah, I
It's
wouldn't want to
weird,
be.
man.
I wouldn't want to be a
It,
model. Nah,
you have to walk differently. You can't walk the way you usually walk. You have to.
nah. I ain't strutting and prancing. I'm not strutting and prancing for nobody. Bro. Y'all can keep that shit. Nah. Not to say that people that do it. I just couldn't see. All right, like like all the different poses. I don't know. That's just
like
me.
like Zoolander.
Yeah, I
It
couldn't
is
do
like if you saw that movie, if you saw that movie, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. When I first went to, I was laughing my butt off when it was like, what are you laughing for? It was like an inside joke in my head. I was thinking Zoolander, like with the face teeth covering, and it's just like that, y'all. It is so pretentious and it's so like but you see the most beautiful people. I mean, like tall, like Amazonian women, like buff. I mean, like guys, like chisel. Like, are you fake? Are you? It's like, oh, the, it's strange. It's like you see the most. They say the top 2-3% of people in the world in one place. I've never seen that many like good looking people in one place ever. And I'm like, whoa, you realize it's a weird bubble that they live in. Um, but yeah, it's just like Zoolander. Like when I saw that movie, I was like, man, it can't be like this. Get out of here. But
it.
when I actually went to a casting, it's like this the quintessential gay guy who's like, okay, and one, and two, and three. It's like that. And you're right. And he's the guy in the background looking at you, and he has the unnecessarily purple Prince suit on, and he's like looking at you, hands folded, and it's very like it's it's like a movie scene. I could
Yeah,
not believe it was real. But yeah, I get it. I get why people wouldn't want to do it, but I also get why people do want to do it because
yeah,
it's, people who want the fame and the notoriety, it comes with a lot of attention. And for a lot of people, they feed off that. It makes them feel good. It feeds their ego. Um, and some people just want attention. They seek it. I didn't want it. They try to put me into it. I'm like, man,
yeah. Some
it's
people
not my
just
work.
seek that shit out. But
But it's
all
weird
right,
because you say,
fellas,
man, they get mad at you.
I'm gonna have to cut this. I'm gonna have to cut it. It's been a good show, man. It's almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours, man. So let me cut this because I know at about probably 3 or 4 hours from now, my grandkids is gonna be waking up. They don't care how long Pop Pop was on the stream. You know what I mean? They don't care nothing about that.
Yes,
So,
sir.
yo, I appreciate you, fellas, man. You're always welcome back here, man.
Yeah,
You're
for
always
sure.
welcome
Thank you
back
for
here
having me.
every Friday, man. You know, and like I said, we start with a topic and then we end how we end, bro. you know, and I love that. I love that because it could go anywhere, man. You know, and
That's how it
you
normally
don't know
goes.
who's gonna be on the stream. You don't know what they're gonna say. But here on my channel is gonna be slanted towards positivity always. So, like I said, again, thank you guys. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for your contribution to tonight's live stream, man. I appreciate it. We'll catch you on the next one right back here on Blizzard Abroad. It should be at 9:30 p.m. The only way I'm gonna move it is if Calvin is going live before me. That's the only way, the only person um I'll move my live stream for. All
That
right.
makes sense.
So
Salute,
uh
salute to the chat.
Friday 9:30 p.m. man. Friday 9:30 p.m. All right, Aura TV. Peace out, bro. Joe, thank you, man. Like I said, a good contribution to the live stream today, man. I appreciate it, man.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
thank you for having me.
yeah, you're welcome back, bro. So I'll holler at you later, man.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, man. We'll be back here next Friday, 9:30. Or if not 9:30, we're gonna move it to 11:30, man. So peace out. Stay tuned.